Good morning, folks, and welcome to Glan-Y-Gors. It's a lovely sunny day, and we are here for Club 100 Cadets and Juniors Round 1. I am Reeve Taylor, and it's a pleasure to be joined in the commentary box by Mr. Yousuf bin Suhayl. How are you, Yousuf?
I'm doing very well, Reeve. It's a pleasure to be back. We're making a habit out of this. We were here at Glan-Y-Gors a couple of weekends ago for the Club 100 Seniors. Now it's time for the Juniors. We had a little paddock walk, which we'll be showing everyone later on. One of the things we were talking about, how, you know, the juniors have had this opportunity to watch this 13-corner circuit over 1 kilometre long. They've seen how the adults have driven here. There was an SP40 race yesterday. I'm sure there were a few drivers, eager drivers here yesterday for some practice and to watch that racing and just learn a little bit more about the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. What a fantastic venue it is. Of course, we've had plenty of Club 100 action here over the past couple of weeks. Now it's time for our cadets and juniors to see what they make of it. And spirits seem fairly high in the paddock so far today. Here is our weather. It's looking a little bit cloudy throughout the entire day, but overall we've got some sun shining through. Conditions that look to be good. Improving from a bit of a greasy start as we have our next fleet of carts heading out on the track. Apologies for the slight delay, folks, in proceedings. We are back underway and we'll be working together on time and ready for some racing action this afternoon.
Absolutely, and for those people who don't know that the way that the format works today, whether you are in the lightweights, super lightweights, cadets, juniors, there are practice sessions. We've had all of our practice sessions done. Now we have the qualifying. We've got our cadets super lightweight A qualifying going on underway at the moment. After qualifying is done, we'll then have a pre-final and then a final, or as I believe we sometimes call it, the trophy final.
The trophy final, indeed, yes. So our first qualifying session heading out on track, as you say, Yousuf. And just to note, this has been shortened from the usual 11 minutes to 9 minutes for all of our qualifying sessions. That's just to make sure that we are going to get all the racing action this afternoon, which is what we're really here for, isn't it?
Yes.
It's
kind of caliber, and of course Logan McAllister.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of an open book at the moment as we have a bit of a spin there at the top end of to the second sector before it gets really twisty. Fairly easy place to go off here, especially as you've got so many cars that will often be heading three, sometimes attempting four wide at the top of the hill here.
And the really difficult thing with that corner turn two, you're coming up at the top of the hill, it's a little bit blindsided. I'm not entirely sure how the cadet carts are. The junior carts run the same as the seniors, which is what I've raced in. You do have to break in those junior, senior carts a little bit before you can see the corner. And it's one where it's a very harsh braking zone. It's probably the biggest braking point on the circuit, or at least the longest braking point on the circuit. And you can get it a little bit sideways. I was talking to a few of the former cadet drivers, and these are drivers who have now moved up to the juniors, and we were kind of discussing, okay, what's the difference really from going to cadets to juniors? How have you found that you've had to change and adapt your driving style? And what they were saying was, well, in the cadets, you've got to be really smooth. Whereas in the juniors, you can start to be more aggressive. For those people who have done owner karting, that's what we're talking about, where you can start to get the kart sideways, start to throw it into the corners. You can't do it massively in the junior and senior karts, but you can do it a lot less in these cadets.
Thank you very much for your insight there, Yousuf. Looking on to the session then, Zachary Smith currently leading, but only by 600ths of a second. The margin's already very close. That it bodes well for this afternoon's racing action. Jacob Underhill very closely behind there, followed by Francesco De Caro. Although on cue, Francesco put in a bit of a blinder there with a impressive lap there, a 53.696, the best lap there. That is fastest by nearly 4/10.
Oh, and we've got a spinner in an unusual place. Again, I think that is starting to go down the compressions where you can carry a bit of speed into that right-hander, but depending on how much you open up that corner, it can get a little bit more tricky. It's still early stages, though, in this qualifying session. One of the really important things here at GYG, and if any of our other competitors are listening in, want some little hacks for GYG, slipstream is so important, and we can see that with this train. It's a big slipstream train. At the moment, no one is really battling amongst themselves. If you can find 1 or 2 quick drivers and you can sit in that train, you can easily find yourself gaining about 2/10 over a lap, and I wouldn't be surprised if these 3 drivers start to put in some pretty quick lap times over the next couple of minutes. Zachary Smith and Francesco De Caro in second and first, provisionally and respectively.
Yeah, I think we're about to see our first bit of racing action for the day as our fine young drivers here try to get the best out of their carts for qualifying here. Yeah, and as you say, it's all about, you know, they're trying to get a slipstream, but they're also trying to make sure that they're in the rhythm, that they're set up best to make sure that they get those laps in, crucially for the final few minutes of this session. These aren't long qualifying sessions, especially at 9 minutes, so it's going to be really key for the drivers to get into that right mindset immediately. And so far, they seem to be impressing, doing very well indeed, our young cadets here.
Yeah, 9 minutes is going to be the equivalent of an out lap and then 8 or 9 hot laps, maybe less. Again, you have to remember when you go out of the pits, it is random, but you could be at the back of that train. And if you're at the back of the train, then it's going to take a little bit longer for you to get out on to a circuit. Let's see if any more improvements come through. Still DeCaro and Smith at the top of the times, and that hasn't changed this lap around. Fairly big gaps at the moment, but also let's not forget that we have the B qualifying session. A qualifying session doesn't mean that these are better drivers than in the B qualifying session. The drivers have just been split up into 2 separate sessions. Once those sessions have ended, we'll look at the best times. That will then determine the grid order. So if it happens to start raining for the B qualifying session, that's just what we say. Unlucky, sometimes that happens in motorsport.
Yeah, just the way racing is sometimes. Speaking of those sessions, they're very packed indeed, aren't they? Because grids are pretty full here today, it must be said.
Absolutely. You got here really early, Reeve,
I
because
did.
you're a good boy. I was bad. I got here just before call time, and the paddock was absolutely packed with parents, drivers. It was a real pain to park my car. I had to go to the very far end of the paddock, walk about 5 minutes to get back in. I also just want to clarify what I said, if it rains in one of the sessions, because I was wrong initially. We did have one of those last year where it rained, and the way it worked is we just looked at the drivers who
Final couple of minutes of this session, and we've been watching this pack of carters for some time now as we head back on to the start-finish straight. This is Zachary Smith leading this little trio here as William Moore improves to go within a 10th of our top 3 now. Our top 3, in fact, our top 4 just over a 10th, and then...
And it's all this group of drivers as well, which is what we said before. They're working in a train. Yes, they overtook one of them, decided, I want to be the person leading the group. But with the exception of that odd little change of positions, these guys have been at the sharp end of qualifying. Less than 1/10 separating 3 karts. We've got 20 seconds on the clock, so I don't think these drivers are going to get around to do another lap. This is going to be their final hot lap of qualifying.
It will indeed. As we head round then back up towards the top end of the circuit, run through the second sector now. The hairpin, a potential overtaking opportunity, carousel as it is known, in the mid part of the lap before we drop down once again through the S's. Fantastic bit of a racing tarmac here at GYG. Where we've seen over the past couple of hundred broadcasts actually a favourite overtaking spot as this session now draws to a close. Round that final corner, do we have any improvements late on? Francesco, Zachary and William all come across the line. They can't improve, but they've still done an impressive job so far in this session. Then we have coming up next, Mohamed Issa Subadar improves at the front end of the field actually to just about eke out some extra time there. A 53.639 secures the provisional pole in this session at least. And the rest of our drivers coming home now. No changes so far by the looks of things, but overall, some very close running.
Absolutely, and things are shaping up well for our first super lightweight cadet race, as we're just waiting for Ryan Hamblett and Theo Freya, who are in 16th and 18th respectively, I believe. And that brings an end to our first qualifying session of the day.
So there's our efforts from our cadets super lightweights in the A group. And then we're actually just going to go straight into our next qualifying session as we get our next fleet of karts out. The ever-efficient organisers, CLUB100, they're getting the karts back out on track already. We're good for some more action for our junior super lightweights A qualifying group coming up next. So these are our slightly older karts, perhaps some bit more experience, slightly different karts as well.
Yeah. And to be honest, this is one of my favourite things about CLUB100, having racing CLUB100 for a few years. And for anyone watching,
Okay, folks, looks like we are back. Thank you very much for holding with us while we get those technical issues sorted, but we've still got plenty of racing action out on the circuit here as we have a few minutes left of our junior super lightweights A qualifiers. Lewis Tracy currently leads the session about 5/10 of a second ahead of Tom Justice. Callum Wood very close behind there as well, just like in the cadets for our first qualifying session of the day. A very close field overall.
Absolutely, but you know what the biggest shocker is right now? Logan McAllister second in the championship. Well, I say in the championship, in the overall junior super lightweight championship last year, down in 6/10 off provisional pole. But Lewis Tracy, Tom Justice looking really quick. I was speaking to Tom Justice earlier. I think we got to speak to him as well in the Paddock show, and he was telling me how well he did in one of the previous junior races, I think in the Southern Championship at Wilton Mill, and he was saying, I'm feeling really confident for Glan-Y-Gors, got a lot of pace, just need to convert what I had at Wilton, but was also mentioning he doesn't really see Glan-Y-Gors as being potentially a good track for him, but things are looking quite good for him at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Things are looking good for a number of drivers here. We have had a couple of penalties coming in, but other than that, it's all been a relatively clean session. I believe we had some yellow flags while the stream was offline, but all back underway now for our final few minutes of this junior session.
I've also just remembered as well, Logan McAllister was the first driver in our pit walk who lost rock, paper, scissors to me.
Right.
For those of you who don't know about the pit walk, it was really, really good fun. So I know it's a lunch break. Go grab your food, but make sure you do watch that pit walk because it was so much fun.
Well, indeed, always good to grab a bit of a feeling or impression of how things are looking, shaping up for our drivers in that paddock walk. Overall, as I was saying before, spirits seem quite good. Everyone's looking forward to a bit of Welsh karting action by the looks of things. Just under 2 minutes to go now as we're looking on at the final corner at GYG. Now, this is the one point of the circuit where you've really got to watch out that you don't wash out too wide. If you carry too much speed into this corner, you're going to fall foul of that curb on the outside there, and that's not where you want to be. It's not the kindest to the kart. It's not the ideal racing line at all, really. So you want to be pushing on as best as possible, but not going too brave into that final corner.
Absolutely. The final corner and the first corner are two corners that really invite you to go in very fast. But even turn one, you can take flat, but you have to get that turn in just right. Two drivers who go into turn one completely flat, but take slightly different lines. You can find them one gaining a tenth, maybe even more than another. With that final corner, it's one real place where Club 100 run track limits, or at least that was the case in seniors. I didn't have a chance to listen to the driver's briefing earlier on today, and it is usually just don't put four wheels over that white line. Anything else is fine, which usually means you can just touch that rumble strip on the exit, but you can't fully ride on it. Lewis Tracy, though, 4/10 quicker than anyone, and Logan McAllister has improved. This is more of what we expected to see from the junior vice champion of 2024 in third position, just a few hundredths shy of Tom Justice, who was just on our screen a couple of seconds ago, but Lewis Tracy looking rapid.
Yeah, nice lap there from Lewis as the session begins to draw to a close now. We're actually in the high 49s there from Lewis Tracy. That is impressive stuff by quite some margin. Fastest lap so far. But there's Tom Justice. We've got a couple more coming across the line.
Identical lap times as well, Reeve.
Yeah, Lewis Tracy though improving once again at the very end of the session.
And he's got one more lap, so it is coming to a crux. It is fantastic as well to see that the drivers are consistently improving. McAllister dropping down to 6th. He needs to find a good lap. As we mentioned before, it's not just about this qualifying session, but it's also about the B qualifying session. For all we know, Lewis Tracy, he might be the quickest in this session, but he could even start down in 10th overall. So it all depends on how our B qualifying drivers do. A few drivers having completed their session, George de Guide being one, as is Ollie Ward. Tom Justice completes his session, does not improve. There's McAllister, I think, coming over the line. Also, apologies, that wasn't McAllister. Thomas Welford doesn't improve. Caden Ward doesn't improve. Lewis Tracy doesn't improve either. So just waiting on a few more drivers to complete their laps.
Yeah, absolutely. This session coming to a close now as Lewis Tracy looking pretty formidable there with that. What is technically still provisional pole, but it's looking more and more like he has topped. This is a brief start for our cadets here to get ready in this session. And news to give those young drivers the chance to get involved, and they will be starting this month actually in April in Bristol, Crawley, Cambuslang, Coventry, Mitcham, Leeds, Nottingham, Southampton, Manchester, Trafford and Newcastle, with more coming up next month in May and then later in the year as well in October. And we're also going to be involved with Charlotte Tilbury, the fashion makeup brand there, who will be providing free funded karting sessions at those team sport venues on the 15th of April as part of the Charlotte Tilbury Scholarship, which will be involved in part of this Girls Karting Academy initiative. So drivers will be involved in plenty of action such as 5-week development programs, and they will be encouraged as well to enter into the BIKC, British Indoor Karting Championship, which is a championship that has been running at Team Sport for a number of years now, and it's a brilliant opportunity to get involved in the world of karting. And If you do well in the BIKC, if you're part of the Girls Karting Academy, you'll get a fully funded place in the Club 100. So that is an exciting prospect for you, and Charlotte Tilbury will also be providing the same thing. So that's a nice initiative. I just thought I'd mention that at the start of the day's running. So just over 6 minutes to go in this session. Now we are looking at some of our front runners. Very vibrant very vibrant helmet and suit there as well for our number 10 driver James Vout. Freddie Powell just improving there to go 300ths of a second behind Rory Hamilton as we head down through sector 3 now. James Vout with a little bit of company out on track. He's leading. I'm not going to call it a train yet. There's some decent gaps, but heads around the final corner to start the next lap there. And it was a fast lap from James Vout last time around there. It's a 54.386. Sees briefly James go onto the top end of the running, but Rory Hamilton with a 6/10 margin now leads this session with a 54.386. So apologies, that was James out with a 55 there on that last run around. 5 minutes to go in this session, and it's our second super lightweight cadet qualifying session of the day.
I've just had a little debrief by production, so just want to apologise to all of our viewers for some of the jumping that a few people have noticed on the broadcast. The production team are aware of it. We are trying to sort it out as fast as we can, but we're just trying to make sure that the stream is as smooth as possible. So if there are a few jumps, then essentially that's why, and hopefully we can get everything resolved and have a nice perfect broadcast for the rest of the day. But Rory Hamilton looking absolutely phenomenal, champion from last year. And again, I do want to mention about Rory, he's not just the cadet super lightweight champion. Rory Hamilton is the driver who got more points in Club 100 than in any other category, which is some achievement.
Yeah, absolutely, and his pace just demonstrates why, really, doesn't it? 3/10 he's built up with 5 minutes to go in this session. Elsewhere, it is still looking quite close, particularly in the mid-pack in this session. Actually, Freya Lally running very nicely indeed with a 1.1 second margin to our provisional pole sitter Rory Hamilton, but plenty of kart around for company. Adam Telford and Daniel Norton in the mix there as well. Freddie Powell, of course, he was looking higher up. He's going to be pushing on towards the end of this session. A couple of curb warnings, but we've had no penalties, no kind of anything like that so far. So well behaved from our cadets so far today.
And also spotting Dexter Hazeltine is in this session in 13th, owner of the circuit's cutest puppy.
Yes, of course, absolutely. You won't have seen it yet, but do stay tuned for the Paddock show in a little while, folks, because you will meet Lando the dog. Very cute dog indeed, as you say.
Yeah. I did start a whole discussion with a friend about, I think, you know the name Lloyd? It's got 2 L's. So I said, why isn't it like Lloyd, like Lando?
I imagine it may be in some cases. We have Kerborn coming in there for Telford, but again, just warnings for now, hoping they don't convert into any penalties like that as the drivers try to push on. I think in these qualifying sessions, they've had practice, of course, in the morning, but it's the final attempt, really, of finding the limits of the kart, getting to grips with perhaps slightly different performing karts, although our fleet parity is very good here in the Club 100. It's that final chance to push to the limit before we have the racing action in the afternoon, where you've got to think more about your rivals around you.
Yeah. You know, get your eye in the game a little bit. You can start to practice some of your overtakes, maybe some of those slightly, worrisome overtakes that you're not sure if you can quite do. In qualifying, people tend to be a little bit more open, less defensive, so you have more opportunities to feel whether that overtake's going to work. Because there goes the number 18 of Alex Ratton up the inside into turn 2. That's pretty much the key overtaking spot here at Glan-Y-Gors. Yeah,
it was a nice move as well. Very clean cut there as we head through the carousel once more and back up through to sector 3. And we see actually Alex Ratton working his way through this little pack nicely here. He's doesn't seem to be compromising his own lap all that much, although he might be losing a bit of time to some traffic here through sector 3. But managing this qualifying session very well indeed is Alex Ratton as we head around that final corner. A bit of oversteer for the 34 kart in front, but that does not phase Alex as we head through the first corner now, rather, and continue on towards the end of the Dragon Straight.
So we have just over 2 minutes remaining in this session. Rory Hamilton still at the top. James Vout, though, looking quick up into second place. I remember James Vout being very quick last year and having some very good results. I'm just going to actually double check as well on my notes where Mr. Vout finished in last year's championship, because I remember him doing well, at least at the race that we covered at Wilton Mill, if I'm not mistaken. James Vout, he came third in the championship. There we go. Finished 1 point ahead of Jacob Underhill in the championship, who was in 4th place, who in turn was 1 point ahead of Sam Morse in 5th. So very close in that fight for 3rd place.
Indeed it was. Just 2 minutes remaining of this session now, really flying through these qualifying groups. Of course, our junior Bs will be heading out next, but still a few more laps to go for our cadets here, as we see the number 14. Nice move down the inside here. Everyone being very respectful in qualifying, which is what we like to see. Our cadets showing themselves to be very mature racing drivers already.
I think that was Alex Ratton going up the inside, potentially of the number 14, as you mentioned. So Alex Ratton is looking quick, or at the very least, getting in some good practice. Rory Hamilton, though, still at the top of the times from James Vout. And I've noticed there is another Vout, Sam Vout, down in P11. So, well, we've got 2 Vouts racing in 1 championship. That should make things pretty fun.
Should indeed. Less than 60 seconds now, so last couple of laps coming in. It's a decently long lap, but it's fairly short here at GYG, isn't it? It's 1.1 kilometres, but it does absolutely fly by. It's such a high-speed circuit here at GYG.
GYG is weird because you've got essentially the first sector, which is really high speed, and then you've got the final sector, which is really, really slow. So you kind of get a mix of everything, as we've got our first penalty of the day to Adam Telford. M-curb, I'm guessing that's for excessive curb use.
Yeah,
or mounting the curb, probably. That
would have to be the guess, and if I was to, again, we're all guessing, but I have to place it anyway, it would be at that final corner. That's where the drivers really like to push on and use the curb if at all possible, but best to avoid that as we head through towards the end of the session. Now, checkered flag has been dropped. Our first driver comes across the line here as we have the next few coming up. So provisional pole for Rory Hamilton, who does improve on that final lap action there, a 53.325, just to extend that margin a little bit more. James Vout comes home second, Alex Rattan in third, and then we've got Freya Lally, Lucas Fradley coming across the line as well. No changes for our mid-pack so far. We might see a couple more drivers coming home next, but that is going to bring an end to our cadets super lightweight B qualifiers. So, following immediately after that, I'm liking just how much it flows. We're going to have our junior qualifiers up next.
So the way that today is working, we get all of our super lightweights done, then our lightweight session. So we'll have our super lightweight junior B qualifying, and then we'll jump on it to all of our lightweight cadets and juniors after that. And we'll be back in just a second. So here we go then, the final super lightweight qualifying session of the day. And then after that we will have 4 more qualifying sessions for our lightweights, lightweight cadets, lightweight juniors, A and B for each of them. And I think, I'm trying to remember who we're going to see in this session. Benji Hamilton, I think, will be in this. Jamie Tyler Gooden, Don Balasaitis, 3 drivers who were in the top 5 of the championship. And I'm trying to remember now who it was who had the fastest time from the A qualifying session, because they were absolutely rapid. And it's really annoying me that their name has already slipped my mind.
Well, I know where you can check that. That'll be on the lovely new Alpha Timing website, which has just had a bit of a makeover. So that if you want to follow along with our live timing at results.alphatiming.co.uk/CLUB100, you will see a lovely new webpage. It has some improvements. You get a bit of weather information on there as well, some fancy new graphics, and a bit of a lap analysis for our laps that the drivers are posting as well. So definitely go and give that a look if you want to have a bit more insight as to what is going on throughout the grid. Of course, we'll do our best to give you some verbal information as we start our next 9-minute qualifying session.
It was Lewis Tracy.
Ah, yes, of course it was.
So our 9-minute qualifying session, as you mentioned, is underway, and already having a couple of drivers looking over their shoulders. I think that was the 37, just having a peek to see, to see who was right behind him. As I get my first hiccup. I was actually having a discussion with someone the other day about the correct way to get rid of hiccups. What's your go-to method?
Forget about them usually. I just kind of let them happen.
Yes. Ride the storm.
As we see Jack Bromham currently leading this qualifying session ahead of Dan Griffin. We haven't had too many representative laps in just yet, but still, Lewis Prendergast coming in there with a very close lap, 0.004 of a second separating our two drivers at the front end of this running. So far, we've seen so much close action. I'm really looking forward to our racing this afternoon.
Absolutely, 300ths between the top two. Benji Hamilton, who came third in the championship last year, Miles Harrison. Also, I do want to mention a couple of drivers right now, because you've got the likes of Miles Harrison, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, who were first and second, or I should say second and first, in the Cadet Championship last year. They're making the step up to juniors. Just also want to clarify as well, it is juniors, not cadets, that are out on circuit currently. And they're doing a really good job to straight away being at the sharp end of the field. I need to check as well if Prendergast was in the cadets last year, because I'm pretty sure he was.
Strong lap though from Ehrenfeuchter, just comes across the line there to go fastest in this session. We have a driver off, is able to rejoin safely. That's the most important thing. You can continue to drive on the grass if you can keep the cart going. It's if the cart stops on the grass, you need to get out the cart, push it back on. That's to preserve the clutches. But if you do carry on, point in the right direction, and you're able to do so, you can rejoin the track safely, as demonstrated by that driver there. Track limits warning coming in, or James McLaughlin. That was the driver who had that little bit of an off. But yeah, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter there with a very nice lap indeed last time around, but challenged by Jack Bromham. He led early on in this session, only gets close to leading once more, as we have the number 36 there off the track. That is coming out of the carousel by the looks of things. Back underway in just a moment though. Oh, we have a couple more cars out on track. Yellow flag is deployed as well. So that means heading through at least that sector of the lap, drivers are not going to be able to push on at full pace. Certainly can't be overtaking as well.
I was just doing a little check through championship standings. So you know that lad who went really, really fast in the A qualifying session, Lewis Tracy, cadet last year, as was Tom Justice as well. So the cadets are stepping up, and they're really giving a fight to the juniors in the same way that the juniors have been stepping up and giving a fight to the seniors. You look at the likes of Rory O'Regan, who's made that step up and is right up at the sharp end of the championship, won a few senior rounds last year, so it is really fantastic to see. Sam also currently at the top of the times, as a few of our drivers make their way around the final corner. That's the 45 and the 31, the 45 of the aforementioned Sam Morse and the 31 of James Rowe. And we've got a penalty for racing under or restarting on grass, which is what you were talking about earlier. That's Jack Yates in the 36. That could be the difference between being in the B final and being in the A final.
Yeah, exactly. It could. Just a reminder, of course, that's how it would work in qualifying in most racing series anyway, but the same goes for the racing. Penalties here in the Club 100 are applied post session, so they'll be added on as position penalties, not as time penalties if we're under racing conditions, for example. So it doesn't matter if you come first on the road in the racing, you're going to lose a couple of positions if you've got a penalty to serve here. But looks like we're all back under green flag racing, which is good to see.
Well, I was going to say 2/10 at the top, but Ehrenfeuchter improves. So does Benji Hamilton. Miles Harrison
nice
jumping up as well.
Wow.
We're seeing a lot of improvements over this lap, and it just comes down to drivers getting comfortable with their karts and finding clear air. This is one of the biggest things in Club 100 karting when you have qualifying session. Find yourself some clear air. It's really easy to be sat in a train and be content with being in the train when you can go faster, and other times trying to fight through the train instead of saying, you know what, I'll just back off 10-15 seconds and find a clear patch. And it's finding that balance of clear air and trying to find a slipstream or someone who's quick enough that you can work with.
Huge improvement for Dan Griffin there, as he goes second on the road at the moment with a 49.944. Benjamin Hamilton with a 49.7. Very nice lap indeed. Got a bit of a pack of karts forming up as we head down the Dragon Straight here, so it'll be interesting to see how our drivers negotiate this. Hopefully, they all realise this. Come on, final couple of minutes of qualifying. Let's all give each other some room, push on for a decent lap. We can do our racing later on today.
Absolutely. It's something that I think you've probably heard me saying a lot. You might be sick of me saying it. The juniors probably are sick of me saying it, but it's work together. And the reason why I say it so much in this is because I think the juniors and cadets are allergic to working together. They're so desperate to race. They're so young, full of energy, full of aggression, as we're seeing it here as well through the compressions from the 45 of Sam Morse, trying to get through on the 27 of Jensen Barnard, who's another driver that I think we got to speak to in our paddock walk. And it's just having a little bit more calmness and thinking a little bit further ahead. Benji Hamilton up to second, 69 thousandths off provisional pole. Matteo Ehrenfeuchter having a cone warning. You get one warning and then it's a penalty after that. So he's safe for now.
Yeah, Dan Griffin improving nicely there to take provisional pole. We saw him jump up substantially through the order a couple of laps ago. It was around about P3, P2, and has now just made that extra little improvement there to go. Current fastest in this session of a 49.685 there. So can he keep up that momentum? He's certainly going to have some challenges from the likes of Benjamin Hamilton, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, who will be charging until the very end here, but we're looking on board now with the number 42 kart leading here. That is Lewis Prendergast running in at 10th with a bit of pressure from behind. Doesn't go defensive down the straight, just maintains his line there, makes sure that he, if possible, tries to break the slipstream, but of course his nearest rivals are wise to that.
So I've been looking at my phone for a while because I recognise Prendergast's name, and I'm looking through the championships from last year to see what he was racing in. I can't see his name, but I know we commentated on him at Wilton 2 years ago. So I don't know if he took a break from Club 100 for a year. If anyone from Lewis's family is in the chat, please do let me know, because it is infuriating me to know when. Was it BIKC that he did last year?
Oh, we have a bit of an off here, as the driver's going to need to get out of the kart as they do so. And
that's in a really weird part of the circuit because, well, I say weird, it's in a part where if he gets going again, he might just be able to do one final lap, but he might also miss out on doing another lap. Still though, Dan Griffin on provisional pole ahead of Benji Hamilton.
Yep, top 3 covered by 0.2 of a second, or top 5 covered by less than 0.3 of a second. Mighty impressive stuff. In fact, it's looking very close indeed. Look how far down the grid you have to go in order to find a second gap between Dan Griffin there, and that looks to be Ella Rowe as well. So very close indeed, this pack overall. I think our B qualifiers here are going to give us some fantastic action later on this afternoon. Checkered flag then drops for this session. Our first drivers coming across the line to bring an end to our super lightweight qualifying sessions, actually, as we nearly have a bit of a battle over the line there. Not quite yet. It all comes to an end as our juniors head back towards the pit lane and we get ready for some lightweight qualifiers to come out on track.
Just seeing Benji Hamilton coming over the line, unable to improve. No changes then in
Dan
our
Griffin
top
improves,
4. As here comes Jacob Brown, and he's unable to improve. So it's Dan Griffin who is on for, well, pole in the B qualifying session. Where that feeds out relative to the A qualifying group remains to be seen. But with that said, it's time to move on to our lightweights.
Here we go then, our first lightweight qualifying session of the afternoon. It's our Cadet A group heading out on track now. Our super lightweights have brought us some very close battles actually in qualifying. Not battles in terms of out and out elbows, our action, but it was all looking very close in terms of our time margins. Let's see if our lightweights can do the same. Big hello to everyone watching along here. Hope you're enjoying some of the action here at GUIG. Looking forward to our races that we're going to have here for round 1 of the Club 100 Cadet and Juniors North Championship. First time we get to say that.
I know. Pretty good fun. And we'll be seeing that a lot more over the course of this year. Time to learn new faces. Oh, I say new faces. We don't really see their faces. New helmets, new number plates, new racing suits, and see where the close battles will be in the championship. Our first real chance to get an idea of that. I'm trying to see if I can notice any big heavy hitters from last year. I think Ledger Dimitriou is one driver who used to be up towards the front end of the championship, or for the overall championship, as there's someone really going grass karting, almost making it back over to England.
Nice amount of runoff there. Luckily, as we have yellow flags coming out now, and that's going to bring a bit of a well, a bit of a reset, a bit of a neutralisation to that part of the lap. Lisa's drivers going to have to make sure they don't overtake. That's a really pivotal one, actually. And they do show the marshals that they're at least acknowledging the yellow flags and they are slowing down a bit, because we don't want to be... You can't be improving in qualifying when there's a yellow flag out on the track.
You can't be. And it's actually interesting that you mentioned that, because this is one of the points in the session where you're naturally going to improve, aren't you? Because you've not done any laps.
Yeah.
And it's kind of one where... and it does happen sometimes where you do your first lap under yellow flags, then the next lap's under a yellow flag. So you've naturally improved again, and it's like, oh, well, you've improved, but it's under yellow flag. So you do have to be careful, and you have to make sure that you're making it obvious that you're slowing down. We have the standards, I say we have the standard saying, the stewards have the standard saying, because us drivers have the standard thing of raising our hands to acknowledge a yellow flag, but not slowing down one bit. Don't do it, kids. It's wrong.
That's at least in the Yousuf rule book, at least. But I'm sure our cadets here are well, so far they've been very well behaved indeed, haven't they? So I'm sure that will continue on as we see the number 15 there of Charlie France just looking over the shoulder, seeing what his rivals are doing from behind. Currently his rivals are behind, and it's by about 0.4 of a second, because early on we haven't had a proper representative lap, but so far it's Charlie France who leads on the timing tower.
And good improvement from Daniel Marutiak, and Layla Fitzgerald also improving. First couple of laps they're coming in, so expecting to see those times just dropping by a small amount. And we're currently into the low 54s. The 54.137 is the time set by Layla Fitzgerald. We'll see whether she can improve any further. Yeah, absolutely. We had a moment to chat with Layla actually on the Paddock walk, so we'll see that coming up in during the lunch break there. But it seems to be a bit of a personal favourite of Layla's, does this track. So, and here we can see why, I think, because so far it's going rather well in our cadet qualifying session. It's always one of those weird questions I find. Like, even myself, I struggle to answer it when someone says, what's your favourite track? And it's trying to identify what track you actually enjoy driving at, and what track have you just done really well at, and therefore it's your favourite track. Well, to those of you watching along the broadcast, why don't you let us know what your favourite karting venues are? Oh, what a segue. Well, I was just thinking, because, you know, GYG is one of my personal favourites, but I want to hear a bit more of what are our viewers thinking of. I know a couple of our drivers here today actually will be watching along the broadcast as well, so it'd be great to hear from some of you perhaps who we weren't able to have a chat with in the paddock shows. We've got a bit of action forming up here at the top end of the circuit before we drop down towards the carousel here. Huge fleet of karts coming in, but they all seem to have made it through okay. I always get a little bit squeamish when I see that, because a few years ago I had a bit of an accident going through there where I went side by side with someone, got squeezed onto the curb. My fault for keeping my car alongside and not backing out. Ended up sideways stationary on the circuit, and it's a blind drop, so then I had 20 karts coming through blindsided, and naturally one of them went straight into my side. Hurt a lot, so every time I see it I just think I really hope nothing happens, and most of the time nothing will happen. These drivers are very sensible and they don't do anything silly, as we've got a very good answer from Jack in the chat. I don't know if that's Jack Harrison himself. Warden Law. Yep, very good answer there, especially with all of the improvements and upgrades they've made to that circuit recently. It's looking like an enjoyable venue. Looking forward to heading back there at some point this season myself. But with obviously Layla Fitzgerald working her way through that pack. Just a couple of laps ago, she was all the way at the back of it and has been able to scythe her way through now. Still leads this session by 700ths of a second. There's still a few minutes to go, but if this was a bit later on in the session, that would be really pivotal for her, actually, because she's worked her way up now, has got a bit of clear air, a bit of pressure from behind perhaps, but he's poised to be in a really good position here in this session. There is her nearest rival, Charlie France, also making their way through. It's happening on track, this battle for the provisional pole. Yeah, and the thing that I'm interested to see are these two going to work together? Layla's pointing Charlie through, which is really sensible from Layla. So she's kind of identified that Charlie's a little bit quicker, and if she sits behind Charlie, she can maybe find that tiny little bit more time and even push him along and maybe steal pole out of Charlie's nose right at the end of the session. But they don't have any traffic in front of them. They've got through this big train of karts. There is one more kart for them to navigate past, but it's not really any noticeable traffic. Climbing up the elevation changes once more, then Charlie leads Layla. This battle for provisional pole, this battle for P1 in the session is happening out on track as we tumble down through the S's, the switchbacks that just keep flowing through before you drop down towards that final right, and a fantastic bit of karting tarmac.
And yep, they are pushing each other along very nicely indeed. Layla having a brief look down the inside, but nowhere to go just yet. Perhaps he's going to get a better run down onto the Dragon Straight. That run through turn 1 is so pivotal here at GYG.
Absolutely. They've got Jack Gibbons in front of them. So let's see where they catch Jack. If they're lucky, they might get him on the exit of this hairpin, which could be absolutely perfect and really important for Layla that she's able to follow Charlie through when he goes for this overtake. Unable to go through into the carousel. And we have 2 minutes remaining. Through goes Charlie. Can Layla follow through? No, she's going to have to maybe go for a switchback, send into Spoon, but can't make it work. This is huge, huge for Charlie, because it means if he does improve, it'll be that little bit more difficult for Layla to be able to improve as well.
It will indeed, as there's a bit of traffic to negotiate, as we say, though. Layla makes her way through now, through that final corner once more. Perhaps a bit compromised on this lap, but we still do have a couple more laps to go. Looks like we've actually got a black flag coming in this session, so we'll see what that comes up for in a moment on our graphics. But just over a minute to go there is for Harry Waldron there. Bump and pass penalty. It's not something you usually see in qualifying, but it is getting the pack battles starting to build up here. I mean, we can see on the track diagram that we've got on our timing page, once again, Alpha Live timing if you want to follow along. But we can see there's a pretty big pack forming up through Sector 2 here, so that's why it's all a bit about traffic management so far in this session.
And Charlie France has allowed Layla through. So Charlie France improved on his last lap by a tiny bit, but not quite enough to jump ahead of Fitzgerald. Now he's behind Fitzgerald. He's going to come to the last lap. To be honest, if I was Layla here, and I actually knew what the timings were, which obviously they don't, I would just actually bail from this lap. Just so that if I improve, Charlie can't improve by more than me. White line it for the... No, don't white line it in qualifying. That wouldn't be smart.
No, a few people showing support for Lid and GYG.
Yes.
Another vote for GYG. Lid, another favourite there. One of whom, that's a particularly interesting username for Yousuf there, which I'll let him brew on, as we have just over 10 seconds to go in this session now. Charlie versus Layla. Battle's been going on for a good few minutes now. Is still going to continue on to the very end of this session. Question is, have they slowed each other down in all of this? Clearly they don't think so, as Layla's having a look to go around the outside here. Has to back out of it, though, with that switchback in the end. Charlie currently further down in terms of timing, but has track position and might be able to get it just at the very end here. The checkered flag does a wave as we watch our next fleet of karters come around that final corner. Layla Fitzgerald comes across the line ahead of Charlie France. That is provisional pole for Layla at the moment. And we've got a few more karts coming home. So far then, the lightweights delivering on the same amount of qualifying action as our super lightweights then. It was all looking pretty impressive.
And, well, having less than half a tenth separating the top two is what we like to see. And with that done, we're now going to move into our junior lightweight A qualifier.
Here we go then, our juniors making their way out of the pit lane and on to the track. Ever so efficient, the Club 100 organisers here. Big thank you to all the work that goes on behind the scenes to get our karters enjoying a day of racing here, as we have our karters getting used to the limits of the track and slightly past them, as we see now, there we go, the usual format of get out of the kart, push it back towards the tarmac, and that is actually to preserve the clutches, isn't it? That's to make sure that our lovely karts are kept in tip-top condition.
I mean, almost starting a new sport here with, like, kart curling. Slide through the grass. We're getting more comments in the chat about best circuits, GYG Wilton from Ellis Cox. And, I mean, to be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed with the answers because no one has said any of the two actual best circuits. Determined by me, entirely subjective, but because I've said it, it's now objective.
Right, okay. Either way, 8 minutes to go in this session, 9-minute qualifying sessions. Just a reminder for those of you who might be watching along, we've truncated the qualifying sessions just a little bit to make sure that we get our full racing action this afternoon, which is what we want to see. So yeah, a couple of minutes removed from our qualifying sessions, but only very slight. It's all very fine margins really that makes the difference. So still plenty of opportunity for our drivers to get some good laps in, our junior lightweights. So some of our older, more experienced karters in the kart for our junior lightweights on track at the moment.
You looked at me just as the camera swapped to a driver pushing a cart through the grass, and they were really deep into the grass. And I couldn't figure out where exactly they were out on circuit. But I'm sure they'll get back out onto track momentarily. Alfie Slater, top of the times, currently ahead of Dom Balasaitis, who's out in this A qualifying session.
We do currently have a yellow flag out through that first sector, so drivers need to make sure that they are not racing, that they are acknowledging the flags, and they aren't going too fast, at least down the Dragon Straight looks to be where we are waving that yellow at the moment. Just before everyone gets back underway safely, and we'll be able to go full green once more. Got the first couple of representative times in though. Low 50s there for Alfie Slater, currently leading this session ahead of Dom Balasaitis there, 51.0. Thomas Hughes running P3 as well. Very close margins once more. They are just ahead of Anthony Roberts, Kira Boylan and Tyler Gibson. Half a second top 6 in this session so far.
And again, we'll see those times dropping as the session progresses. As I'm just trying to find a certain message I got sent by one of the drivers in this session earlier on. It was either this week or last week. Here we go. Would you like to read out just to confirm what I was sent by someone?
Well, I'll summarise it. Dom's feeling confident heading into
Yes.
GYG. As we've got a bit of a contact warning coming there for Alfie Slater by the looks of things. He was on provisional pole, seems to have lost a little bit of pace at the moment as Dom Balasaitis, James Tyler Gooden and Callum Boot all putting in some very nice laps there indeed. So hopefully Alfie will be able to clear that traffic. I presume that contact warnings come from just a bit of traffic forming up out on track. We might be able to see a more representative time coming from him later on. We're on board at the moment though with Dom Balasaitis there. Really liking the suit and helmet combo, I must say. I think it's a good looking lid to go with that suit, isn't it? It's yeah, we've seen plenty of fantastic suits actually in the paddock. You always get that with the juniors and cadets, don't you?
I just find it really weird because I've known Dom for a while and he's always had like a white suit with red like side colours. And now he's gone to white and purple. I think it suits him. He's got the helmet to match with him. I know Jamie Tyler Gooden's got a new helmet livery out, very chromy kind of looks, very different to what he had last year, maybe to celebrate winning the championship. But at the moment, I think Dom's coming into this season telling himself, I'm going to win the championship, right? Jamie's not going to stop me. No one can stop me. All of that kind of stuff. And at the moment, he's looking good for it. Anthony Roberts also looking quick in second, as is Jack Whitehouse and the aforementioned Jamie Tyler Gooden.
Built himself up a nice bit of clean air. Has Dom Balasaitis. We watch him now heading through that first corner. Doesn't have to worry about too much what's going on behind him. And plenty of clean air out in front. This is an ideal situation for our current provisional pole sitter in this session, although Jamie Tyler Gooden there responds to that charge with a fairly handy lap time indeed, a 50.2, separates them by 800ths of a second between our two front runners now.
I always end up mentioning these two because I used to comment, as I mentioned, I used to commentate on them when they were younger, and it was always these two battling with each other. So it's a little bit nostalgic for me seeing them still first and second, separated by such tiny margins out on circuit, and I'm sure, well, I hope, and I'm sure they probably hope as well, that it'll be like that through the rest of the season.
Watching Jamie Tyler Gooden heading down the S's towards the end of the lap now, just looking how active that kart looks. It's so eager to rotate there. It looks to be like he's found a kart that he seems to really gel with as he heads around that final corner. That is proven perhaps there by an improvement for Jamie at 50.001. Oh, so close to the 49s. Gets ahead of Alfie Slater. Good to see that Alfie seems to have found that clear air as well and is able to post back those fast lap times. Co-warning coming there for Jaden Giles there. Had to take a guess up probably around the S's, that sort of area. The second half of the lap at least, where there's a couple of cones that might be at risk, shall we say.
Yeah, there's also a cone at turn 1.
Yes,
you
of
can
course.
take a little bit of curb through there just to open up the corner, helps you carry a tiny bit more speed. Still completely flat. and it is easy to sometimes clip that curve. But Tyler Good, watch his body language here, because he really likes to lean to one side of the kart, and I think that can make the kart look a little bit more active than it is, because I think on the whole he is a relatively smooth. Actually, I say that he's a little bit sideways coming out of the final corner.
Looks great though, I must say.
It does look
a bit of sideways
great
action. Certainly no complaints from the comms box for some proper old school racing driver action there, really, isn't he? Think back to the old days of 1950s Formula 1 when you'd see four-wheel drifts for every corner. These little karts sometimes do give us a reminder of that. Track limits warning there for Dmitry Borovsky there coming in, but still just a warning so far. Once again, everyone being very well behaved this morning, or this afternoon rather, so well done to everyone so far.
Good improvements as well from Thomas Hughes and Anthony Roberts, jumping up to 3rd and 4th respectively, as Dom Balasaitis crosses the line up to 3rd behind Alfie Slater and Jamie Tylee-Gooden, and Jack Whitehouse improves up to 3rd, so taking that inside line of the grid, which is so important as well. And as I say that, Alfie Slater, or sorry, Anthony Slater?
Anthony Roberts has had a nice improvement there. Alfie Slater still with a 50.11 for our top 3. No major change there at the moment, but we've got so many drivers occupying a very similar time frame indeed. There, Dom Balasaitis also in the mix there. Thomas Hughes, plenty of drivers there, all within a tenth or so of each other.
And we've got one of the Tracy brothers. We saw Lewis Tracy looking very quick in the super lightweight juniors. Dylan Tracy racing in the lightweight juniors, currently in P18. So I'm not sure if he was racing in the juniors or in the cadets last season. And Tylee-Gooden has been dethroned. Alfie Slater claims provisional pole and squeaks his way into the 49s, but Tylee-Gooden's having none of that. Instantly bites back with a 49.8.
Mighty impressive lap there from Tylee-Gooden, but Alfie Slater, as I was saying before, he had that momentum really early on in the session. Maybe started to lose track ever so slightly, a couple of contact warnings, bit of traffic, but has built his way right back up and is ready to fight towards the end of this session. And we are heading towards the end of this session, less than 60 seconds on the clock now, and it looks like it's going to be a battle between Alfie Slater and Jamie Tylee-Gooden here for pole.
This is really dangerous for Alfie Slater, because he's right behind the 19 of Thomas Hughes. So he's going to be compromised on this lap. The only way that this lap can now improve for Alfie, the only way he can get pole, is if he sends the driver in front, Thomas Hughes, into the hairpin. If he doesn't, it's going to compromise him and he's not going to find time. And I wonder if Alfie Slater just didn't realize how much time was left in the session.
If not, we won't make it around for another lap as it stands then. 15 seconds left on the clock. Cone warning coming in there for Alfie Slater as well. There's a tiny bit of a benefit to be had in the slipstream, but of course that is negated if you end up in traffic heading through the carousel like we have here. Our checkered flag is about to wave. Cone penalty for Dominic Balasaitis. That's pretty big in this session. And we have our checkered flag wave now. First couple of drivers bringing an end to the qualifying run in our lightweight junior A qualifying session. Heading down through the S's now, on board with Alfie Slater as we head through to meet the checkered flag here. No improvement there for Alfie Slater. A couple more cone warnings coming in as we have our final few karters coming across the line in this session.
Jack Whitehouse improved up to P3. Tylee-Gooden doesn't improve on that last lap. And, ooh, what's happened?
I think we've had a little bit of an incident at the top of this circuit here. Marshall's helping out our drivers to get back underway. Got to wait to rejoin safely, of course. And we will see our juniors filing in to the pit lane in just a moment as we get ready for our cadets to head out once again.
Yeah. I do like how we ended that stinger with one of the drivers who is in the chat, Ellis Cox, looking very happy, taking a win at Buckmore. I think that's actually from last year. I'm sure Ellis can let us know where that picture was taken, but we are jumping on into our cadet lightweight B qualifying session. One more qualifying session after this before we can head into our two races. Race 1, Race 2, A final, or not A final, B final, but Final 1 and Final 2. Yeah, there was that penalty later on for Dom Balasaitis in the previous session. I think I actually saw the cone. It was down the compressions. I saw a stricken cone looking very sad and dejected. That might be the one that got yeeted.
I do feel for the poor cones sometimes.
Yeah.
They are the unsung heroes.
They have feelings
in our racing sometimes, but I do think on the whole though our juniors and cadets very well behaved overall. I really enjoy, again, I keep plugging this Paddock show, which you are yet to see, folks, but you will as the sun is shining down rather beautifully. You will see this Paddock show. We've got a bit of action here through the S's. This is getting a bit elbows out, isn't it, for qualifying? Heading around that final corner. We've got 6 karts trying to occupy the space where usually you'd see 2.
Yes. And they managed to make their way through, as that's the 28 that has had an off through Spoon Corner. Whether they went off circuit or just had a spin and were stationary on track, don't know. But I'm sure it won't really be putting them off too much. They'll be straight back onto the power as our leading set, I say leading set, not leading in terms of pace, but leading in terms of positioning on circuit, make their way through the hairpin of turn 2 and down the hill into the carousel. It always weirds me out that that double left-hand is the carousel, and this corner isn't the carousel, because this feels like a carousel to me.
Yeah, I tend to liken this part of the circuit more of a roller coaster than a carousel, to be honest. I think that's why we call the middle part the carousel. But as I was saying, I keep plugging this Paddock show, but it is well worth a watch, because my favourite bit out of Cadets and Juniors days is getting to have a chat with them. They all seem to be such focused and mature racing drivers already, even though they are so young, so it makes it really enjoyable. And we see that maturity shining through in their racing as well, because, again, great behaviour overall from our drivers to start off this season of the CLUB100 Cadet and Juniors North Championship.
And that is the 71, I think, at the front. Ethan Guest currently doing quite well, as is Ayrton Lima Evans, who is in second, another driver we got to speak to in the Paddock show. I think the main reason we like to bring up the fact that we spoke to them in the Paddock show is not just to let the viewers know, but it's also sometimes to remind ourselves who we got to speak to and kind of remember, oh, right, spoke to that guy. I need to go and watch the Paddock show when we show again so I can remember what he actually said, because we speak to so many people and we try to remember so many things, like how many people beat us at rock, paper, scissors, and then we forget the actual important stuff that we talked about.
Yeah, I had one go at rock, paper, scissors and quickly gave up on it. But again, you'll see that later on. 6 minutes to go in this session now, and it's Ayrton Lima Evans who leads by a decent margin. We are waiting to have a couple more representative laps in, of course. Still early days in the running, but 3/10 is the margin between Ayrton Lima Evans and Ethan Guest. A mighty charge to start off the running. That is a good position to be starting from. If you've given yourself that nice foundation of a few tenths above the rest of the pack, you're in good stead.
Absolutely. Ayrton was very confident when we spoke to him, and very analytical about the questions we asked. It's like talking to a professional racing driver, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly, as I was saying before.
But Ayrton is looking good, living up to his namesake, I guess, in that sense. 3/10 clear of Ethan Guest, and then it's Kai Jackson and Umar Ullah in 4th, who is demoted down to 5th as George Glossop improves, but still Ayrton 6/10 clear, having improved last time around with a 59, oh sorry, not a 59, 53.7. A 59 would put him dead last.
5 minutes left in this session as we've got a bit of a pack forming up here, being led by Ethan Guest, heading down into the middle sector now. A bit of a train forming up as drivers trying to wait for their opportunity to get past if they can, or maybe Ethan is having the measure here. We'll see in just a moment as we head through the S's. But this is shaping up to be a bit of a precursor to what is to come. The number 65 having a look down the inside. Nowhere to go just yet, although we're still going to be side by side. And they just about gain a position, but they're going to lose 2, in fact, because we got the switchbacks coming through the S's now.
Lima Evans goes up the inside, and then the 54 tries to follow through of George Glossop. These are essentially 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in the timings at the moment. They were kind of working together, but now they've decided less working together and more having a bit of fun and trying to practice some overtaking and just enjoying themselves. And pretty quick time coming in for Felix Sheldon Haywood. He's not part of this group. He's in his own little train or by himself, and he's got himself up to 2nd place. So a good time from Felix.
It was indeed. There's still no one able to close down that 3/10 margin, though. That is fairly ominous this early on, but as you say, a good lap from Felix to also build up a 3/10 margin to the karts behind. This is perhaps the biggest spread we've seen so far for any of our qualifying groups, which is almighty impressive stuff when you consider this is our 6th qualifying session of the day so far, and they've all been closer than what is still a close margin.
Well, the thing is, if you get rid of the top 2, you're looking at about 2/10 separating 6 of drivers. However, that's all starting to change. Quite a few drivers improving, getting to that kind of 3 to 4/10 mark. But again, we're looking at 1/10 from George Glossop in 2nd, down to Ardit Roy Chowdhury in 5th place. So, yeah, super close, as I think the timing's gone wonky with a couple of... Oh, no, okay, it's fine. I think my mind is just playing a few tricks on me, as that's a bit of loading going into the carousel. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Kai Jackson maybe has a little contact warning for that, because there was a little bit of pushing on Ethan Guest going into the carousel. So we'll see what the stewards make of that, or whether they think it was okay. But it is getting feisty in qualifying, and now it's the 41 of Kai Jackson and the 65 of Ayrton Lima Evans, who, again, I'm going to use my favourite word on the Club 100 broadcast, whether they're going to work together or not, because they have the pace to be 1st and 2nd, and sometimes it's better to be 1st and 2nd than risk finishing 5th or 6th.
Yeah, exactly. It's what we saw Layla and Charlie do a couple of sessions ago, where they worked together and were able to scythe their way through the pack. And yeah, it benefited them substantially in this session. So are we going to see the same thing here in the final couple of minutes of our lightweight B qualifying cadets? That field spread though, 12 drivers covered by a second. Almighty stuff from our drivers. 53.7 rather, our fastest time from Ayrton, and we're still following on board with him at the moment.
He just looks so much better. So again, big trick to any drivers watching: when you go through those compressions, you cannot go wide. So many drivers try to take a wider line on exit, but it just does not work. And you can visibly see just how much time Ayrton was gaining by taking that tighter line, as they overtake kart tester Dante Dillon. Oh, Dante. I'm going to have to screen grab that and send it to Dante.
For those of you wondering, why is there a kart tester out on track? We make sure that we pluck out certain karts from the fleet to make sure that fleet parity's all looking good, and fleet parity is just trying to make sure that everyone's kart is as equal as possible, that we've all got decent tyres, the engines are working as they should, and Club 100 do put a lot of effort into making sure that they maintain the fleet to a high standard, that they are working on ways to always be at the top of the game in terms of making sure that a driver can jump up from one car into another and it performs very similarly, and they all have no major advantages or disadvantages throughout the field. That's why we have the kart tester out on track.
Now, this is a really dangerous point for Ayrton, because he's gone in front of the 65. Is it 65? I forget which car number.
It is indeed 65, yes.
Yeah, the 65. So, the 65 has gone in front of the other car. So this, Ayrton has to be careful, because if he sits for too long in front of the 41 of Kai Jackson, he might show Kai a few of his tricks, because he is taking that smarter, tighter line through the compressions. I'll show everyone, so for anyone who's watching the stream wondering what I'm talking about, I'm not talking about this corner, they get that fine, but it's through here and into this right. Drivers come out, that's way too far wide. You want to be right on the white line on the exit.
Here we go though, checkered flag. Our two leading drivers come across the line, and it will be Ayrton Lima Evans who finishes ahead of Kai Jackson in terms of time on track. George Glossop coming in third. Then we have Felix going to be going fourth. There are no major changes for our top end drivers. Said it's looking good for Ayrton Lima Evans, although that gap did begin to shrink at the end of the session.
Yeah, Kai Jackson following Ayrton was able to just improve his pace a bit, but I think more importantly than that, Ayrton wasn't able to drop him, which I think is a good sign. Well, not for Ayrton, it's not a good sign, but it's a good sign for us that we should have a good race coming up for our cadet lightweight. But with that said, it's time to move on to our junior lightweight B qualifying session.
And here we go. It's our junior lightweight B qualifiers out on track now, ready for their attempt at seeing how far off the grid they can go for the afternoon's racing action. As once again, we have our traditional on look there to the grass. I think it's just a case of drivers, you know, the karts in between the sessions will have cooled down ever so slightly. Were they just enough maybe to unsettle a driver who might have been used to how the kart was feeling in practice, and as you're trying to refine the limit, get to grips with the circuit once again, it's very easy to find your way off there, because it's a fairly high-speed braking zone as well, isn't it?
I mean, we've commentated a few times, Reeve, and you know that I love to poke fun at drivers when they do that. The only reason I'm not doing that at the moment is because when I was racing here for the SP40 Northern a few weekends ago, my first lap out in practice, I did that because I went through the right kink, and over here, my left wheel went over the white line on the grass as I went on the brake, so I had no braking force at all because that tyre was hanging in mid-air as we get some nice little sends coming through into the hairpin. So I'm in no place to... Actually, no, I am. I made a silly mistake. They've made a silly mistake.
It is easily done. Trust me, if I was out there on track, it would be far worse. There's a reason why I'm stuck in a box talking about it instead of driving them. That is for sure. But 8 minutes to go in this session, or sorry, just over 7 minutes to go in this session, rather, for our Junior B qualifiers here. Looks like we might have a penalty coming in just a moment. We'll confirm that on the graphic in a second. But so far, we're starting our first proper flying laps coming in now, as Oliver Wilde leads the session by 600ths of a second, just ahead of Jacob Equiol there as well. Marcus Allen, Jacob Lamas, all the fast times piling in as we get into the midst of this session now.
And the lap times are going to keep on dropping as the session progresses. I think with our other junior lightweights, we saw lap times close to 50.0s, maybe a couple of 49s. I can't remember if that was our lightweights or our super lightweights. Naturally, the super lightweights will be a bit quicker than the lightweights as, well, they're lighter, so I think it's about 10 kilos or so less lead that they have on their kart. So that equates to about 2-3 tenths of a second. But then on the flip side, the super lightweight drivers tend to be a bit younger, so a little bit less experience.
Yes, and it is great here in the Club 100. We've got plenty of experienced, familiar faces as well, but we've also got plenty of new faces as well, don't we? We've got plenty of rookies and newcomers to the Club 100, so welcome to you competing, welcome to those you supporting at home as well. We hope you enjoy, we hope you like getting involved, and it's all part of this new karting pathway that is being built up. I alluded to it earlier on. We might have to do it later on again owing to the stream issues, but we will allude to some of the changes that have been made to the MSUK karting pathway in just a moment. We actually have a mechanical flag coming in just a second. Not so often we see that. These fleets are maintained to a very high standard, but usually the marshals will see something that they're not quite pleased with on the kart. It could be something as simple as a number plate not quite done up properly that can draw the kart into the pits. So they'll have their kart assessed, they might swap kart and be back out in the session within a minute or so before they can carry on their qualifying session.
Good lap in for Oliver Wilde, up to second. 4 tenths off the provisional pole time set by Jacob Equiol. And also have a penalty for Charlie Wormsley Rye. I think Charlie's one of the drivers with Vertice Racing. And if anyone from that team's watching, yes, I am saying Vertice instead of Vertice. I still can't stomach that. It's like if your name, if someone called their team name Pineapple on Pizza, I just don't think I'd be able to say it.
Have you gone off on a tangent about food again?
I have gone off on a tangent. Can you tell that I'm hungry, Reeve?
Just under 5 minutes to go in this session. Jacob Equiol then leading with a 4/10 margin. That is a very nice margin indeed to have at an important phase of this session now, as usually at the halfway point of the qualifying sessions, what we've seen so far today is that a bit of traffic tends to build up, and then over the next couple of laps that clears up once more and we get those final pushes to the end. We're in that traffic stage at the moment, so Jacob Equiol in a good position with 4/10. He's just ahead of Oliver Wilde and Jacob Lamas as well. Bobby McGeer in the mix. And once again, another very close session. Well done to all of our drivers here for keeping us on edge for these qualifying runs. We don't know who's going to come out on top.
And don't forget as well, Bobby McGeer, champion from last season for the junior lightweight. Actually, he beat Rory O'Regan, so it's not just he won the championship, he beat one of the quickest drivers in Club 100, period. So really, really impressive was Bobby McGear last season. And I'm sure by his lofty standards, he's going to be thinking, how am I 7.5 tenths off the pace?
7.5 tenths is comparatively a decent margin in our running today, but otherwise wouldn't usually be that much of a margin. It's been so close in the racing in the racing we've had so far today, which isn't racing, it's just qualifying so far this afternoon.
So, well, I was just going to say, let's see if Jacob Equiel has any more pace, or if that was just a one-off blinder of a lap. I'm trying to figure out as well where McGear is out on circuit. I think that might be him third in this train of karts, because if I remember correctly, yes it is. He does have that blue bell helmet and white and blue suit. I always get him confused with Tommy Lee, which is how I remember that's his colour.
Nice improvements there for Oliver Wilde. Harry Price improved greatly, but Jacob Lamas is able to jump ahead and go back into fourth position on the road. Half a second as we have a bit of pack action heading down towards the carousel in just a moment. Bit of curb needed to make sure that all the carts could actually fit on that part of the tarmac.
Yeah, good lap as well from Lily Charlton, up to 6th, but has been demoted to 7th as Harry Clark improves. Oliver Wilde has also improved as well by about half a tenth of a second. He is up to 2nd now, just 3 tenths of Jacob Equiel, but he's going to have to do that another 6 more times or so. As here comes the 37 around the final corner, and Dan Treadwell is treading well up into the top 10. Sorry.
You know what? I'll go with it. That was smooth. 2 minutes left of this session. Jacob Equiel leading still, but by a smaller and smaller margin, as we have Jacob Lamas there improving to just be behind by 1/10 of a second. No one in the 49s in this session just yet, but we have got some very low 50s. Equiel with that 50.0 on the previous go around. Yellow flags come out on this session now. Drivers acknowledging it and slowing down, the correct thing to do, of course. That means we're not going to have any improvements on this lap. Potentially, not towards the end of this session, as we have a marshal quick on the case to assist the driver getting back underway. So that means we should actually at least get another lap of full green running in.
Jacob Lamas has somewhat slipped under the radar. He's jumped up to 2nd, less than 2 tenths off provisional pole, so good time from him. Also Harry Clark improving up to 3rd. So we're still seeing the times drop. Jacob Equiel is not currently safe. And there is Oliver Wilde, 2nd in this train of cars, behind the, is that the 14 or the 24?
That is the 24 of Jacob Equiel, who is currently leading this session. 40 seconds left on the clock. Track limits warnings coming in. Once again, everyone being very well behaved in this session, all things considered.
Yeah, and you can see these drivers taking that tight line through the slow right-hander, keeping their kart all the way to the right-hand side of the circuit, or to the left of our screens, as over the line come the top 2. No improvements this time round. So the top 10 stay as they were, from Jacob Equiel on provisional pole down to Charlie Walmsley Ride.
Just want to give mention, as we have a few seconds left of this session, to, as I alluded to before, we have plenty of rookies here, and there we have Ethan Pittler improving into 6th. He is a rookie in our running today, and yeah, doing very nice indeed, up into P6 for his first run in our junior championship. Now, of course, there is a trophy at the trophy stand for top rookies in our divisions that we have today. So drivers will be looking out to be rewarded for that one if they can. But the checkered flag does drop on this session. Harry Clark coming across the line, Lily Charlton, as well as a couple more now. Jacob Equiel coming across the line there, 1/10 ahead of Jacob Lamas at the moment. Harry Clark, Oliver Wilde also coming home, as we have the rest of our casters bringing an end to the session. But it's looking good for Jacob Equiel there, who was led from pretty much start to finish in the junior lightweight B qualifying session. Another packed grid, as that brings an end to this run of qualifying.
It does indeed. Jacob Equiel looking very quick. Bobby McGear, reigning champion from, well, the overall lightweight championship. We've never had a Northern championship for the juniors and cadets, or even the seniors, really. It's all new this year, all of them vying for, you know, the title of being the very first champion, maiden champion, inaugural champion I'm sure there are some other words for it.
Of the North Championship.
Of the North Championship. But with that said, I think there isn't any more qualifying sessions. We're all qualified out.
We are qualified out indeed, and I'm very much looking forward to the afternoon's racing action based off that, because we had some close packs there. We even have some glimpses of some battling out on track as well. Drivers getting a feel for where they're going to be having some fun. And we are looking like we're going to be going racing at around about 1:30 this afternoon to make sure that we are keeping out on time.
So we only have about 24 minutes of a break, which means we need to quickly head on over to our pre-recorded paddock show. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the paddock show. I'm Yousuf, joined by Reeve Taylor, and, well, we're just going to do the same thing that we always do. We're going to have a little walk around, talk to some people, and as we did at Wilton Mill, we always have something a little bit fun planned. We got kids to do running races. We asked them important questions like Capri Sun or Ribena, and we've got more things in plan, but we're going to keep that as a little secret for later.
We are indeed. It's great to be back here at GY-G. Of course, Club 100's been here over a few events over the past couple of weeks. You've seen the morning's action already, and now we're going to get into some racing action this afternoon, so let's get a feeling from the paddock.
Absolutely, let's head on over. And as Reeve was saying, Club 100 has been here for effectively 3 weeks. We were here commentating on the seniors just 2 weekends ago. And I think it's also going to be really important that I'm sure the juniors were watching those broadcasts as well, because that's going to give them an opportunity to really understand what's happening at the circuit, where you can overtake, where you shouldn't overtake, where you could get penalties and the likes. Now, I've spotted a couple of drivers over here, and I'm pretty sure these are juniors. I know in the past I've kind of got these mixed up, and I've called juniors cadets, but I'm pretty sure you're not a cadet, are you, sir?
I'm not a cadet, no.
Do you have a name?
Jolan Wilcoxon.
Sorry, say again?
Jolan.
Jolan.
Yeah.
How's it going, Jolan?
I'm doing all right. Nice day.
Have you raced in Club 100 before?
No, first time.
Wow, first time, and at GY-G?
Yep, hard track as well.
You're going to absolutely love this place, aren't you?
Yeah, I raced yesterday and it's pretty nice.
What did you race in?
Just practice. It was getting the hangs of it.
Okay, and thoughts of the circuit so far?
It's a nice track to race. It might be a bit different because it's wet today, but should dry out.
Yeah, it'll be dry within about half an hour, I think.
I'm not on yet anyway, so it should be all right.
So, what did you race in then before?
Just rentals, outdoor rentals. Not much experience.
And how have you found kind of the difference jumping into a two-stroke kart from four-stroke?
It's a lot quicker and you've got to be more precise.
Yeah. And rear end a little bit sketchy in places?
Spin out a lot. You got to control it.
So we've got a few important questions that we're asking everyone. So our question for the day is Leclerc or Hamilton?
Leclerc.
Yeah, good one. And right, final thing to end the broadcast is, oh, not to end the broadcast, to end the interview. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere just yet. We're going to do a rock, paper, scissors.
All right.
So you're holding up the honour of junior Club 100 drivers here.
Yep. All right.
Okay. Okay, so do you do it like rock, paper, scissors, go, or just rock, paper, scissors? Go. Okay, right. Rock, paper, scissors, go. Ah, I've let us down. I don't like him anymore. Let's keep on walking. I'm going to hand you the mic now, Reeve, because my hand's tired.
Thank you very much. Let's see who we can find then. So, who do we have here?
Max Davis.
Hello, Max. So, for the ladies and gentlemen at home, tell us about your Club 100 experience so far.
So I've only done one round so far at Wilton. Came P2 in that in the C final.
Fairly good start then. So, what are your thoughts on GY-G? What are your hopes today?
Well, I'm hoping to come P1, but we'll have to see.
Oh, of course. Do you like look at the track?
Yeah, it's cool. I love it.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be good fun. It's going to be a little bit slippery out there, so you might have to be a little bit cautious at the start. So, much experience in the wet?
Yeah, a bit more. A little bit, to be honest.
I'm sure.
Not
I'm sure it's going to be a fun day. So, our question for the broadcast, for our interviews today is, well, we're going to go for the Yousuf. I was going to ask, what did you have for breakfast this morning?
I had scrambled eggs with bacon.
Good. That's a solid choice. Good start to the day. That'll keep you nice and fueled throughout the day. Next question, Leclerc or Hamilton?
Hamilton.
Hamilton. Good answer. And then our final little go there. Go on then. We're going to have a game of rock, paper, scissors, because this might be your first win of the day. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Rock, paper, scissors. Ah, another loss for the commentators. Enjoy your day. Great. It's not going well for us so far, is it?
It's not. I'm starting to think maybe we shouldn't go paper.
Probably not. No. Let's change it up a little bit. Just you watch, we'll lose this
Or
time.
maybe we should just keep on going paper and just see what happens. It's got to win at some point, right? And hope for, well, no one's been able to see this yet, so they don't really know what is going to be coming. Now, I think we should be allowed to get into the grid where we've got some of our juniors getting ready to jump out. As we can see, a couple of karts coming in. They've already been a little bit naughty and picked up a penalty. So let's have a little wander down. We could talk to the 95, but I'm pretty sure that's Dante Dillon. So he's a senior, kart testing and the likes. Let's drop down over here. Hello, who are we talking to?
Hello, Chris.
How you doing, Chris?
Good.
Are you excited?
Yeah, pretty excited. It's my first race.
Is it your first race?
Yeah.
No practice?
This is the practice now.
Wow. So you weren't here yesterday?
I was here yesterday, but it's the first race.
Okay. So have you been doing your homework?
Kind of.
Just to clarify, I'm not talking about school homework. Don't care about that. I mean, do your homework,
yeah.
obviously important, but
Yeah.
your karting homework, you've been watching lots of GYG videos?
Yeah, watching a lot of YouTube videos for track.
Can you tell us any little secrets you found, or are you keeping those hidden?
To be honest, I don't really know any secrets.
Fair enough. I mean, just press the accelerator really hard and you'll do quite well.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, so our important question for the day, Leclerc or Hamilton?
Probably Hamilton.
Okay, you're our second Hamilton guest, and we're also doing a rock, paper, scissors. So how confident do you feel on that?
I don't know. Pretty confident.
Okay, are you ready? So we're going to do rock, paper, scissors, and then go.
All right, yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors, go. Draw. Or do we have to end with a win?
Let's end with a win.
Okay, for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not for you.
Oh, okay, well, we'll see. Okay, rock, paper, scissors, go. Again. They keep going scissors. Cutting across me. Hello, Dante. It's fake Dante. Wait, it's Logan, isn't it? Wait, hang on. I'm going to steal this. Why are you trying to look like Dante Dillon?
I don't know. Maybe because he's quick.
Do you also put your hands at the top of the steering wheel?
Yeah, I have them right there.
Fair enough. So
He's pretty much like that.
yeah, it helps because he's quite short as well. You're a bit taller than Dante, so you can get a bit closer to the top of the wheel.
Yeah.
So what's the plans for this season? Winning it?
Yeah, that will be the main goal. I mean, we're doing both South and North Championships, so yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to get the quick important question out of the way because I've stolen Reeve's interview at the moment. Leclerc or Hamilton?
Hamilton.
Oh, boring. We've had 3 Hamiltons. Okay, you ready for rock, paper, scissors?
Right, okay.
Were you spying on me just then?
Sorry?
Were you spying on me when I did it with Chris?
Kind of. I don't know.
Okay, so for glory.
Okay.
Okay, ready? Rock, paper, scissors, go. Yes! Got one! We've handed Logan his first loss of the season. I'm delighted with that, Reeve.
That is unkind, but at least we finally got a victory. Hopefully, probably our only one actually in our paddock walk today. I'm actually going to have a look at the driver just behind here. We've got a very vibrant suit just in the cart behind here. So who have we got here?
Ollie.
Hello, Ollie. So are you looking forward to today's racing?
Absolutely, yeah.
How's CLUB100 been so far for you this year?
It's been really good, yeah. Some good racing, really good.
Much experience at GYG?
I've never driven it before, so this is entirely new for me. So it's going to be interesting to learn it, definitely. Yeah, just looking for some clean racing, yeah.
Certainly is an interesting track, but it's very enjoyable indeed. So a couple of questions coming up for you now. What have you had for breakfast this morning? What's fueling you today?
I had some pancakes from McDonald's.
Oh, solid choice. I think our first Mackey's breakfast of the morning so far. Yeah. Syrup on them?
Yes, absolutely.
Anything on the side as well?
I had a hash brown with it.
Oh, it's getting better. That's a solid Mackey's breakfast. What drink?
I had a smoothie.
Nice. That is top tier. Next question. Leclerc or Hamilton?
Leclerc.
Seeing a lot of Leclerc support so far this morning. Thank you very much. Enjoy your day out today.
So I think we're 4 Leclercs, 2 Hamiltons.
Yeah, that's
no, 4 Hamiltons, 2 Leclercs.
Yeah.
Okay. So also, just going to apologise as well in retrospect for calling Logan Dante. It does look very similar to Dante's helmet. I did genuinely think it was Dante for a second, and then I realised, wait, hang on a second, it's not Dante at all. It's Logan, who's got as well. If you have a look, there's just a massive fan club around Logan. That's kind of like the cool kids group of the junior paddock. You got Logan McAllister, Jamie Tyler Gooden, Benji Hamilton, all there. First, second, and third from the championship last year. We got someone waving. Oh, come on, we've got to interview the person waving at us. See, you sir know how to get an interview, don't you?
Yes, of course I do.
What's your name?
Jamie.
Jamie. We've got another Jamie.
Yeah.
Are you going to be as fast as the other Jamies here?
Probably not. Probably not.
Why not?
But we'll try. We'll try. Well, Tyler Gooden's been doing this for a few years, I reckon.
Yeah, but he's not that good, is he?
Well, yeah, but he won championship last year, didn't he?
He did, but, you know, if he's won one championship, chances are he's not going to win it again, right?
Well, we'll see. Luckily, he's in lightweight. I'm in super lightweight. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, because you're the super Jamie.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Have you been to GYG before?
Only in rentals and only in the wet.
So you're a master?
We don't know.
Well, I always say, if you know the circuit in the wet, it's easier to then go to dry rather than doing it the other way around.
Yeah, I've just got to try out the track in practice, see what happens, and hopefully learn.
And don't get any penalties?
No, of course not.
Right, very quick questions. Leclerc or Hamilton?
Hamilton.
Okay. And are you ready for rock, paper, scissors?
Ready for rock, paper, scissors?
Rock, paper, scissors. It could be your first win of the day. Rock, paper, scissors, go. Yes! Papers are starting to work. We managed to beat a Jamie.
Oh, you're really enjoying this rock, paper, scissors thing, aren't you?
it.
Yeah. Now,
Well, the thing is, when they watch this back and they see that I've done paper every single time, I don't know whether it's going to, you know, kind of, they'll find it entertaining or they'll be like, oh, if only we'd known just had to do scissors every time.
we certainly can't use it next time because the strategy's gone now. You've let the cat out of the bag.
Oh, it'll be scissors next time, won't it?
Right, let's see who we can find now. Just want to give mention to conditions this morning. Obviously, we're recording this in the morning. You've already seen the morning action, but it's a little bit slippery here at GYG.
If you want, I can do a full-on Ted Kravitz thing.
Okay.
Okay, right. Right, Cam. If you have a look at this, this is dry tarmac. This is where grip is, and this is wet. It's slippery, so you can see your hand slide. Here, it slides a little bit less. You want to be on this stuff, not this stuff. So sometimes in racing, they say stay on the black stuff, but here, you want to actually stay on the grey stuff, which is a bit confusing.
Thank you for that very useful insight there, Yousuf. But yeah, so it's a little bit greasy this morning as we head into practice and qualifying, which you've just watched. Some of the drivers might be getting to grips with a track that might be new to them, and also, as I say, conditions a little bit greasy. It was raining all night last night, but they should be looking pretty good for the afternoon's racing.
I see what you did there, get to grips with it.
Okay, moving on from the terrible puns, let's see who else we can find.
We should probably get out as well before more cars.
Yeah, that seems like a sensible idea.
We get run over. On the plus side, Stuart will save us before we get... Oh no, Stuart's running. You know it's bad when our caravans are legging it before us.
Yeah, so this session that we're watching at the moment, you can see a few karts heading round the first corner at the moment, a couple more coming down the final corner now as well. A lovely run of corners at the end of the lap here. Session coming to an end now, so our next practice session will be coming out in a moment. Let's see who we can grab. Anyone who takes your fancy, Yousuf?
And we've got a really big, like so many people up on the gantry spectating, and I was saying before we came live, it was so difficult actually getting into the circuit because there are so many cars, you have to park so far away and then walk in from the furthest part of the paddock, and yeah, it's looking like it's going to be an absolutely fantastic amount of racing going on today.
I'll have to apologise for keeping you mute basically there for about 20 seconds because we're
fine.
on one mic.
After my terrible joke about grip, then just cut me out of it completely.
Fair enough. Right, let's see who we can find here. Good morning. So who do we have here?
Jensen Barnard.
Hello, Jensen. So you're looking forward to today's racing?
Yeah, it should be good. The sun's out at the minute, so it should be dry today, which is good.
Yeah, hopefully conditions improving from the morning at least. So tell us about your Club 100 experience so far.
Well, I've done 2 years in Club 100, so 2023 and 2024. This is my third year, and this is my first year of doing juniors. And I did the first round of the Southern Championship, and it was safe to say it went all right.
Oh, really? What was it looking? How did it shape up?
Well, I managed to get top 10 in the A for the pre-final, which isn't too bad for the first race in juniors, so that's a positive.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say it's better than all right. I'd say that's pretty good. And here at GYG, do you have much experience at GYG?
Well, I've done about 2 races here, so I've done a bit, but that's only in cadets. So obviously these are new karts, but because the track's quite a twisty track, you need to be lift off in different places to cadets, so it'll be different, but I think it will still be good.
Yeah, absolutely. GYG is a fabulous circuit. So, on to the next part of our little interview then. What have you had for breakfast this morning?
Well, I actually haven't had any breakfast yet, so just before I get weighed, I need to go have a drink and get something to eat, so I'm a bit heavier.
Be precise on the weight limits there. I'm liking the racing driver mentality already. That is good stuff. What will the snack be then, do you think?
I don't know, but I know water's going to be the thing that I'm drinking.
Good, always important to stay hydrated, and there's a lovely cafe here as well, so I'm sure you'll have plenty of food options. Now, final question, Leclerc or Hamilton?
Leclerc all day long.
Another vote for Leclerc. Thank you very much. Enjoy your day, Jensen. Another vote for Leclerc.
I mean, I've always thought that Leclerc was going to be, you know, the obvious option, but I guess because we're in England, well, we're not in England, we're in Wales, but because we're in Great Britain, we're going to have a lot more Lewis support, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, both are incredible drivers, so no complaints here.
Yeah. They're definitely both better than us anyway.
Certainly me.
I think the other thing that was quite interesting to hear, let's head up onto, I guess you could almost call it a courtyard, really. One of the things that I quite liked to hear in that interview was the talk about stepping up from cadets into juniors. And we've already seen a lot of juniors making their way up into seniors, but it's really cool with Club 100 that we have this whole system to go up from cadets to juniors and then in to seniors. Right, let's have a little walk around and try to pick our next driver. Who will pick? I don't know. We'll jump over here. Hello, chaps. Who am I talking to?
Anthony Roberts.
Jacob Atwell.
Anthony, Jacob. Have you been to GYG before?
I haven't.
I've been here before, yeah.
Good track?
Yeah, it's definitely a good track, yeah.
Have you been giving him lots of tips then?
No, he was actually faster than me yesterday, so...
Was he? On his first time here?
I know. Tough kart.
You're putting him to shame, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, he always blames the kart, so...
Fair enough. So is it then your first season doing Club 100?
It'll be my first full season. I did a few rounds like towards the end of last season, but first full season this year.
It's my second season, so I managed to get 8th in the championship last year. So hopefully I can do the same again or better this year.
So if you came 8th in the championship, you must be going for the title then, right?
Yeah, I'm going to win the championship, 100%.
Absolutely loving the confidence, guys. Right, important questions. Leclerc or Hamilton?
Leclerc.
Hamilton.
See, I'm going to go with his option because he's faster than you, so he probably knows what he's talking about. Final thing, we're going to do a rock, paper, scissors. Now, normally I do it against you guys. So do you fancy your chances against the king of rock, paper, scissors, or do you want to do it against each other?
We'll go 1v1.
Okay, right. Good luck, guys. May the best rock, paper, scissors win. You're just taking so many losses this weekend.
It's a bad weekend already, yeah.
Well, hopefully you've got all the losses out of the way and you can absolutely destroy him later on today.
Yeah, all the bad luck's gone now, so yeah, we'll see how we get on.
Right, best of luck, guys.
Cheers.
That was a fun one, and there was no stress on me that time, Reeve.
Oh, very nice indeed. I do think, though, we have some eager spectating drivers who might be wanting a little bit of an interview potentially. Let's see. Who do we have here then? What's your name?
Harry.
Awesome stuff. You've got a good view here, haven't you?
Yeah.
Getting early to try and get some seats at turn 1.
Yeah.
So you're looking forward to today's racing?
Yeah.
Tell us about your Club 100 experience so far.
Testing.
Nice. Okay. So fresh to the series. Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
What are your hopes for today?
I'm not sure. Probably B race, I think. Is it B race? Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So, important question now: Charles Leclerc or Lewis Hamilton?
Lewis Hamilton.
Another vote for Lewis Hamilton. Enjoy your day today. We've got another vote for Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah, I was going to say, Reeve, I couldn't hear a single word of that interview because it's so loud with all the cars that unless you're right next to the person, you don't hear anything at all. Probably not quite as loud as Formula One where everyone's got earmuffs on. But we do have another potential interviewee. Hello, who are we talking to?
Ayrton Lima Evans.
How are you doing, Ayrton?
Good, really good. Nice, it's a lovely track to drive. I was here last year with the Club 100 as well. I actually did really well, and so I think I've got a really good chance this year.
So are you looking to fight for the championship this year?
Definitely in Northern. I'm doing Southern as well, and I think if I can come top 3 in this one and top 5 in Southern, I think I've got a really good chance. And I definitely think I'm going to win both races here because I'm the only one who was in the A's last year who's still doing it this year.
A lot of confidence. Love to hear it. So our important questions then: Leclerc or Hamilton?
Hamilton.
Oh, that was fast as well. Is that a question you think about a lot?
Quite a bit, yeah, because I mean Hamilton's got all the experience and everything, but then Leclerc, he's been doing a bit better. But I think it's just because Hamilton needs to get back into his rhythm of driving, because especially with new car, new engineers and everything, so he just needs to give a bit of time. Then he's going to be back on top.
I like that. That's a really professional, well thought out answer. Right, final one. This is going to be less thought out. How good are you at rock paper scissors?
I think I've got a really good shot. Really good.
Have you been spying on me doing this?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
You're not trying to trick me here?
No.
Okay, right, you ready?
Yeah.
Right, so we'll do rock, paper, scissors, and then go, yeah? Okay, rock, paper, scissors, go. Ah, I lost. I think it's all the cadets are beating me. Thank you very much, Ayrton, and good luck today.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
I might have to stop doing paper.
Papers once again failing you. I think we got some...
It's flimsy.
We've got some keen interviewees, I believe, if we swivel around just behind our camera here. Hello there. Why don't you introduce yourselves to the viewers at home?
Hello guys, my name is Miles Harrison and my number is 22. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Layla Fitzgerald and my number is 23.
So, GYG, what are your thoughts heading into today?
Hopefully I can get a good result, looking for a podium at the A final or even a win. With this kind of track conditions, it'll be difficult but very fun.
Yeah, certainly for the morning practice qualifying run, it's all a little bit kind of greasy, but so we're filming this right before the racing. Hopefully the sunlight will have dried things up just a little bit more for us, so it should be some good running for you this afternoon, shouldn't it?
Yeah. I love this track so much. I'm definitely hoping for top of the A finals. Yeah, something very good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a massive fan of this track as well. It's a local one to me, and yeah, it's always immense fun. So what are your kind of thoughts on the wider series? Of course, we've split into South and North. Are you looking forward to some of the rounds coming up later this series?
Yeah, I'm really excited for Cumbria in Rara and Warden Law, which will be really fun. It's in Sunderland. Warden Law is one of my favourite tracks, so I'm looking forward to it. And Shennington next round for South is going to be really interesting because it's kind of technical with the chicanes, and the hairpin's going to be chaos for the finals.
It will. Shenny's always a good fun one to watch if you want to maybe see a bit more action. How about yourself then, Layla? What tracks are standing out to you coming up next?
I'm very looking forward to PFI, one of my favourite tracks as well as GYG. I'm very excited for most of them.
Yeah. PFI, plenty high speeds. Final question and most important one of the day. What have you both had for breakfast this morning? What's fueling you?
Porridge.
Good answer. Solid start.
To be fair, I had chewing gum and make muffins. That's it, basically. That's all I wanted. I don't really want to eat that much.
I'm the same. I'm a bit of a light eater as well, to be honest, in the morning. Well, thank you very much. Enjoy both of your days. Great. Gentlemen, here for the afternoon's racing. I am sorry to cut off the Paddock show a little bit short there. You are going to miss out on seeing Lando the dog, unfortunately, but I have good news. We've got ready for some racing action here at GYG, don't we, Yousuf?
Woohooey! It's our first race of the day, although, to be fair, considering how some of them were battling in qualifying, maybe it's not the first race. There is Mr. Fraser Brunton himself, as we are going to jump on in to the grids.
So, yeah, we're looking at a fairly decent grid there. Jensen Goodall sat out on the front row here. This is our pre-B Cadet super lightweight final, of course. Tony Doran, Felix Wrigley, Sarah Telford, Joshua Milburn. Moving on to our next row then, row 4, row 5 and row 6. Will be come up in just a moment. So we're heading round our track now, just to get formed up and ready to go. This is our pre-B final for our cadets. Super lightweight.
And the first of our cadet finals, we'll be having juniors after. 7th is Leland McNeish, Freddie Powell, and we've got to quickly go through the rest of those. So that is the remaining grid, Tina Chapman and Lewis Forster completing the grid. So eyes then towards the front of the field as they make their way into the final corner. Fraser will pull off to the side as a pace kart driver, and our cadet super lightweights will be underway.
They will be indeed. They head down the tram lines, then they've got to stay in formation heading down those tram lines to make sure that we all get a first start. Might have had a bit of an issue with that, but we head through the first corner now, and we are underway for our first race of the day. 11-minute race for our cadet super lightweight pre-B final here at GYG. Everyone making it up the Dragon Straight, all looking relatively clean so far.
And don't forget, the most important thing about the B final is not winning. It's about getting promoted to the A final, as we've got a lot of fighting going on into the hairpin at turn 2, but it's been a good start from the 24 of Jensen Goodall, and he's just going to be trying to get his head down and just pull away as quickly as he can before the drivers behind start to get into that slipstream train and start to chase him down, and the main driver is going to be the 38 of Finley Doran right behind him.
Yep, this is a mighty important phase of this race, of course, because these are not long races at all, are these? 11-minute sprints, not the shortest races we've seen, but certainly by no means long running for our karters out here. So look, set yourself up nicely for the race coming next as we head around that final corner. Then Jensen Goodall leads on to the next lap ahead of Finley Doran and Sarah Telford in the mix here, as well as we see our front runners going 4 wide there briefly. Then we have our next 4 karts also shaping up for a bit of a battle as we head down the Dragon Straight once more.
It's been a really good start from Dexter Hazeldine, who started down in P11. He's actually up to P6, and on the back of this train in the number 11 car, trying to go around the outside. We've got a spinner at turn 2. I don't think there was any contact, so I wonder if he lost it on his own. Maybe we can see a replay later and see exactly what happened, as there's a bit of bumping going down into the carousel, so it's getting really feisty. This is perfect news for, sorry, no, it's not Jensen Goodall. It's Finley Doran who leads, or was it Goodall who went around and went from
Felix Rigby, who had a bit of a spin earlier on in the lap. Unfortunately, running in P4 at the start of this lap, not the way he wants to continue on in this race. As we head down towards the end of the lap 1, some more here. Still looking Jensen Goodall, as you say, tumbling down the order as well, so he was clearly involved in that. Finley Doran there. Finley Doran 3/10 apart from Ethan Hall as well.
Yeah, so here we go then, starting lap number 3. Finley Doran hasn't been able to pull away like crazy from Ethan Hall Jr. as they go through the hairpin. Ethan does have the fast lap. He's got a good run coming out of the hairpin. He's having a little sniff to the inside of the carousel, going to make Finley go a tiny bit defensive and maybe even try to get the switch back, but can't get up at the inside. The top 4 starting to break away from the rest of the field. You've got Sam Vout and Sarah Telford directly behind these two to make up that 4-kart train that now makes their way out of Spoon and into the compressions. These ever-tightening hairpins, and wide goes Doran. The door completely opens for Ethan Hall. Through he goes, and there's a penalty for Sam Vout in 3rd position. An ABC, a bump, and pass. Not quite sure what that was, if we caught it on camera or not. But up the hill they go, and Finley Doran now looking to fight back against Ethan Hall.
Yeah, it's been a great drive up to the lead of this race for Ethan Hall. 55.5 on that last lap, feeling that pressure though, rather, as we headed down into the 2nd sector, because here is Finley Doran having a look around the outside, the number 38 kart there, seeing if he can get a move done through the carousel. You don't usually see it done around the outside there, but it's possible. I mean, of course, these are the slightly smaller cars here, these cadets, so got a bit more tarmac to play with as we head down through the S's now. Ethan Hall just keeping the measure of his rivals here. Potentially Sam Vout poised in a very good position actually, as well as Sarah Telford, because all this battling going on between the 2 front runners here, they're going to be right in the mix to be able to make up any positions if something were to go wrong.
The unfortunate thing for Sam Vout is he cannot progress to the A final with that ABC bumper pass. That's a 4-place penalty if I remember correctly, so even if he wins he'll finish 5th, and that won't be good enough to get him into the A final. I wonder if the other 3 drivers that he's battling with will be aware of that. A little bit of a defensive line from Ethan Hall Jr., just trying to make sure Finley Doran can't go up the inside as they head down the hill, and he can see that semi-defensive line from Ethan Hall as Finley Doran sneaks up the inside. Was there a bit of loading? I think it might have just about been clean, and maybe Ethan Hall went wide on his own accord, but a change for the lead.
Yeah, I think it was just opportunistic there by Finley Doran. Saw an opportunity but loses out as Ethan Hall back in the lead as we head down through the switchback. Sarah Telford at the end of the previous lap gets ahead of Sam Vout as we now move on down towards the first corner once more. Sam Vout swapping positions though with Sarah Telford. Dexter Hazeldine, new fastest lap of this race from P9 on the road. We've got a bit of a pack forming up here. Our front runners, of course, enjoying their battling at the start of this race. That has slowed them down ever so slightly, and now we've got a big train effectively all the way down to 10th position here.
The fighting is just going to get more and more intense. Been good work for Sam Vout. He's up to second. Now, Ethan might not be aware, as we mentioned before, that Sam Vout has a penalty, a big penalty as well.
Yeah, that is less than ideal. That is a less than ideal way to start the day's racing, but Ethan Hall is just trying to keep control of this race at the moment. As there's a big spin there, that is Sam Vout. No, it's Finley Doran. It's actually Finley Doran who went round there briefly. There was a bit of contact with the cart in front that sent the cart flying, and that is disaster there for Finley Doran. Looks like Jensen Goodall caught up in that as well. Actually, it looks like he went round for good measure, and that is a massive shame for our two drivers who had such a good start to the race. One small incident, of course, with that big pack forming up, they're severely punished.
Yeah,
with
and
a small
it's just
issue like that.
almost a desperation of trying to avoid the incident. I think jamming on the brakes and ending up going around just a little bit wrong place, wrong time. I don't really think anyone was particularly at fault for that. It just sometimes happens in racing. And Ethan Hall, Sam Vout are now scot clear. It's all about this battle for third place that will become the battle for second between Sarah Telford in third, and then it's Amanzi Nwozu in fourth place, followed by Freddie Powell and Finley Doran down in sixth.
Yeah, one thing to bear in mind is the drivers out on track may not necessarily be aware that their rivals around them have got these penalties to serve, so they're out on track thinking they're fighting for P3. Sam Vout might not be fully aware, although he's probably quite likely to know that he has that penalty.
I should hope that he knows he has a
There is that
penalty.
big digi-flag on the start-finish straight, so you never know when we could still be fighting for P3 in their minds.
Yep, and
was that a potential yellow flag though we saw?
I think it was
yeah.
the kart tester Dante just raising
right.
his hand so that the carts behind him know that they can go past him, I'd assume. But here are three cars getting very close, and up the inside goes to 49. Lovely from Amanzi Nwozu as he tries to, I think that's holding on to fourth rather than overtaking Telford. That is the 13 of Freddie Powell that is directly behind him.
Meanwhile, out in front, Ethan Hall there, nice 1 second gap at the start of this lap. That is huge in this race. We've seen Ethan's been able to stay in the front, but has just been controlling a small margin to the cars behind. But now, with the issues perhaps going on further down the order, has just been able to walk away and build up a nice, comfortable gap. Not completely comfortable, but certainly a good deficit. No, sorry, a good delta between the two drivers to be heading towards the end of the lap.
And Finley Doran has the new fastest lap of the race. That is the 38. Oh dear, is that Freddie Powell? He's going to drop further down the order. I think I saw the 35. Maybe that was Freddie Thompson also involved in it. But on a charge is Amanzi Nwozu, who is closing back up to Finley Doran. So Nwozu in the yellow helmet, and then just in front of him in the blue suit and the white helmet, that's Finley Doran. And there is Sarah Telford just in the corner of your shot, now onto the back of Sam Vout as they head through the compressions, a little bit wide from Nwozu that time round as they try to navigate through the back marker of the 33. That's Ryan Hamblett, who gets well out of the way of the leading pack.
Looks like it was Freddie Powell caught up in that instant there. What a shame. Went quite deep into the corner around the outside there, carrying a lot of space, a lot of pace there, and unfortunately just was perhaps a bit too much there, all going wrong, but still can pick up the pieces, was able to get back underway by the looks of things.
Ethan Hall's been reeled in, Sam Vout is right behind him, and there's an unsafe release for Ryan Hamblett, so maybe he was in the pit lane, came out, or he spun and rejoined the track unsafely, so he has a penalty, but that is not going to affect his position, unfortunately, or fortunately for him, depending on how you look at it. But Ethan Hall now trying to defend from Sam Vout. Sam Vout has nothing to lose. He's got a penalty. He's not going to make it into the A final. He just wants to win this on the road. But for the likes of Ethan Hall, Sarah Telford, they need to think a little bit further than this pre-final.
They do indeed, and there's not long of this pre-final to go now. As we see, Ethan Hall really has the work out for him now. After looking pretty comfortable with that second margin just a lap or so to go,
Here comes Telford, and Telford's got a really good slipstream going up the inside. Finley Doran going to try to follow through as well. The 61 of Sam Vout left to hang around the outside, and there comes Dexter Hazeldine putting on a move on Amansi Nwozu. So Hazeldine is up to 5th. Don't forget, he started outside of the top 10, as there goes the 61 of Sam Vout back up the inside of Telford, but cannot reclaim the position as the 52 gets out of the way of our leading sextet of karts.
They do indeed there, but now it is a proper train form as we head down the S. It's not long to go on the clock. This will actually be the final lap of the race that we're heading on to now. 50 seconds left on the clock. Our front runners are now heading around that final corner. We are now ready for one last lap here at GYG for our Cadet Super Lightweight North Pre-B final. And what a lap it should be. Ethan Hall looks over the shoulders ahead of Sarah Telford. Finley Doran with the paces caught back up. But now it's all going to be a question of who comes out into the second sector first.
Will Telford be able to get the inside? Well, they are on the inside, but going around the outside is Finley Doran, squeezed up onto the grass, has to cut over the kink of turn 3, hand raised in the air, and there is Dexter Hazeldine, but he gets pushed, and there's contact. One car goes round, that's Finley Doran, that's his chances gone. Ethan Hall, look over the shoulder, there's no one there that he has to deal with. He'll take the checkered flag surely, and Sarah Telford will have second place ahead of, is that Sam Vout? I think it is, but Vout will have that penalty. And there is a penalty as well for, that's Ryan Hamblett, which we saw before, but Ethan Hall takes the Pre-B final for the Cadet Super Lightweights.
Yep, Sarah Telford comes home second, Sam Vout third on the road, Dexter Hazeldine and Amansi Nwozu rounding out our top 5 there. What a finish to that race. What a shame for Finley Doran, though, for that late race incident there. Was able to come home P7 on the road, actually, with a fastest lap of the race overall. That obviously wasn't on the last lap, but it was a 54.0 rather. That brings an end to our Cadet Super Lightweight North Pre-B final. What a race it was to start off the racing action.
Absolutely, and hopefully we're going to have much more racing like that to come. It's time to move on to our Junior Super Lightweight North Pre-B final.
Here we go then, looking on to our juniors sat in the pit lane, waiting to go racing. And let's have a look at our grids then for our drivers in this Pre-B final. On the first row of the grid, it will be Callum Wood, Finley Hanna, and then we have Dana Rowan and Leo Belemenko. Then we have Jack Yates and Ruben Gardner. Moving on to row 4, Jack Bailey, William Harvey, row 5, George Ruiz and Paige Martin, row 6, Ella Rowe and James McLaughlin. Moving on to row 7, Ollie Moore, Leo Anderson, Tyler Nickelbine and Gabrielle Damatia, Andrea Bihari of the Stater, and then Priscilla Yakinov. Moving on to row 10, it will be Kai Tibbets, Harvey Preen, Caden Graham and Oscar Mallet, Anthony Jarnecki, and then we have Briggs Clark, our 12th row of the grid. Our final car to set it will be Clara Boyce, William Taylor, Jacob Rattray, Jolan Wilcoxon and then Noah Morris of 29 cars for this race.
We mentioned it before, but full grids here for the Club 100 Cadet and Junior North season opener. It is absolutely packed here at Glan-Y-Gors, and it is a really nice day as well for racing. The sun's kind of gone in, it's a little bit cooler, maybe not as nice if you're spectating, but as a driver, having slightly lower temperatures is just enough to keep you nice and cool, not overheating. Pace car's going to pull off to the side. No, we're going to get another lap while we wait for everyone to get into position, and you can see that there's a couple of cars trying to get into the right places. So I think maybe it's second and fourth who are missing because they aren't really in normal double file at the moment.
No, yeah, so this is an opportunity for us to get our grid all formed up and ready to go racing. Sometimes it can just take a lap or two if a car is out of position, or maybe perhaps there's been an issue with getting a car underway, something like that. We'll just have to go around again. We've got a little cut through though here at GYG, so it does shorten the lap, so we don't need to go around the full 1.1 kilometres.
We've got a few cut-throughs. The circuit used to be much smaller, and then they built on the extension. So there's a point going up turn 1 where you could just turn right and go on a back straight, which leads to pretty much the end of the compressions. And that used to be the old circuit layout. I kind of want to do that at some point, maybe.
Well, I've certainly seen people attempt it in the past in other events where they accidentally do it. That has happened once or twice before, as we see all of our carts behind the pace carts now heading round that final corner. Still under yellows here. Does the pace car go away? Yes, it does.
And here we go then, ready to go racing. The 34 then on pole of Callum Wood is a decent start. And the 93 of Finley Hanna is able to slot right in behind on the run up the hill. Now this is where we sometimes see a bit of drama with karts on the outside through this kink, and we almost see it again. One kart just putting a wheel onto the grass, but able to keep it on the circuit. With the exception of that, everyone got through nice and cleanly, but it's been a fantastic getaway for Callum Wood, who's pulled well over a second through the opening sequence of corners. I think he had a little look over his shoulder, saw the gap that's formed, and is now going to get his head down, try to pull as much as he can. And this is the battle that's currently going on for second place. So the 93 of Finley Hanna has dropped down a position and looks to be falling a little bit further back from the, I think that's the 25 of Dena Rohan, who is up into second place now. William Harvey in fourth, ahead of Jack Yates and Leo Belimenko. There we go.
There we go. Just under 10 minutes to go in this race. Then, of course, very short sprint racing for Callum Wood leading at the start of this lap of Dana Rowan. And as you say, nice gap that he's already built up. This is crucial for his race.
Absolutely. Now, can he get his head down and try to close in to Callum Wood? Finley Hanna starting to up the pace, sticking to the back of Rohan now as they make their way up out of the carousel and into the spoon corner. And you can see the gap that these two have pulled to William Harvey behind them. But Harvey then closes back in, heading through spoon corner. And again, there's such a difference in types of corners here at GYG, so it's not uncommon that you'll see one driver quicker through one section, slower through another section. Dena Rohan takes way too much curb through the final corner. You don't want to take curb, it unsettles his kart. But Finley Hanna gets it even worse, and there is William Harvey sneaking up the inside, being pushed along by Jack Yates. It's two working against one, and two will work out better. Finley Hanna now has a third kart up the inside, make it a fourth kart, and Hanna's going to go from third down to about seventh, as I think even Ruben Gardiner is able to get through as well.
Yeah, some close stuff from our drivers here. Running through that final corner, though, as you say, drivers need to be careful of that curve. The sure be watching that one. Out of any place on the track that they probably look for the most in terms of curves, it's there, because that's where it's going to be fairly unkind to the chains of the kart, and also you don't want to run out wide. There's a wall just after that curve, so you want to try and avoid that if at all possible, as we have our massive train of cars now heading down through the compressions here. They change the position. Ruben Gardiner dropping back a couple in the mix of things. We head back up at the Dragon Straight once more. Leo there with the fastest lap of the race so far, 51.277. That is impressive stuff. That is similar to what we were seeing in seniors, similar to what we were seeing in the BUKC event a couple of weeks ago.
Now, I'm kind of curious how William Harvey plays this. Does he go for the overtake as soon as he can, or is he maybe just going to sit behind Dena Rohan and just push him along, try to close in to Callum Wood? Because Callum Wood doesn't have the fastest lap of the race. Last time round, Callum Wood 51.5. The fastest lap was actually Leo Belimenko, who put in a 51.2. So this group of drivers definitely have the pace to close into Callum. If, what's my favourite phrase, Reeve?
Oh, you fail. Brain can't.
If they work together.
If they work together, that was it. Yeah, sorry, I have been revising, as you can tell, as we head back up the Dragon Straight once more. I think we're about to go three wide here for our three karters at the front end of the camera shot there. A great run for a couple there. But everyone makes it through, all looking relatively clean now, all saying, oh, just as I say that, bit of commentator's curse there, my apologies, yellow flags out then for that sector of the track. Need to be careful that we're not racing under those conditions.
Yeah, well, that was one of our, it wasn't one of the leading groups, so that was there before you said it.
Yeah.
So you're fine, you're fine. You didn't cause that one. A little bit of argy-bargy going on into spoon corner, as I think there's Jack Yates muscling his way up the inside of William Harvey through spoon corner. Now he's going to have a go at trying to get past Dena Rohan, but hopefully this time for them there won't be a yellow flag up at the top of the hill, because I think William Harvey was pretty much past Dena Rohan, but he had to back out of the move because of that yellow flag. So there's a bit of a saving grace for Dena, but let's see what happens this time as they go up the hill. You can see Yates looking to the outside. He's going to switch over to the inside surely and go for a send into the hairpin. We'll see as they head towards the carousel. No change in position. Still Rohan in second, ahead of Yates and Harvey.
Indeed, Reeve Gardner with that fast lap of the race so far. Our top is 7 covered by 3 seconds, but if you remove Callum Wood out of that equation, it all gets very close indeed, and we're looking at that on screen at the moment, heading down through the S's, through the compressions once more. And yeah, it's been a fairly clean race for our juniors so far today, it must be said, getting a little bit elbows out, pushing the limits of the track at certain points, but very little in terms of warnings, very little in terms of penalties. Everyone seems to have a very considered race. They know just how much this pre-B final does matter for the day's racing.
Absolutely, Rohan looking like he's going a bit defensive, and you can see Jack Yates sniffing out an opportunity, or maybe Yates isn't even going for an overtake. He's just trying to cover off the inside from William Harvey at the moment. As they head down the hill, just over 5 minutes remaining. Callum Wood being fairly consistent. He's putting in 51.0s. Pretty much all he has to do in clear air. We've had faster lap times, but no one who's been able to put in a faster lap time has been able to do it consistently, and that is the important thing.
It absolutely is. Although, I must say, Callum Wood seems to have levelled out in that low 51 zone. He seems to be happy at that pace at the moment, and it's a good pace to be leading the race with as we look onto the first corner here. There we go, Jack Yates having a look to see if he can go down the inside, realising he couldn't, so swap back immediately to the outside. It's a train of 5 karts heading in to the second corner here. Advantage of the slipstream coming into effect, but everyone's benefiting from it pretty much, so no major changes there.
Yeah, I want to keep my eye out for the 89, not just because the blue suit is standing out amongst all of the dark suits, but because Belemenko has been looking fairly quick, and might be a shout as well to win this battle, this 5 or 6-way battle for P2. As going up the inside, that's Ruben Gardiner on James McLaughlin, and I think potentially making that move work as well.
Let's look on as we head through the final corner now then. A surprise overtaking opportunity for some of our events that we've had here recently. No one seems to have braved it so far in our juniors or cadets today, which is probably for the best as we head up the Dragon Straight once more. 6 karts now, all in formation as we head to the top end of the circuit.
Ruben Gardiner just got a penalty, and that's presumably for the overtake on McLaughlin. Gardiner now goes up the inside of Belemenko. He was giving the signal to McLaughlin, let's work together, let's not battle. McLaughlin was compliant, and Gardiner's looking quick, but again, he has that penalty, which is going to render all of his efforts useless.
It will indeed. 3 minutes ago in this racing, and it's such a shame when you see these penalties coming in so late on, because the drivers have put in a good effort, and it can be slightly unravelled by that late on charge. There we have visual confirmation of that on your screen.
That's on McLaughlin now.
Yeah, on bump and pass for James McLaughlin there, so he'll use a few positions as a result. Just a reminder, I alluded to it in qualifying earlier, but here in Club 100, if you're new, first of all, welcome. As I'm going full Martin Brundle today, I'm saying if you're new, welcome. I've talked about for good measure, but there we have a track limit sponsor coming in as well.
All you need to do now is say something like really obvious, like there are 4 tyres on the carts.
Or 50 pence piece. But if you are new, welcome first of all.
Oh, that was a bit of a shunt. I'm not sure if that was Gardiner trying to go up the inside of... No, I think it was McLaughlin trying to go up the inside of William Harvey, as there are more penalties coming in now. A takeout for Harvey Preen, and no, they've not ordered any food. That's taking another driver off circuit and spinning them around. Sorry, Reeve, it had to be said.
No. Awful puns just keep coming. But we've seen a massive fleet of carts now occupying the start-finish right there. I believe our fellow commentator John Ratcliffe called this a gaggle of carts.
Yes.
To steal one of his words as we head onto the start-finish.
Well, they are about as aggressive as geese, aren't they?
I'm not sure what that means. Either way, fastest lap of the race goes to Ella Rowe, actually down in 15th at the moment. 50.5, that's fastest lap by a pretty substantial margin. And this just goes to show that our top-end runners here, they've been embroiled in this pack battling for so long now. They're slowing each other down. They're not allowing themselves the opportunity to push on and get a good lap here, as we have a few cars scything their way through now.
Poor old Jack Yates, he was trying to get through on Rohan. Rohan lifted off so that Yates would be stuck on the outside, and then Harvey, Belemenko, McLaughlin all went up the inside. Poor Jack Yates, nothing he could really do about that. And it's why you just can never go to the outside, because you risk hanging yourself out to dry and losing a whole bunch of time. We have this lap and one more lap to go. Callum Wood is long gone. As long as he doesn't hit a cone or spin, he has won this race. He just needs to take it nice and sensibly. But what's going to happen in the battle for second? Anyone's guess.
That was very nearly a spin there. Luckily, was able to correct up the steering lock after coming off of the curb there, so well held by the driver there. We all make it through the carousel now. It's getting so close in this pack, and more cars are joining at the back. I think we're going to be on for another blinding final lap here.
Absolutely, is that a move on Rowan? Tags the rear end. Rowan keeps it facing in the right direction. It's William Harvey behind. These two don't have penalties. Belimenko, McLaughlin, they do have penalties, so they aren't really the worry for Rohan and Harvey, as there is McLaughlin in. Oh, someone spun. That's a weird place to spin, and the driver is really not happy. I don't even know what caused it. It just came out of the blue.
Yeah, not quite sure. Potential tiny bit of contact, or just going in with such gusto that the kart just wasn't able to quite keep up. Could be anything like that, but we still look on to the top end of this pack as we head through the carousel now.
Can I just say, Denner Rohan, what a defensive drive this has been from him.
Absolutely.
He's defended for so long, and now he's just got about 4 more corners to go. I'm saying it as if he's going to win the race. Callum Wood's going to win the race. He's doing the Max Verstappen-esque drive, but this battle for second is fantastic.
It is indeed, and as our race leader comes across the line, we look on to second position, Denner Rohan, looking over the shoulder for so long, it gets very close indeed. William Harvey has a brief look down the inside, but nothing he can do from there. It's Denner Rohan P2, William Harvey P3, James McLaughlin and Leo coming home, our top 5 there. Very close little battle towards the end, wasn't it?
Absolutely fantastic. Now we're just seeing our final couple of karts coming over the line. Noah Morris, Clara Boyce, Anthony Sarnecki, and I didn't quite see who completed the field. But with that said, it is now time for us to move on to our cadet. No. Our cadet lightweight B final.
It is indeed. Here we go, then we look on as our cadets are heading back out onto the track as we speak. Reminder, cadets in the slightly smaller cart, and we're ready for our grids for our lightweight pre-B final. So our front row of the grid, it will be Ethan Biddle and Luke Collins. Row 2, Tyler Shanks and Zach Evans. Row 3, Rian Roy Chowdhury and Hashim Anwar. Moving on to row 4 will be Ellis Hartley, Arnav Dugana, Thomas Payne, Adam Ashgar, Oliver Renshaw, Jack Gibbons. Then we move on to row 7 will be Harry Horn, Jasper Newell, Ollie Whitmore, Harvey Brandnick, Harry Woods and Freddie Donald. On row 9. Moving on to row 10, it's Billy Gromit and Savannah Shevlin, our 20 kart grid for the lightweight pre-B final.
Yeah, so this is where the format kind of changes, and instead of having 4 of our super lightweights and then 4 of the lightweights, now it's all of the B finals and then... Yes, thank you. All of the pre-B finals, and then we'll have all of the pre-A finals.
Yeah, and then don't worry, the finals action isn't over yet, because then we
someone spun on the formation lap.
It happens to the best of us. Kart's cold, of course. Getting refamiliarised with the track, with what kart you're in as well. It can happen so easily.
See,
you're testing those brakes.
You're looking at me and you know exactly what's going through my head right now.
Are you thinking how many times you've done that?
Sure. We'll go with that. We'll go with that.
As we head around the final corner, the pace kart dies out of the way. Then we head down the tram lines. A reminder: drivers need to not break formation there.
As the number 12 has been a bit
on to the start of this race. Then heading through that first corner, everyone gets away cleanly, which is the most important thing. We're all still pointing in the right direction as we get ready for 11 minutes worth of racing.
This is going to get spicy into turn 1. Luke Collins then leading the way ahead of Ethan Biddle. I think that's Tyler Shanks who's made his way up into second, having started the race from 4th in the grid. And there is a penalty for the number 12. You spotted it, Reeve. Clearly moving out of those tram lines, and I'm sure yeah, go on.
I don't think I spotted that. I think that was commentator's goes. I said it and then immediately it happened.
Yes, but then you spotted it. And I think that's probably going to be something that Elvis won't do again. now that he's been...
We have a jump start coming for Luke Collins, and that is part of the reason why we head down those trad lines as well, to make sure, to try and aid the drivers in making sure we get underway.
Don't forget, Luke Collins started not in first. Yeah. He probably started in second and jumped the start.
Either way, we are underway with racing anyway. Ethan Biddle leads this lap, just under 10 minutes of racing to go. And everyone's heading up the Dragon Straight now in a bit of a train at the moment. Ethan Biddle led by about 0.4 of a second. He'll be hoping to kind of expand on that gap as he pushes on later into this race. Side by side as we head through the carousel, though. This is nice stuff from Tyler Shanks and Ethan Biddle, as we see there. Sorry, it's Luke Collins and Tyler Shanks, rather. Luke Collins having a look down the inside. Those a bit too far back to make anything stick, rather, as we have Tyler Shanks heading down through the compressions now.
Yeah, so just to double check, or to confirm, Luke Collins did start in second. That's why he's got the jump start. If you're starting in fourth, you don't usually get a jump start penalty. It's usually the driver in second who falls foul of that particular position penalty, as we have a spinner. And I think it was the same driver who spun on the formation lap, but this time not his own fault, or not by himself anyway, out of the final corner. I think there was a bit of tangling as a potential move here from Tyler Shanks, looking to the inside, door slam shut by Ethan Biddle, and Luke Collins just trying to figure out a way to get involved, trying to go around the outside of turn 3, and now they're side by side heading down into the carousel.
Yeah, Ethan Biddle hasn't been able to romp away in perhaps the way that he would have wanted to, but as we go side by side here, it's Tyler Shanks and Luke Collins. Luke Collins has the inside and gets the position, but the question is for how long. A couple of switchbacks coming up in just a moment, and we're going to have Tyler Shanks, I'm sure, trying to fight back for it. This is all benefiting Ethan Biddle immensely, by the way. After the start of this lap, it was looking a bit questionable. Now these two are going to battle out for P2 instead.
Absolutely, and Luke Collins as well did that round the outside of the carousel. That is a really brave, fantastic overtake. The only thing I'm not sure is, what is the penalty for a jump start? Is it +1 position or +2 position?
Have to double check the rule book on that one. It's either way, it's a couple. It's kind of that margin. It's not a massive heavy hitter like a bump and pass, but certainly is a couple, as we have here. Ethan Biddle, Luke Collins side by side. Fastest lap last time out for Luke Collins. That was a 55.2, of course. We wait for a more representative one, but potentially echoing his move from last time, as Luke Collins having a look around the outside there. I think he thought about it, didn't need to though, as Ethan Biddle potentially running a bit deep into the corner, opens up the inside. Luke Collins says thank you very much, and Luke Collins into the lead of this race. Now what can Ethan Biddle do as we head back down the compressions? We know there is a switchback opportunity here. Is he going to make it stick? I don't think he will be able to yet. It's going to have to wait until the end of the lap as we have that run on to the start of the next one.
And I think I saw an overtake from the 21. Yes, indeed. Hashim Anwar up into third. Tyler Shanks dropping down into 7th position. So it's all gone downhill for Tyler after having that initial battle with Ethan a couple of laps ago. And Ethan Biddle looking at a potential move on Collins, but decides against it. I don't know if he knows that Collins has a penalty. A little bit wide though from Collins, who then slams the door shut heading down the hill. And well, this is going to allow Hashim Anwar to close in. You can already see the gap that Anwar has pulled to Zach Evans.
Yeah, as you say, Luke Collins with that penalty already. Pretty much the worst thing that Ethan Biddle can do at this point is get embroiled in a battle with Luke, especially if he starts to pick up bits of contact here or there. You never know, and you might put yourself in a position to accidentally pick up a penalty or two when he doesn't need to. He's currently not on track, but on paper, he's in the net lead of this race.
And I think it might just come into the fact that he doesn't know that it's Luke Collins in front of him. Well, he might know it's Luke, but he might not know that Luke has a penalty.
Yeah, that is so tricky to know. I mean, as I alluded to earlier, it's one thing to know that you've got a penalty, but for your other drivers, the other drivers around you, to be keeping track of how their races are going as well, that takes such a high level of mental aptitude, which I'm sure plenty of our drivers do demonstrate as they develop their skills here in the Cadets and Juniors Championship.
And the more difficult thing as well is, don't forget, it's the first round of the season, so you've not learnt who a lot of the drivers are. So unless it's, you know, one of your close friends and you know, oh, that's car 13, for example, you then won't know necessarily that who those drivers are. And it's only as the season goes on you realise, okay, these are my kind of championship rivals, these are their numbers, and then you'll recognise it when they pop up on the DigiFlag.
Heading down through the compressions once more here, we see number 20 of Hashim Anwar here leading this trio who start the next lap, and just behind them we have a few more drivers here. Rian Roy Chowdhury, Lee Jack Gibbons just getting overtaking the Harry Horn. Actually, a big fleet of cars heading down onto the onto the next part of the race.
I like that, fleet of carts.
Yes. It's one I use quite frequently.
Yeah, I think it's what CLUB100 just used in general to describe all the carts. So that could get a bit tasty up on the curb there. That's going to compromise the 38 of Jack Gibbons, I believe that is, and allow a few people through. And indeed it has, which has worked out quite well for Harry Horn, who will move up into 7th place. Also, no, it was Roy Chowdhury who gets the position in the 32, so holds on to 6th position.
Yeah, he's been controlling this little pack battle now. He is under pressure, though. So let's see how he negotiates the final part of the lap, heading around that sweeping last corner where you want to use as much of the track as possible. You just don't want to end up on that curb, as we mentioned earlier. This run onto the back straight here, the Dragon Straight, is so pivotal here as we nearly go too wide onto the grass. Lucky to avoid that as we see the carts returning to single file.
Looks like we might have a move into the hairpin. Late send from
Harry
the 57.
Horn. Nice move there, Harry Horn. Saw an opportunity and went, thank you very much, going for it. And did he manage to keep hold of it? No, Roy Chowdhury has the response there. Jack Gibbons is now on the inside as we head round the carousel. What can Chowdhury do, though? He has the inside of the next corner. Watch out, Harry Horn's back on the scene, though. Right behind them as well. Is that Harvey Whitmore, I think? Oh, sorry, Harley Whitmore, I think it is. There we go, from the back of this pack. All of a sudden, fighting to be leading it now as well as we head through the compressions. It will be Jack Gibbons now leading the charge, but I have a feeling we're going to come to the next frame and it's going to change all over again. What an immense battle this is shaping up to be as we go 3 wide here. Gets a little bit messy for Harry Horn. He takes the inside here but loses out. What a bit of action here for the final part of that lap.
And Jack Gibbons has been able to get through to the front of the train and pull out a bit of a gap as well, so that's perfect for Gibbons. Now up into 6th place. We'll see whether Roy Chowdhury and Woods behind are able to close in and allow this battle for P6 to restart. As the 32 of Roy Chowdhury just defending that inside, and that was Harry Horn getting squeezed onto the grass a little bit, dropping right back now just in front of Arnav Dungana. So I think he's dropped down to 10th position now.
As we head down towards the end of the Dragon Straight once more. Some good corner names here at GYG, I should add. Some fairly good ones indeed. Actually quite a modern circuit overall. Either way, get distracted by the circuit where there's some great racing action happening here. We've got Luke Collins versus Ethan Biddle, a battle we saw earlier on in this race. We're back on board with it now as the man who leads on who leads on paper, the man who leads on track, as we head up through the compressions now in just a moment.
Yeah, don't forget as well to let us know on the YouTube chat who you are supporting and how your day is going. You know, are you at the circuit? You can get involved in our pit lane paddock discussion that we had. Lewis Hamilton, Charles Leclerc, bring that back up. But it's really good at the moment from Collins and Biddles. They're not fighting. And Hashim Anwar slowly dropping back and falling into the clutches of Elvis Hartley as well, who has Zach Evans just a few more tenths further behind.
Heading on to the start-finish straight then with this massive train of carts, which we saw battling a couple of moments ago. Only 90 seconds left to go in this race, and what action will they deliver once more? There's Roy Chowdhury, who led a few laps ago, dropped back a couple of positions, but is still very much in the mix here as we see a bit of a switchback to go 3 wide. There goes Harry Horn down the inside. He set that up halfway down the straight and gets the move secured as we run down towards the carousel. Now, Real might be losing out here to the number 44 of Harvey Brandrick as well as we head through the carousel. They are able to continue on, but Roy Chowdhury losing out. No, he stays ahead of Harley there, actually, so apologies for that one. All change in this mid-pack, though.
Yeah, lots of fighting going on. And, well, these are points on offer, and those points could become really valuable come the end of the championship, no matter where they are in the table. And I think we've also got a few rookies in this race. So our highest rookie is Elvis Hartley, who is currently in P4.
Yeah, we've got, as you say, a number of rookies all spread throughout the field. So nice to see some of these rookies progressing into Club 100 Cadets and already showing that they've got some potential here. So nice to see. We'll see what we make more of our cadets later on throughout the day as well. But meanwhile, Luke Collins still leads Ethan Biddle here. A reminder, Ethan still has it on paper at the moment. A penalty under Luke Collins' belt as it stands. And there we go, checkered flag there. Luke Collins comes home ahead of Ethan Biddle, but it will be Ethan who takes the top step in this race when all is said and done. Hashim Amboir comes home P3 on the road. Elvis Hartley, Zach Evans are top 5. Then we have Jack Gibbons, Harry Woods, Harley Whitmore, Harry Horde and Rian Roy Chowdhury are top 10 from our Cadet Lightweight North Pre-B final. Rather exciting race there. That mid-pack action was particularly interesting.
Yeah, it was very good. Got to see a little bit of nice working together up at the front of the field. And then, as you mentioned, Reeve, that really fun battling in the midfield. But with that said, it is time for us to move on to our Junior Lightweight North Pre-B final.
And we can hear the revs billowing out of our junior karters' engines now as they head out on to the circuit to get ready to form up for the grids. And let's have a look at those grids and as the pace car waits the field. So our first row of the grid will be Dan Treadwell, Zachary Melrose, Bobby McGeer and Harry Power. Kira Boylan and Charlie Walmsley ride our first 3 rows. Marcus Allen, Jake Dilworth Parrott, Ben Cosgrove, Arnie Reemackie, Noah Hadwin and Dylan Tracy. Moving on then to row 7, Samuel Chilton, Larry Tiddle, Thomas Walker, Freddie Coleman-Evans, Edward Gorner and Zach Hassan. Moving on to row 10, it's Ashley Hainson Quinton, Jack Matthews, Charlie Killick, Rudy Gilmore Kelly, Luke Scarborough and Bradley Rowe. Our final karters then, Caudle Hayes, Rowan Horder, Abdul Kareem Williams, Henry Gorner and Riley Lewis are 29 kart grid for the Junior Lightweight North Pre-B final. Some very packed grids here in GYG for our Club 100 Cadets and Juniors Championships. Just goes to show Club 100 currently going from strength to strength. The fields are so packed. It's part of the reason why we've had to split north and south is we just want to get so many drivers in these days, don't we?
Absolutely. And a bit of love in the chat for Bobby McGeer. Well, Bobby, I'm presuming it's Bobby McGeer. You have to watch out for him. Blue suit and helmet starting this race in 3rd place. He is the champion of the lightweights. He beat Rory O'Regan last year. What's he doing in the B final? Well, he's going to be looking to win it, that's for sure. Away we go. McGeer is already up into 2nd place, but it's a good start for Zachary Melrose, who leads the field as we head up the hill towards that little kink. And is anyone going to end up on the grass? No, it's nice and clean. Never mind, we do have one driver right on the grass. They're going to be able to keep it going. That is the number 60 of Arnie Ray Mackey, and we're almost 3 abreast. McGeer in the middle of all 3. He'll be able to make his way through. Dylan Tracy has a penalty as we have another driver completely off on the grass, able to rejoin the circuit, but they're going to lose a bunch of positions.
They will indeed. You can see the marshals getting ready to break out those yellow flags, and there's a very good reason for that. It's all getting a bit elbows out here at the start of our junior lightweight Pre-B final. This is getting quite interesting, isn't it? There, as we commentators curse, can I say, by the way, Yousuf, you take the crown for that one. That was particularly impressive. As we start the 2nd lap of this race, let's hope it's all a bit squeaky clean in comparison, as Dan Treadwell leads from Bobby McGeer. Zach Melrose in 3rd position then. Actually a rookie in this race, so a remarkable start for a rookie. Bumper pass comes in for Ben Cosgrove as well.
And as you mentioned, Ben Cosgrove with a penalty. I think I saw an overtake from Zachary Melrose. Actually, it might not have been. It might have been Marcus Allen on Ben Cosgrove for P4 as lots of curve being taken, and well, that was just an accident waiting to happen. The 47 is off, gonna have to push back onto the circuit as well. Disaster for JD Parra, more incidents. You know what, I have a feeling hopefully no unsafe rejoins here, but JEV might be having a chat with some of our juniors after this race. There's a cone stricken on the circuit as well, and I'm sure the radios of all the marshals is going to be hot with the amount of penalties being called.
Smoke billowing out of them, I am sure, as we have a couple more penalties coming in. This is all getting a bit elbows out, and it's, I mean, obviously as a racing driver, you're always going to try and get the most position, but this is the Pre-B final. This is your chance to get your head down, try and work your way up to get.
You know what, Reeve? I know what Pre-B final stands for. Pre-B UKC.
Okay.
They're getting ready.
Okay.
This might look like home for you.
As we have a yellow flag being waved there, so we really need to, keep the cars to a decent pace here, as it looks to be everyone is now beginning to bunch back up, slow down a bit as we wait for a couple of cars that are off circuit to rejoin safely. We saw a couple more penalties coming in for forcing a driver wide. We are already 3 minutes into this race. It doesn't feel like any racing action has happened just yet. It's been, it's been a different type of action, but Dan Treadwell still leads in all of this by 1.6 seconds. A 51.3 is his best lap so far, fastest lap of the race. 1.6 seconds ahead of Bobby McGeer. Zachary Melrose running in P3 at the moment. He's doing a remarkable job as a rookie out there as things stand, but he does have a penalty to serve, so he won't be coming home. P3 on the road as we have a look here.
That's Kira Boylan going up the inside of Harry Power into the carousel. Nice move from Kira for P7. Next up is going to be Dylan Tracy, who I'm going to assume it's Dylan's brother Lewis Tracy, who was very quick and put it on pole for his super lightweight session, if I'm not mistaken. But our leaders come through the final corner, and that is a stricken 26 kart.
That is indeed. That will be the 26 of Charlie Walmsley Ride, by the looks of things, having a bit of an off there. So an unfortunate start to the racing action this afternoon for our junior pre-B finalists. Let's see as we head further into the race. So we're approaching the halfway point. Hopefully things will settle down a little bit more. Kira Boylan is on a charge. We know she's got a penalty under her belt, but perhaps with a bit of clear air, trying to make amends. Yes, I did see her name come up earlier. Yeah, penalty there for Kira Boylan. So trying to make amends for that, of course, out on track, gaining as many positions as possible. As mentioned before, penalties here, not based on time, based on position in the Club 100. So you can come home first, but after the race, if you've got 3 places to serve at your penalty, you will be coming home in no higher than a 4th. That applies to anyone, no matter where they are in the field. As we have now a bit of a denouement in terms of the action, just because it was a bit hectic at the start, but let's see as we continue on down towards the carousel here with the number 37 of Dan Treadwell. Dan Treadwell, 2 seconds in the lead of this race. He's cruising along quite nicely.
He had been doing really well, pulling out the gap, but last time round, it's almost like... Hang on.
Well...
Oh, right, I got thrown off. I saw the fastest lap on the second row, but I forgot we'd scroll down on the timings. So it's not actually Bobby McGeer who's putting the fastest lap of the race.
I'm breaking the kit in the commentary box, folks.
Well, you're not breaking it. You're just sending my mind for a spiral.
As we see Dan Treadwell there, 50.9. Bobby McGeer, 51.1. So maintaining this gap in the lead of the race quite well at the moment is Dan Treadwell.
Yeah. And, well, he's holding it at 2.1 seconds, going a tiny bit faster than McGeer each lap, which is... You know what, this is going to be really stressful for Bobby McGeer because it's the start of a new championship, the pace isn't there. After having had such a good run as that, is a nice move going up the inside from the 26 on the 16. I don't know what position that is for, but that was a feisty move. I think one of them is Dylan Tracy. So it might... Who is that with Dylan Tracy? It is the 26.
It is in...
Am I just going blind? I see the 16 of Dylan Tracy in 6. Where's the 26 there on the timings?
26, that is Charlie Walmsley Ride. They did have an issue earlier on, it's lap traffic.
Yes, right.
So that will explain that one. Ben Cosgrove now sets a new fastest lap of this race. What a bit of a charge at the moment is Ben. Dylan Tracy, meanwhile, makes his way through that traffic up into 5th on the road at the moment. Again, it's one of those situations, you eliminate Dan Treadwell from this, our top drivers looking pretty close, but Dan Treadwell in a bit of a league of his own at the moment, just setting the pace quite nicely, controlling that race, forcing a drive-wide penalty comes in for Charlie Walmsley Ride. An unfortunate race just gets that a little bit worse for the number 26 Carter there, so hopefully able to pick up pieces later on in today's action.
Yes, because don't forget, this is the pre-B final, but there is an A final as well, so a chance to redeem yourself.
And the B final as well, of course.
Yes, but I mean, Charlie's not going to make that.
Yeah.
Yeah. As fast as Charlie might be, he could be Rory O'Regan. He could be me, really.
Anything
but
can
he's
happen.
Too far back.
We've got 4 minutes of racing action left. Anything can happen. We've seen crazier things happen before.
I don't think we have seen crazier things when you're over a lap down with 4 minutes left in the race.
Again, anything can happen. You never know. 3 minutes to go on the clock. Ben Cosgrove, fastest lap of the race, a 50.5. That's a really strong lap, actually, from Ben as he closes up to Bobby McGeer, and that might just mean that Ben Cosgrove just becomes Dan Treadwell's best friend out on track at the moment, because if Bob McGear is rather held back, shall we say, by Ben Cosgrove now bringing a fight to him, there's nothing really that Bob McGear can do late on into the race to try and close up on Dan Treadwell. As we come into the final few laps now, Dan is doing a remarkable job out in front of this race at the moment, just controlling everything.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't think any of them would have caught Dan Treadwell. I mean, Ben Cosgrove could even have a slight pace advantage over Dan, but Dan has just been consistently putting in these laps. So I just don't think it would have mattered, as there is the 84 that we're seeing of Zachary Melrose at the front of this train of cars. You can see Dylan Tracy just off in the distance in 4th position. I don't think Ben Cosgrove has a penalty that we need to worry about.
I should add, when we read out the results out on screen, obviously owing to penalties and that sort of thing, we do decide that these are provisional results that we read out, because the official results will be posted later on Alpha Live. Timing, once the stewards have had a look over, happy that they're happy with how the grid is looking after the race.
Well, it's essentially once the penalties get applied, because the Alpha Live timing system, not yet anyway, has a way of at the end applying those penalties that have come through. So it gets some post-race through the magical systems that be. But Ben Cosgrove still looking quick right behind McGear. And this is an important battle because, well, you've got qualifications for an A final at stake. A pre-A final at stake.
Of course, as we see down the inside there, the number 44 of Bobby McGear looking very composed. He's set himself up nicely for the S's as we head down to the carousel now. Gets ahead of Ben Cosgrove, or rather maintains the position ahead of Ben Cosgrove, as Ben was having a look around the outside at the top end of the circuit. We head now into the final sector. It just comes so quickly here at GYG. Such a high-speed circuit, as we have a couple of cone warnings coming in, but I'm glad that's all we've got for now. Bit of a difference to the, bit of a contrast to the start of the race, shall we say, as we head into that final corner. And there we go, Bobby McGear feeling the pressure from Ben Cosgrove, but so far not relenting, putting on a brilliant defensive drive as we head up the Dragon Straight once more. Looks over the shoulder, sees Ben Cosgrove occupying his rear view, occupying the full width of his rear bumper, and they go side by side. Yeah, down the inside, Bob McGear's on the defence. Ben would have been particularly brave to try and get it stuck on the outside here. Nothing that he can do against Bob McGear just yet, but is the inside going to open up for him now? No, well defended by Bob McGear for now.
I think the issue for Bobby McGear is he went through turn 1 trying to hold it really tight so that Cosgrove couldn't go up the inside. That compromised his exit speed and is what allowed Cosgrove to get the exit and pretty much go round the outside of him. I think next time round, if McGear does it and Cosgrove takes turn 1 completely properly, he'll actually be able to just sweep past McGear on the straight. So let's see how defensive does McGear go through turn 1. Well, Cosgrove is not as close this time round, and this is the last lap of the race.
It is indeed. It's absolutely flown by. Plenty of action, as we alluded to earlier. A couple more penalties actually coming in as well. As we look on, there is Bobby McGear down the inside on the defence from Ben Cosgrove. It's a repeat of the previous couple of laps, in fact, as we see him looking over the left shoulder, being very aware of the presence of his rival, but nothing that Ben Cosgrove could do just yet. That's a very wide go-kart for Bobby McGear, isn't it, as we head up now towards the top end of Sector 3. Bob McGear is looking poised to take P2, but does Ben Cosgrove have a late charge through the last couple of corners, through the compressions here, as Dan Treadwell brings it home to a nice, comfortable race victory. Congratulations, Dan. Brilliant drive there. And in the end, it is Bobby McGear who wins out in P2. Ben Cosgrove comes home P3, Dylan Tracy P4, and Larry Tindall provisional top 5.
And Dylan Tracy catching up to the back of those two on the last lap would be thinking, if only I had one more lap, I could have been right in that. Kira Boylan in 6th, does have a penalty. I saw Harry Powell 7th, then is Zachary Melrose, Noah Hadwin, and finishing in 10th place is Ashley Haynes St. Quintin. Well, that was a very exciting start to the race and an exciting end, but the start in particular, it was almost like a Guy Ritchie movie.
Let's hope that we don't see a repeat of that now as we head into our next few races. That is our Junior Lightweight North Pre-B final coming to a close, and we're going to get ready in a few moments for our next race of the afternoon.
Indeed we are, which is going to be moving on to our B final for the Cadet Super Lightweights.
And here we go. Got to go. Pre-A final there, sorry. Yousuf.
Oh, pardon me.
It's easily done. There's so many different sessions this afternoon as we are going to transition over to that now. It is equally done. So many different. There's 32 sessions today. Here we go, just to confirm. Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-A final there, easily done.
I got one part of it, most of it right.
That's fine, let's have a look at the grids anyway for our cadets. It's going to be Rory Hamilton, James Vowell, Mohammed Issa Subadar, and then Alex Ratton, Francesco Taccaro, Zachary Smith. Then move on to William Moore, Jacob Underhill, David Kadar, Zaya Ono, Leah Catignon and Freyla Lally. Moving on then to Sebastian Harris, Lucas Fradgley, Samadip Doanwal, and then move on to Adam Telford, Jess Kirby and Daniel Norton. Then we have Ethan Hall and Sarah Telford. I could have taken my time with that one actually. I think 20 carts in the end in that grid. Had a bit more time to spare, didn't have to rattle through them.
You're just becoming a speedy master of running through grids. We got the thumbs up.
I stumble over my words sometimes, but yeah, thumbs up.
Thumbs up from Fraser Broderick. I think he's giving you a thumbs up there as well as our Cadet Super Lightweight. Rory Hamilton, the reigning champion of the overall Cadet Super Lightweight, starts on pole. Well, he's got a few years of cadets ahead of him still, but he is absolutely rapid, and it is a great start for him. James Vowell up into second place. Not a good start from the outside of the grid as Mohammed Issa Subedar drops down a couple of positions. I think that's him with the yellow suit and the yellow helmet as Hamilton takes a defensive line going into turn number 2.
11 more minutes of racing action. Our cadets getting a nice getaway in this race. This is how it's done, isn't it, for our Pre-A finalists? Of course, the grids first decided based on qualifying earlier on during the day. As we head down through the compressions once more, it's a very nice start to the racing action for Rory Hamilton and James Vowell here on a bit more of a defence. On a bit more of the defence here as he has some pressure in the form of Mohammed and Alex behind as we start the next lap of the race. Rory Hamilton ahead of Alex Ratton there. Sorry, James Vowell has tumbled back to P4. I don't know how I can miss that, to be honest. It's a very vibrant suit, isn't it?
Yes, very vibrant suit. James Vowell not having a great start then from third place, ending up dropping down a few positions. I'm sure we'll be eager to get through this field. Alex Ratton doing a really good job at leading the rest of the cadets onto the back of Mr. Rory Hamilton. And, well, I'd say I'm sure Rory's glad that he's getting a battle, but I think in Rory's helmet he'll be thinking, why can't I pull away from them?
He probably will be, but we do know that Rory has some great pace underneath him, so let's see if he can pull something out of the bag as we head further into this race. Alex Ratton, though, really keeping the charge going. Francesco Taccaro, we saw, had a brilliant qualifying. We got a good glimpse of this race that we saw earlier on in qualifying today.
Well.
Yeah, where we had a bit of a trailer almost into the racing action that we're going to see for our Pre-A finalists today. Now, Zachary Smith with the fastest lap of the race so far. We should see some better times tumbling in as we get further into the race. There we can see our positions gained and lost. Now, it's not been an ideal start for Mohammed there, but Adam Telford, Jacob Underhill, Francesco Taccaro, Alex Ratton all making up a few places there. Adam Telford in particular up into 10th from 16th. That's a nice start to the race for Adam Telford there.
Very good start. And Reeve, you're going to be incredibly proud of me because I'm going to do some housekeeping and talk about the highest placed rookie cadet, which is Sebastian Harris down in 12th.
Yep, nice effort from our rookies. We've seen plenty of rookies and plenty of newcomers overall in the Club 100 Cadets and Juniors Championship so far this year. So nice to see them getting involved, getting in the mix of things, and making a name for themselves, put themselves on the scene. I was a bit worried then when you said you're going to start doing some housekeeping. I was expecting a rearrangement of the commentary box or something. I'm slowly doing that by knocking the cupboard every now and again accidentally.
I'm going to cook up a terrible pun. That's what's about to happen.
Oh, no. Anyway, racing action on screen, so we can hopefully avoid Yousuf's puns. As we see Rory Hamilton leads this race still at the moment. Jacob Underhill with the new fastest lap of the race. Top 6 is covered by 1 second, and there is that top 6 battle coming towards the crest of the hill before we tumble back down towards the carousel. You build up a nice little bit of speed as you head down towards the carousel. I'm sure it looks like it's got plenty of elevation changes on it this circuit, but when you're actually on track, it feels like a proper roller coaster.
Yeah. If anyone ever goes to Brands Hatch and gets to do a track walk, it's so steep coming out of turn 1, and it's even steeper going up the hill back towards Druid's Hairpin, but it is looking very racy. Fair play to Alex Ratton, who is sticking to the back of Rory Hamilton phenomenally. And the group behind are starting to battle for third, which is allowing these top 2 to pull away. This is now going to have to be a really good lap from Francesco Taccaro. James Vowell, this is where he has to make a decision. Does he go for the overtake and decide that Taccaro doesn't have the pace to catch up to the top two, or does he push him along for one lap so that they can get back within touching distance and then fight again?
Yeah, it's a really pivotal phase of the race because Francesco Di Caro is almost a bit of a concertina effect almost. He's backing off through certain sectors, but then he's dragging.
Here comes Wout.
Oh, yeah, Wout comes through down the inside there. And Francesco Di Caro seems to disappear off into the distance almost as James Wout moves up into third position. But we look on our two race leaders here, Rory Hamilton versus Alex Ratton as we head down through the compressions. James Wout on the defence now against Zachary Smith. There we have confirmation of that battle for first as we head down towards the bottom end of the circuit once more. Bit of a gap now being built up for James Wout. Potentially, I think, though, Zachary Smith might think about a move down the inside. No, thinks better of it. Meanwhile, there's our two frontrunners out in front here. This is shaping up to be a great race.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if the stewards are going to say anything about that incident for third. James Wout was almost fully alongside, maybe halfway alongside, but it was quite a late move. So I think because we haven't had anything through yet, I think James Wout is clear, and the stewards have deemed that to be an acceptable move, and Wout now needs to get his head. Oh, that is a cool graphic. We got battle for third. Oh, that's,
we saw it before.
Beautiful.
We just saw it for the first place one. Oh, I
didn't notice it.
Oh, you never listened to me, Yousuf. Anyway, I'm joking, of course.
I think I was looking at timing for standings or something.
Rory Hamilton, either way, leading this race with fastest lap as well, under pressure from Alex Ratton. James Wout still with that small gap. Well, I'm not sure he's too focused on P2. I'm sure he's trying to focus on defending P3 on the road at the moment. 0.6 of a second separates these two drivers.
Oh, we've got the golden lap in. That is a 52.697, a lap record.
Very nice work there from Zachary Smith. Impressive stuff.
That's impressive work from Zachary Smith, but you know what it's even better work from?
Who?
Our amazing Alpha Live production crew.
Yes, Alpha Live timing as well for the new website. The new
yeah,
lovely website. That looks
everything.
really nice. So a reminder, if you want to follow along with the timings as well, results.alphatiming.co.uk/club100. I believe Motorsport Magpie pinned it in the broadcast comments before. So if you're looking for a hyperlink, there you go. But now, this battle for first and the battle for third that we had has now just turned into one big battle for first, pretty much by the looks of things.
See,
as we head down the compressions.
Together, Reeve.
We do work together, yes, I remember that. Anyway, as we start the next lap now, less than 4 minutes to go of this race already. This race is flying by. But this hasn't been out-and-out battling. We haven't been elbows out as someone's diving down the inside. It's just been a nice, considered drive from our top 5, top 6.
Racing.
This is fantastic stuff.
This is why when people talk about Formula 1 and they say it's boring because there's no overtakes, I say what a load of rubbish. Because if you get racing like this where there is always the chance of an overtake, it's fantastic. And Rory Hamilton is starting to feel the pressure from Alex Ratton. Alex Ratton sees that there's a group behind him and he's realised there's no point in working with Rory anymore. We're not going to pull away from anyone. It's time to go for an overtake, but he's not been able to find anything. And James Wout is looking the raciest of all 5 of our cadet super lightweight drivers.
He is indeed. Zachary Smith still, of course, holding that fastest lap of the race. It's going to be hard to beat that in this session, but as we now head on to the start-finish straight, 5 carts head down in succession. James Wout has a bit of a wider approach into that first corner. Actually, he had a look at the outside. Maybe he's going to try and wrestle the cart in, trying to carry as much speed on entry as possible. Either way, he's in that train. As we see Jacob Underhill just backing off a little bit as it becomes a 4-car battle for the lead of this race. When all is said and done, Rory Hamilton, I must tip my hat to Rory Hamilton here, because remarkable defensive drive as he looks over to defend from Alex Ratton. And I'm sure he's wary, though, of James Wout, who was thinking about the outside as well.
I think that was Zachary Smith losing the position to Jacob Underhill. So through goes Jacob up into 4th place. Another driver to really watch out for who came, was it 2nd or 3rd in the championship last year? Again, not the Northern Championship, the overall championship, before we had the introduction of the North and South Championships that Club 100 has introduced, not just for the juniors, but for the seniors as well this year. Francesco Di Caro's dropped a few places, he's down to 8th, but again, our eyes are firmly on this beautiful, beautiful 5-way battle up at the front. It really is a train. This is what peak junior UK karting should look like, and our super lightweight cadets are putting on a fantastic display. Rory Hamilton so cleanly covering off the inside, not doing anything too aggressive, but James Wout spots, smells an overtake, sends it up the inside. Jacob Underhill wants to try to follow through, but he's got Alex Ratton on the inside through Spoon, and you can see Underhill getting worried that he might drop a position to Zachary Smith, but he's able to hold on to 4th place. This is good news for Rory Hamilton. He's been able to pull a few kart lengths, and if he can get a really good run through the final couple of corners, maybe he can break that slipstream. But the slipstream is so impactful in these smaller, these much slower than the junior karts, because you feel that effect of slipstream with less powerful karts.
You do indeed. There's Alex Ratton's looking poised to go down the inside, and he does on James Vout there. Alex Ratton back up into 2nd position. That was set up halfway down the straight there. Nice move. Bump and pass for James Vout. That's huge in this battle. What a shame for James Vout's otherwise remarkable race to come to a bit of an end like that. Alex Ratton gets back past, says thank you very much, I'm going to take P2, and it is still business as usual for Rory Hamilton out in front when all is said and done, because he still leads. He's still looking over his shoulder to try and maintain that lead. Jacob Underhill remains ahead of Zachary Smith, but we do know that it's not going to stay the same, this order, to the end of the race.
And that penalty is not going to change this racing at all. It won't change how any of them approach this, because it doesn't affect anything apart from championship points. So Alex Ratton doing a really good job to get back past James Vout, who got that penalty presumably for the incident down in the carousel. And Alex Ratton again just having a sniff. Rory Hamilton constantly defending. That's why we're not seeing fast laps, because Rory Hamilton's always making sure to have the inside covered, not just down here into the carousel, but also into the hairpin of turn 2 that they had just gone through.
And there is the carousel, the infamous carousel, which has been a point of many an overtake at GYG over the past couple of weeks for our Club 100 rounds as we head through the compressions once again. Rory Hamilton leads Alex Ratton. James Vout there, you can't miss him in the neon green, highlighter green suit there. Then we have Jacob Underhill.
Neon yellow?
Yeah, probably yellow to be fair. Either way, as we start the next lap of the race, Zachary Smith gets ahead of Jacob Underhill, so they swap positions back to how it was a few laps ago, and this will be the final lap of this race.
It is indeed. It's gone by so quickly, and an absolutely fantastic 5-way battle for first. Does Alex Ratton have anything at his disposal? Also, we've kind of missed Zachary Smith getting back past Jacob Underhill. He'll jump ahead of James Vout once that penalty is applied, as Vout again tries to squeeze his way through in the carousel. Ratton's going to be able to cover it off, and through goes Zachary Smith. Jacob Underhill will follow through as well, and poor James Vout, despite the penalty, will drop down to 5th, then to 4th, then back up to 5th, down to 5th, up to 4th, but Rory Hamilton, a masterclass as always, takes the race win, celebrates in style. Alex Ratton with a very good 2nd place, Zachary Smith with the lap record as well in 3rd, then it's James Vout and Jacob Underhill to complete our top 5. David Kadar comes home in 6th ahead of Francesco Di Caro, William Moore, then it's Mohammed Isa Subedar in 9th, and in 10th place comes Samardeep Daliwal, Freya Lilly, Zaya Ono, and Ethan Hall Jr. in 13th place. But an absolutely fantastic cadet super lightweight North Pre-A final.
It was indeed remarkable drive there from Rory Hamilton on the defensive for so long, did not crack under pressure. Also Zachary Smith, 6th on the grid, works his way up to 3rd, and with a lap record to boot as well. So that is a good start to our Pre-A finals. Let's go ahead into our junior running next. So here we are then, our junior super lightweights are heading out on track for the North Pre-A final this afternoon. Let's have a look at the grid. It will be Lewis Tracy, Dan Griffin, Benjamin Hamilton, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, Sam Morse, Jacob Brown. Then it's Tom Justice, Thomas Welford, Jack Brommer, Miles Harrison, Lucas Kelly and Caden Ward. Row 7 will be Jensen Barnard, Josh Whittaker, Logan McAllister, Lewis Prendergast, Jamie Crampton and James Wall. Ellis McKenzie, Connor Kenny, Sam Bernal, Jamie Richards, Callum Wood, Dina Rowan. Our 24 kart grid for our junior super lightweight Pre-A final.
And it's going to be interesting because we've got one particular driver massively out of position by his standards, and that's Logan McAllister. Not even in the top 10. The driver who came 2nd in the junior super lightweights overall for 2024. But there's some really quick drivers. You're looking at Lewis Tracy. Again, I'm going to say Tom Justice. He's been really confident saying that he's going to win. He's starting this race from down in 5th place. These are drivers who have stepped up from the cadets and in their first season are fighting amongst the big boy juniors. I mean, they're juniors themselves now, but this is still really, really impressive. And away we go racing. Lewis Tracy leads the way, and through goes Benji Hamilton. There's a hand in the air from Tracy trying to say that there was a loading. Benji Hamilton will say that the corner's flat. If you went wide, that's your own fault. But Benji Hamilton leads the way, trying to replicate what his brother did in the previous races. We have one driver going wide almost onto the grass, but Hamilton leads the way.
He does indeed. Yellow's waved already. I think there was a bit of elbows action, shall we say, further down the pack. Either way, we do continue on this lap here with Benjamin Hamilton. It's a remarkable run through that first corner, as you say, leading this race. And now Lewis Tracy there in second at the moment. 10 minutes of this sprint racing action to go as we head down through the compressions and round to start the next lap of this race. The junior drivers pushing as much as they dare through that final corner before we carry on. Matteo Ehrenfeuchter there making up a good position there, up into third place as he starts the next lap of the race.
Yep. Good from Ehrenfeuchter, and you can see that yellow flag. That's what's allowed everyone to close up, because the drivers from fourth downwards would have slowed down a little bit less than the top of the three. But poor Lewis Tracy from pole dropping down to fourth place. But then you've got Ehrenfeuchter, Tracy, Tom Justice. You've got three of your cadet drivers from last year in the top six, and Miles Harrison as well. So 4 cadets in the top 7 of our pre-A final. That is so impressive, and such a testament to the new Club 100 junior system that is in place.
Yeah, absolutely. So good to see the progression through the ranks that Club 100, that MSUK, and everyone involved provide, as we see Benjamin Hamilton, of course, fastest lap of the race. That's pretty much a given. As we see Sam Morse running in second at the moment as we head into the yellow flag sector. I do want to give mention to Nikki and Dan, who are watching on, who are Sam Morse's aunt and uncle. They're watching from Canada,
okay.
So a few thousand miles away. So thank you very much for tuning in to support Sam Morse there. He's having a very good race out there at the moment. And do also, if you're watching along on the broadcast, comment and let us know maybe perhaps where you're watching from. Let's see what corners of the globe we've got some viewers.
Yeah, I think it'll be breakfast time over in Canada, so...
Yeah, it will be, yeah.
I don't know, what did they have for breakfast? I know
Let
maple syrup is the
Let us know. Yeah.
The national.
We were asking it in the Paddock show. We were asking our drivers what we had for breakfast. So let's hear from Nikki and Dan what they had for breakfast.
Absolutely. Oh, a little bit wide there from
more
Sam
things going out on the screen.
Sam, your aunt and uncle are watching. Don't go too wide. As he has that moment with the rear end, that might give an opportunity to Ehrenfeuchter to go for a move. But Benji Hamilton is starting to break that toe by a tiny bit, as there goes Tom Justice up the inside of Jacob Brown. He pulls off the move as well, and I think following through was Logan McAllister. So McAllister, no, never mind, he's still behind Jacob Brown, but they are slowly working their way up, and Tom Justice will be looking to get his head down, closing in onto these top 5. I think he finished 5th place at Wilton Mill, if I remember correctly, after starting quite high up the order. But Benji Hamilton is definitely going to be quite pleased with how this race is panning out at the moment. Does the gap increase to Sam Morse? Well, it stays at about half a second, but Tom Justice with the fastest lap of the race. You can see the heads tucking down on this straight as he tries to get that little bit extra slipstream on the run towards T2.
Yeah, remarkable lap there from Tom Justice, 50.0, so already into the 49s this early on in a race stream, so that's nice to see as we look down towards the carousel. Here is Lewis Tracy there by the looks of things. Yeah, that is Lewis Tracy heading through now. Putting the pressure on Matteo Ehrenfeuchter. There is Tom
He's going for the move.
Yeah, down the inside there. Can he make it stick as we have the switch back? No, it's the inside for the left-hander. Comes back to Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, and he says, you're not having this corner this easily.
The issue is, if you go for that move, you have to be really aggressive. Yes. Throw the car in and leave no space on the outside.
And you're at risk of a bump and pass then, aren't you?
Exactly.
Yep.
So it's about doing it in a way that the driver you're overtaking knows what you're going to do and realizes that they have to back out, as the That's going to be Jacob Brown up the inside of Tom Justice, who goes really wide. And McAllister is around. Not what McAllister needed. Drama to start off his championship. Logan McAllister dropping down the order. And there's Tom Justice fighting his way back up through the order, up the inside of Jack Bromham. And next up is going to be Miles Harrison. But Benji Hamilton still leading the way and starting to eke out that gap to nearly a second.
We talked earlier on today about how you can afford to maybe have a mistake or two because it's the very start of the season and there's still so much more opportunity to get those points in. But at the same time, you don't want a poor foundation to your season, do you? And I'm not going to say by any means Logan McAllister is doing a poor job out there, but it's not been ideal for him today, has it? I'm sure he'll be hoping to pick up pieces moving into the next round and have a more enjoyable time out there, shall we say.
Benji Hamilton with a fast lap of the race, and there's a penalty as well for Miles Harrison, presumably the contact with McAllister. So that would explain what caused McAllister to go around. I think we pretty much saw it on the broadcast as well, but it's always hard to see what happened when you're not expecting it to happen.
Exactly, yeah. As we see Benjamin Hamilton out in front, meanwhile, obviously built that second margin, which is remarkable stuff. Matteo Ehrenvoigt, meanwhile, is the driver feeling the pressure as we head around the final corner, because there is the train. I'm going to say train again. I'm trying to come up with another word for a long line of carts.
The slinky.
The snake of carts. There we go. The snake of carts behind Matteo Ehrenvoigt there as we start the next lap of the race.
Oh, it's almost an attempt from Lewis Tracy. Poked his nose up the inside, but that actually might compromise him. Oh, on exit, someone went wide in the background, I think. Couldn't quite tell who it was. And there it goes. Tracy fighting with Jacob Brown, able to hold on to the position. There's Miles Harrison behind these two. Waits for a potential opportunity to be able to pounce and find a way through. And then it's about half a second to Justice Bromham and Crampton in their three-way battle for P7.
We'll start the next lap of the race. Would you believe it? 4 minutes to go already. Absolutely flown by this race.
Just going to have a little look as well at our best placed rookie, that is Sam Burnell.
Oh, there we go, down the inside there. Lewis Tracy, lovely move coming towards the end of the first sector. Just seems to cut back from
fighting
the outside.
back though, goes
down
up the inside into the carousel, and Miles Harrison almost loses the front end as he tries to avoid Lewis Tracy, who was just a little bit slower on the exit than Harrison was, but great battling for third place.
Yeah, I think we're going to see this going on right until the bitter end of this race, so let's stay tuned in for that, folks. Looking forward to seeing that one as head round the final corner once more. Lewis Tracy versus Matteo Ehrenvoigt as we start the next lap. Now has a look around the outside, but well defended by Matteo. Matteo darts towards the inside of the circuit to try and keep Lewis behind, but will that compromise him in terms of outright pace? Well, Lewis is certainly going to hang it down on the inside here as he's done on the past couple of laps. Nothing he can do just yet. A bit of contact between a couple of cars, actually, as we head now down towards the carousel once more. Co-warning comes in for Matteo Ehrenvoigt. That won't phase him too much right now. He can't see that digi-flag. What will phase him, though, is Lewis Tracy putting the pressure on from behind.
And there was contact between Miles Harrison and I think that was Jack Bromham, maybe, or Jacob Brown, and that allowed Tom Justice to make the move and overtake Harrison, I think. We'll see what the order is, because that is definitely Jacob Brown ahead of Justice. I think it was Harrison and Bromham who had that incident, but 2.5 minutes to go. Still Benji Hamilton leading, Matteo Ehrenvoigt in third place, and there's a yellow flag out as well, which means that there won't be any opportunity for Tracy to go for a send, as there goes Tom Justice. Tries to force through and ends up mounting the rear end of Jacob Brown's kart. That might be a penalty for Justice, and well, it's all got a little bit crazy and there is now a lot of fighting, but that's allowed Ehrenvoigt and Tracy to pull completely clear of this battle for fifth.
It has indeed, and it's such an unfortunate thing when you see the kart jump on top of each other like that, because you're a passenger at that point. Nothing you can do. You just got to wait until it returns back to the ground. Take-out penalty coming for Lewis Prendergast there. This is, as you mentioned, a great race for Benjamin Hamilton. Was romping out in front, but also Sam Morse as well.
Oh, that's looking feisty. 3 abreast. Tom Justice try to slam the door shut. And that's Logan McAllister working his way back up through the order. Fair play to McAllister, who was involved in that incident earlier on. And, well, the racing is definitely getting feistier, as that's Justice now on the outside, losing another couple of positions. McAllister has a look over his shoulder and sees that there's a relatively big gap.
And there we have penalty coming in for Tom Justice, forcing a driver wide. So the instance we saw a lap or so ago coming back to bite him there. It's great to watch on the track diagram, though, on the Alpha live timing page here. You can see our three front runners lapping quite nicely, and then you have a huge snake of carts heading down the S's where this pack has all bunched up. This is the pack that we're staying on board with at the moment as we start what will be at least the penultimate lap of the race, potentially the last lap as well. I think it might be the penultimate.
And I've just seen a message as well from Sam's aunt, Nikki, saying that they are watching from Toronto, but they haven't told us what they're having for breakfast.
No, but I'm sure they're more focused on what a great race Sam is having out there in front, because 2 seconds to Benjamin Hamilton, so he's not quite focused on P1 yet, but he's got a nice gap to Matteo Ehrenfeuchter behind. And here is Matteo Ehrenfeuchter as we head down towards the S's. And now I'm just keeping one eye as well.
Oh, contact! Oh! Aggressive send up the inside on the exit of the Spoon corner from Lewis Tracy. Well, again, I think that's one where we politically say we'll leave that for the stewards to decide.
Absolutely, we will. But Benjamin Hamilton did cross the line with about a second to spare, so we will get one more racing lap here at GYG for our junior super lightweight pre-A final. So looking forward to seeing what our drivers can do. It's looking pretty settled at the top end, but here we go. Lewis Tracy and Matteo Ehrenfeuchter a little bit less settled, shall we say.
Defensive from Tracy. And Ehrenfeuchter looks to the outside. Closing in on them is Jack Bromham, who's had a really good race as Bromham. He slowly worked his way up through the order and kind of stayed out of our radar a bit, but it has been a fantastic drive from him. I think he was outside the top 10 at the start. Benji Hamilton is rounding the final corner. He'll take the checkered flag ahead of Sam Morse and Lewis Tracy. But where is Ehrenfeuchter? Will he be able to make a move? No, he can't.
Oh, getting very close there between our top drivers, but as you say, Lewis Tracy eventually comes home ahead of Matteo Ehrenfeuchter.
Yeah, and then it'll be Jack Bromham in 5th, Miles Harrison in 6th, Thomas Welsford in 7th, then it's Jamie Crampton and Jacob Brown with Logan McAllister. You know what? Fair play to Logan McAllister. Really good recovery drive to get back into the top 10. That ends our junior super lightweight North pre-A final. And with that, we're going to move on to, I believe, our cadet lightweight pre-A final.
We will indeed.
Well, here we go then for the junior super lightweight, for the cadet lightweight North pre-A final. This should be a good one, and let's see what our grids are going to be looking like. We've got one more pre-A final after this. Ayrton Lima Evans has been impressing today, as has Layla Fitzgerald on the front row of the grid. Kai Jackson, Charlie France on row 2. Then it's George Glossop and Felix Sheldon Hayward on row 3. Ledger Dimitriou in 7th, ahead of Ardit Roy Chowdhury. Then it's Umar Ullah ahead of Harry Berry Whiting to complete the top 10. Harry Wyatt Waldron and Bobby Peters are on row 6. Milo Smith and Daniel Marutiak on row 7. Oscar Dolinitsiek in 15th, ahead of Max Davis. Ethan Guest, Oliver Sanderson on row 9, and then it's Ethan Biddle and Hashim Anwar on row 10. And Reeve, do you want to quickly correct my pronunciation, because I totally butchered that more than a last lap dive bomb.
Yeah, Oscar Delinietz.
Yes,
there's a bit of practice here, as we will still be behind the pace car. You had time to do it in the end. Oh, well.
We pulled it off, Reeve.
As we head around for one more lap for our that lightweight pre-A final gets underway, or at least one more lap.
Well, a chance for drivers to get more nervous, really. I'd say steal their nerves, but I think when you have that extra lap, sometimes you have a chance to plan things out. Sometimes the nerves kick in. I think especially with some of our cadets as well. Ayrton has looked really, really quick today.
He has. 3/10 margin It shortened to a 2.7 tenth margin, if you will. It was pretty much a 3/10 margin that he had over the next qualifier in the qualifying session that we had earlier on in the days running. These little cadet cars are so quiet in comparison to the to the juniors, aren't they? They're almost silent as they head around our compressions for maybe one last time.
Yep, here we go then. The pace kart. Fraser Brunton will pull off to the side, and Ayrton Lima Evans will lead us away. It's a good start, but it's also a good start for Layla Fitzgerald, who crossed the line ahead of Ayrton Lima Evans. So that could be a potential penalty coming in. We'll have to wait and see, because Ayrton was still ahead going through turn 1. But here they go then into the hairpin. Lima Evans covers off the inside, and your top 3, well, your whole field makes it through without any issue.
They do. Nice start for the cadet running. In fact, cadet running overall, it's really shown out to me just how mature everyone's drive has been so far today. They've all been getting away relatively safely, as we see the number 27 of Felix Sheldon Hayward having a look over the shoulder there, loses out a couple of positions as we head down through the compressions once more. But here we go then. It will be Ayrton Lima Evans leading from Layla Fitzgerald as we get ready to start the next lap then. Whole pack of karts heading through the S's to start the next lap. And
both drivers that we interviewed as well.
Exactly, yeah.
The interviews give you speed.
That's what we've learned, so you need to be ready and poised for an interview at the next Paddock show that we record.
Well, here we go then. Up into turn 2 once again, pretty much in nose to tail. Not seeing any fighting between these 3. Again, you talked about their maturity. They know that they don't have to do anything crazy. And you can see Ayrton saying, look, let's just work together. We can fight, we can battle, we can have a full-on 10-round knockout fest later on. But for now, let's just stretch out this gap. And, well, Kai Jackson in 3rd has 7/10 to George Glossop, which is a pretty good gap. We'll see whether the top 2 can break away from Kai Jackson. But Jackson looks to be very composed and very quick through the compressions and closes back in to the top 2 up ahead, as this is going to be ascending to the final corner from the 15 of Charlie France. And, well, feisty racing from the cadets in this battle for P6.
That certainly was heading to that final corner, but we continue on to the next lap. Everyone pointing in the right direction, which is the main thing. Felix Sheldon Hayward there with the fastest lap of the race so far. We saw some good laps earlier on from Felix, actually, so let's see if they continue on, as Ayrton Lima Evans wanting to work together with Layla, of course, to keep Kai Jackson at bay, or actually, but might be struggling to do that because Kai Jackson's on the scene now and is very much putting that pressure on Layla.
Absolutely. Well, it's going to be a really good 3-way battle for first, but I say that Felix Sheldon Hayward is closing in, and he's dragging along Harry Berry. Whiting.
He is indeed.
I keep wanting to say Whiting for some reason.
As we start the next lap of the race, they are very close indeed. We're going to have another top 5 battle pretty much, aren't we, by the looks of things, as Felix posts a new fastest lap of the race so far. There we go, Layla feeling the pressure. Doesn't seem to be too phased, though, by Kai Jackson, planting themselves there, making their presence known. And instead, Ayrton Lima Evans is controlling this race rather nicely. We saw some great one-lap pace from Ayrton earlier on in the session. Can he translate that into race pace? If there's anyone that can, I think it'll probably be Ayrton, because we just know how capable Ayrton is. Let's have a look. It doesn't look like we haven't got any rookies in our pre-A final for the cadets, so it's all just down to our experienced cadet drivers now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to also double-check. How did Felix Sheldon Hayward do last season? Actually, he didn't do the greatest. He was only 20th in the championship. So this is just going to show the kind of improvement that Felix has put on over Christmas. He's put on a move on Kai Jackson. He is looking like the favourite to win this race.
He's got the pace. Let's see if he can translate that into overtakes, though, as we come down towards the end of the Dragon Straight here. It's Ayrton who still leads as Felix puts that pressure on late now, as you say, gets past Kai Jackson. Now, next threat will be Layla Fitzgerald. Layla having a look down the inside. There is Felix on the outside, but here comes, that is Harry Berry Whiting by the looks of things. Oh, no, sorry, it is still Kai Jackson putting that pressure on. There is Harry just behind, as briefly Kai was having a look down the inside, and now Felix is rather more focused on the carts behind, I'd say, than Layla up in front.
And to be fair, I like to say work together, but I think Felix has the pace right now that warrants going for this overtake. I don't think, even if, yes, sure, Ayrton has a second gap, I think Felix has the pace to be able to close back in. But he needs to get this move done quickly, and, well, he's just been struggling a little bit, almost, well, somewhat squeezed onto the grass by Layla up the hill. Very easy for that to happen because the track naturally bends to the right, and it just means if you're going for a move, you're going to get your front nose chopped off.
That is one thing we haven't mentioned actually about GYG today, at least, is the camber on the circuit at various points is fairly aggressive, isn't it? It can be, if you're pointed at the wrong part of the circuit, it will just spit you off.
Well, Felix is going for the move up the inside. Does it, well, aggressively, but not quite aggressively enough to force his way through. And again, Layla Fitzgerald holds on to the position. Felix is going to have to make this move, and he has to make it soon because Ayrton Lima Evans is pulling away. It's not electric pace by Ayrton, but it is consistent, quick lap times.
Yeah, all he needs to do is ever so slightly beat Layla at this point in time because Layla is far more focused on Felix and Kai behind. We spoke to Layla earlier on, of course, you saw it in the Paddock show at the end of the Paddock show. As there goes Felix down the inside.
I think that was a really good move.
That was, yeah, he saw the opportunity, saw that gap open up and just goes for it. There does Felix. So up into P2 on the road. Now Layla might be more focused on Kai Jackson behind. We had a chat with Layla earlier on though, and she's really a massive fan of this GYG circuit. Has some great pace, so let's see if she can translate that into pushing back up towards Ayrton Lima Evans.
So I just want to talk a little bit about that incident going into the hairpin. So the issue with that hairpin is because you've got 3 right-handers going into it, it's really hard to go for the overtake because the driver in front is going to constantly close the door naturally. So you have to set up the move early as Layla's trying to go up the inside, backs out. But naturally as well, with it being a triple right-hander, the kart in front is going to go out a bit wide, and sometimes you can think that you're covering the inside, but there will be the tiniest of gaps, and Felix took advantage of that. He had to go on the curb through one of those kinks beforehand just to get alongside, and look how quickly they have caught up to Ayrton Lima Evans. This is the pace that Felix Sheldon Haywood is bringing, and when did he overtake him?
That happened in the blink of an eye pretty much, but Felix on a charge built up that momentum as he was working his way through the order and has dragged everyone back into the mix here. Let's have a look at the last lap there for Ayrton Lima Evans. It's a 54.3, so it was a little bit off what the drivers from P2 down to P5 were performing.
Hopefully we can get a replay of it at the end of the race maybe, if we have time. Apologies for missing that, because I'm pretty sure it was on screen, but my mind was just somewhere else. But Felix Sheldon Haywood, well, he is driving the wheels off that kart, and Ayrton Lima Evans, well, it is GYG, and when you are behind someone, you do find a lot of pace from not just, the psychological advantage, but slipstream as well. And, well, let's see whether Layla Fitzgerald wants to sit behind Lima Evans or go for an overtake, as once again, Reeve, it's a 5-way battle for the win.
It is indeed. Layla Fitzgerald staying tight to the inside of the corner there. Washed out a little bit wide as we head through the S's once more. Now Kai Jackson's back in the mix. Layla perhaps more focused on maintaining P3 as we see Ayrton Lima Evans is getting so close to try and take back the lead of this race. Felix Sheldon Haywood starts this lap in the lead of the race. Will he continue on though as we head down the Dragon Straight? Ayrton's going to do everything under his belt to try and find a way past.
Fast lap of the race, Ethan Guest, 53.4. So we're seeing a lot of quick laps coming in, and not just from the front of the field. As Felix Sheldon Haywood, you can start to see that gap extending between Ayrton Lima Evans and Layla Fitzgerald. And as I say that, through the carousel, Fitzgerald gains a half a kart length or 1. Again, you can see Ayrton just trying to open up the exit to that carousel, just trying to get a little bit closer. But this is where they run a bit too wide as they try to carry, I think, a bit too much speed, and that compromises them going into the left-hander. They go in a little bit too tight. But it might just be the nature of these cadet karts as well. I do think, though, it is better to hold it in tight. That's what you do in the junior karts and the senior karts, in owner karts as well. So I don't think these cadet Club 100 karts would be any different. Ethan Guest is slowly catching up. He's working his way up through the order. He's now in P8. If these guys have a really bad lap, you know, a really feisty lap, Ethan Guest could be there and get involved in it. But at the moment, Sheldon Haywood, Lima Evans, they're pulling away from the four behind them and starting to make their own little battle for the win.
They are indeed, as we see Felix Sheldon Haywood, Lima Evans building up that gap. Layla Fitzgerald in a little bit more of a comfortable position, I would say. Not quite under the same pressure from Harry Berry Whiting that they were a moment ago. And now Lima's potentially having a look around the outside. He's going to have to back out of it. There wasn't close enough to make any type of attempt, as this train is all staying fairly close together. But look at that camera shot. We've now got the drive from P6 down to P9, P10, closing up as well.
Absolutely. We have this lap and one more lap to go. Plenty of time, as Lima Evans, I think, went for a move on Sheldon Haywood, and that's allowed Fitzgerald to close in. And, well, if Lima Evans is going to defend, that is perfect news. It's music to the ears of Felix Sheldon Haywood. Not that he'd want any music. He's got a beautiful engine right next to him.
A bit of radio could help. It certainly would help if you're endurance casting or something like that. I think that would always prove useful. 15 seconds left on the clock, though. We will, I think, get one more lap in after this race. This will be the penultimate lap of this race, because here is the number 27 of Felix Sheldon Haywood heading around the final corner. Lima Evans a little bit further back this time around. Layla Fitzgerald likewise there, ducking down to try and get any aerodynamic advantage that she can, because here is Harry Berry Whiting and Kai Jackson putting that pressure on as well. Did we wash out a little bit wide there? I think we just did, but we are able to continue on.
Still nose to tail, no changes in position. Sheldon Haywood goes a bit defensive. Lima Evans looking to the outside, wants to open up the carousel as much as possible, maybe squeeze up the inside, and he's going to do exactly that. This will now compromise Sheldon Haywood. Never mind, it won't, because Sheldon Haywood can get through. Here comes Lima Evans, but he just cannot get to the inside of Sheldon Haywood. There is only one more overtaking opportunity, but in these cadets, it's near impossible to do a bit of contact. And, well, Lima Evans can't make the move work. Rounding the final corner, Felix Sheldon Haywood, his best ever Club 100 result, takes the win ahead of Ayrton Lima Evans. Then it's Layla Fitzgerald, Harry Berry Whiting, and Oscar Doliniak in 5th position.
Look at the joy in the kart there for Felix as he comes across the line there. That is great to see. These results are, of course, provisional, but we do bring them to our Cadet Lightweight Pre-A final. That was a lovely little race. Can our juniors round it off for our Pre-A finals? Let's hope so, because up next it will be our Junior Lightweight Pre-A final. And there we go, looking onto the GYG circuit as our juniors head out on track now for our final Pre-A final of the day. But we've got the final finals coming up next. So it's Jamie Tyler Good and Alfie Slater on row 1, Jacob Equiel on row 2, moving on Dominic Valasitis, Thomas Hughes, Harry Clark, Oliver Wilde, Ethan Saunders-Wilkes and Toby Clark. Then moving on to row 7, we're going to have Callum Boot, John Wall, John Bolter, Dimitri Borowski, Ethan Pitt and Harry Price. Moving on to the 10th row of the grid, Tyler Gibson, Lily Charlton, Max Shelton, Haywood, Jaden Giles, Dan Treadwell, Bobby McGear, our 24 kart grid for our junior Pre-A final.
The final pre-final before the final final. The final pre-final before the final finals. Thank you, Reeve.
Yes, plenty
I remember about microphones, I think.
Plenty of final action to be had this afternoon, finally, for our first round of the season.
Yeah. Maybe we should call them like primers.
Either way, let's just enjoy some racing.
Predictions?
There's going to be... I always go for the diplomatic prediction. You get very annoyed, don't you? Because I'm going to say there's going to be some nice overtakes and everyone's going to have a lovely time.
I mean, it's not even a diplomatic decision. It's just not a decision. It's like, when do you want to go for dinner? I don't know, you can pick. But anyway, Jamie Tyler Gooden starting on pole. Should be a good one, as always, in Club 100. Round the final corner. That
we are going to go racing. We're going to go racing anyway for 11 minutes of Club 100 action. The junior lightweights are underway here as we go 5 wide down the Dragon Straight at the back end of the field. Somehow it didn't go wrong.
Ooh, one driver on the touching the grass, another driver completely on the grass. I think that was the 25 of Dmitry Borovsky, who went a little bit grass karting. And the 76 of Alfie Slater has a penalty. Penalty for a jump start, the highest placed rookie as well. Well, he's dropped down the order. That's really unfortunate for Alfie Slater because he's not gained a lasting advantage, but that's how the penalty system works. You cannot be ahead of the pole sitter, not the pole sister, across the line.
No, you can't, as you come towards the end of the lap now. 10 minutes on the clock here as we start the next lap. I believe a penalty is about to come in for Alfie Slater. We'll have confirmation of that in just a moment. But our juniors now barraging their way up to the highest elevation point of the circuit before we work our way back down towards the paddock.
I was speaking to Jamie's dad earlier. He made a prediction. He said Jamie was going to win, and he said Dom would be second, but he said Dom wouldn't be able to catch Jamie because Jamie would have pulled such a big gap at the race start. And he's kind of halfway to that prediction, but it is Jack Whitehouse who's in second, doing a very good job, and Slater tries to go up the inside of equal. Is he going to be able to make it work? No, not quite. Has to yield and sit behind.
It gets very elbows as we have a spin here coming towards the end of the compressions, and not an ideal place to spin out. You're going to have to wait a long time to rejoin safely, but we follow our front runners on to the next lap of the race.
Harry Price.
What a shame for Harry Price there to tumble back down to the bottom end of the running because, of course, it's a blind part of the circuit. You've got to wait for everyone to come past.
And everyone's going to be going through right in front of you as there goes Balasitis up the inside of Slater, slams the door shut on exit, up into fourth position. It's all about this battle for second because Jamie Tyler Gooden, the reigning junior super lightweight champion, he has checked out.
He has 1.8 seconds is that margin, pretty much the largest margin we've seen this early on in any of our races so far. Jack Whitehouse running in P2 then ahead of Jacob Equiel as we run down through the compressions. Look on now to the final corner of the lap in just a moment as we have a bit of action here on the start-finish straight. Alfie Slater gets ahead of Jacob Lamas there as it looked to be a bit elbows out. I believe there's already a pending penalty for Alfie Slater, so not sure if he wants to continue making such kind of bold moves there to try and make sure he gets the best finishing position as possible. Of course, a reminder, penalties are added on as position penalties at the end of the race, as we see side by side now. It's the number 24 of Jacob Equiol there, as well as a number 40 of Dom Balasitis. Dom Balasitis having some success earlier on, of course, but hoping to continue with that on.
Balasitis tried to go for the move, but wasn't quite able to pull it off. You can go for the overtake, but again, it's one of those places where you have to be really aggressive and kind of force the driver out coming through the corner, and it can just get really risky. And Jacob Equal did a fantastic job of hanging it around the outside there. And here we go then, heading into the hairpin, and defensive from Jacob. Balasitis will have to look to try to get the switch back, and well, the run heading down the hill. I also just wanted to check, how's Bobby McGurr doing? As a great move from Balasitis up the inside. So Bobby McGurr, who started this race from dead last because he got promoted from the pre-B final, he is now up to 15th, but he's got himself a penalty.
He does indeed, such as the way of the racing. So it's a bit easier to pick them up, shall I say, when you're working your way through the pack, especially at a track where often overtaking opportunities aren't the most obvious as we head now down.
Speaking of McGurr, what a move!
Yeah, nice move there by the driver who graduated from our pre-B final.
Yeah, pre-B, and the reigning champion as well of the junior lightweight.
Of course.
So, will he... Oh, there goes Balasitis. Another move up the inside of Whitehouse. And, well, to quote Jamie's dad, Dom in second, but Jamie would have checked out. His money was right on that one, as there goes Jacob Equal. A great move on Jack Whitehouse. Late send, pulled it off super cleanly as well.
Ominously good prediction there from Jamie's dad. I wish we had...
We should ask him for some lottery numbers.
I wish we had such good predicting skills. Quite useful in the commentary box.
We did quite well for seniors, though, to be fair.
We did, to be fair.
As it's side by side, heading down the compressions, that's going to allow Alfie Slater to get back involved in the 76. And, well, We're used to 5-way battles. Now it's a 5-way battle for third.
Yep, this is mighty stuff from our mid-pack drivers here as we look towards the end of the Dragon Straight. Well, you have to work your way back down the roller coaster ride that is a GYG. It has been a pleasure to be here for the past few weeks. Not less because it's my local track as well. Today's the first day where I've literally just woke up in the morning at my own house and just driven. Just
It's
driven
nice,
here.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite nice.
You know what's even nicer?
What?
Maple syrup on pancakes, which is apparently what Sam Morse's
important stuff.
uncles are.
As we see side by side here, the number 76 kart of Alfie Slater.
As well.
Alfie Slater does have a penalty already in this race. Hoping to avoid further ones as we head back onto the start-finish straight. We're going to go 3 wide into that first corner. They do file through, though, in good succession. So nice work by all the drivers to negotiate that well.
Absolutely. Really crazy, feisty racing into the compressions. Third and fourth are pulling away as there's Jacob Equal taking the defensive line as move going up the inside. I think that was Harry Clark trying to gain a position as there's Equal trying to, Equal defending from Harry Clark as they go into the compressions, pretty much nose to tail, as Sheldon Haywood is trying to close in or in the 58, and there is contact warning for Alfie Slater. I'm sure he doesn't want to get a second penalty, already has one for the jump start at the start of the race.
As we head down through the S's once more onto the start-finish straight. Jamie Tyler Goodman, fastest lap of the race so far, 5-second margin. You should say that is substantial, by far and away the biggest we've seen so far today.
Absolutely. Tyler Goodman absolutely checking out at the front end of the field. Just your quick check on the reigning champion, Bobby McGurr, down in 13th place. So he is working his way up. Does have that one penalty, but I think if you're Bobby, this is a race where if you try to go like super cleanly through the field, you'll gain a lot less places than if you go for every single move. So it's a risk versus reward reward strategy that Bobby's going for, which I think is a correct choice considering where he had to start this race from, as 76 of Slater goes a little bit wider, tiny push from Sheldon Haywood, nothing cynical about that from Sheldon Haywood. And I think it just happens with literally how they compress through the compressions.
It does indeed. See Harry Clark there tapping on the helmet to signal back to Alfred Slater to say, come on, let's work together. No need for this, but I think we're going to have fighting anyway. We've got fighter slightly further back as well as we go 3 wide running through the first corner. Remarkable stuff.
That was Jacob Lamas getting 2 positions. And speaking of getting positions, Slater, well, I don't think he gained a position, but he held a position against Max Sheldon Haywood. This is really, really fun racing we're seeing from our junior lightweights in the Pre-A final, the opening round of the Club 100 Cadet and Junior North Championship. Fantastic to see. And Harry Clark will just have to hold Max Sheldon Haywood behind him for a bit longer. Alfie Slater having gained the position, and Harry Clark dropping 2 positions. And there is Bobby McGurr onto the back of this train that goes up to, I think, P10. Sorry, no, never mind, P9. Oliver Wilde at the front of that train of carts.
And there's actually not a big split between this train of carts and then another train of carts covering the other half of the grid. So everyone's staying very close together, all things considered.
Bit of contact. Sheldon Haywood goes up the inside of Harry Clark, and I think he's trying to point Harry Clark through, but that might allow the 50 to go through as well. Oh, sorry, the 58 to go through as well. And it's all getting very interesting with how things are developing. We'll see whether there are any penalties. There is a penalty for Lily Charlton, but that's not anything to do with this battle that we've been keeping our eyes on. So Bobby McGurr now right up onto the back of Ethan Saunders-Wilt. So we have 1 minute 30 remaining in this race. Still Jamie Tyler Gooden with the fast lap of the race. And there you can see Bobby McGurr with the blue and white suit and helmet combo. The gap starting to spread out a little bit. Jack Whitehouse in 6th place. A little poke of the nose from Jacob Lamas. And a contact warning for Toby Clark.
Yeah, final minute of this race to go then, and that prediction of Jamie Tyler Gooden ahead of Don Balasitis, that turned out to ring pretty true, didn't it? As we look a little bit further down the order, this is the battle between Jack Whitehouse, Harry Clark, Anthony Roberts in the mix in this fight here. As we look on as well, that is the number 15 there of Ethan Saunders Wilkes. In fact, we head back down towards the end of the lap, and we look further up the field. This is the battle involving Alfie Slater here and Jacob Ecriol as we run through the first. Oh dear, gets a little bit too close for comfort there, doesn't it, as we head through the next turn, dropping back down towards the carousel now. Looking over the shoulder is Jacob Ecriol, and that is going to be Alfie Slater, still staying behind but getting oh so close.
And just trying to look one way, tries to look another. I thought he had the gap on the inside. It is the final lap of the race. Tyler Gooden is about to cross the line and will take the checkered flag. No, there's one more lap.
There's just by like a second and a half.
Thank you for giving us some more racing.
Yeah, exactly. We've been lapping that quickly. We get some extra race distance. 50.0 is the best lap from Jamie, by the way. 50.1 his previous lap. So is that consistency?
Oh, it's been beaten.
Oh,
Bobby McGurr.
Yeah, just at the very end there, as we're talking about it, Bobby McGurr comes up with a 50.03, so beaten by 400ths of a second there, but still remarkable consistency at the top end.
He might be my prediction for the final A final, as we head down the hill into the carousel. Still nose to tail stuff. We'll see whether Bobby McGurr can get into the top 10 or even into the top 9, because his train goes up to 9th place. Here's a move though. Beautiful stuff from the 58, and round goes Slater. Hopefully he didn't get collected as he rejoined the circuit. It looks like everyone's still going.
That was Haywood, I believe. That was Max Shelton Haywood going off as Jamie Tyler Gooden comes home ahead of Dom Balasitis, Jacob Equiol, Alfie Slater. Oh no, it was the 58. That was fine, sorry. No, yeah, you're right.
Slater drops down the order. He started on pole. Oh, sorry, not on. He started at the front in second. He was the highest placed rookie. Not anymore. Now it's Ty Gibson who takes the rookie top spot. His grandparents watching from home as well. They dropped a message in the YouTube chat. Well, drama to end our lightweights.
What a way to end our pre-A finals there, as well as we are moving on to our proper finals in just a moment. So heading into our final action for the day then, it's the Cadet Super Lightweight North B final. Our cadets are making their way back out on track. Here's our grids then for our first race of the finals. It's going to be Dexter Hazeldine, Aman Zaid Nwosu, Finley Doran, Leyland McNeish, Sam Vout, Joshua Milburn on the first 3 rows. Next drivers then will be Freddie Powell, Sebastian Hill, Charlie Ledoux, Freddie Thompson, Jensen Goodall and Felix Rigby. Moving on to the next drivers, Hugo McMillan, Theo Fra, Ollie Minshall, Jack Lewis, Nikolai and Lewis Forster. Next drivers then will be Athena Chapman and Ryan Hamlet, rounding out our 20 kart grid for this Cadet Super Lightweight North B final. So behind the pace kart now our drivers Hazeldine there rather on the front row of the grid on a pole as we head down the tram lines and get ready to go racing for the first time for our finals this afternoon. And it is already a very good start there for our 11-minute sprint for Amanzi Nwosu, who goes around the outside with a decent amount of pace here, and it looks to be potentially losing out will be Dexter Hazeldine as we come towards the end of the Dragon Straight then. Moving up towards the top end of the circuit and dropping down towards the carousel in just a moment. That is going to be the 38 there, Finley Doran. Finley Doran having a bit of a mixed race last time around, but certainly making amends for it as we start the final this afternoon. Running down through the compressions there, we can see James Vout that is Sam Vout rather, hard to miss the neon yellow highlighter suit as we look on to Finley Doran, who leads this race. Dropping around through that final corner now is the 61 of Sam Vout, so apologies, getting the suits all mixed up. Sam Vout running in second place then in the number 61 kart as we head up the Dragon Straight once more. Finley Doran already making up a nice 6/10 of a second gap with 10 minutes to go in this race. That is crucial, and he builds up such a gap if he wants to try and fight for the lead. I suspect, though, Sam Vout is going to try and bring a challenge to that as we have a bit of a spinner on the exit of turn 1. No other cars around, though, to wait for. Should be able to rejoin if they're able to get off the grass. Looking a little bit further back down, then that is the 49 for Manze Nwosu with the yellow helmet. Feeling a bit of pressure there from Dexter Hazeldine and Joshua Milburn as we run down through the S's in just a moment's time there. But a clean getaway for all of our cadets once more. We're seeing this fairly often. I've mentioned it a few times in today's running. Our cadets are doing an almighty job so far, showing us that they are well-rounded drivers here at GYG. So well done to them as Sam Vout sets the fastest lap of the race so far as they try to close down on Finley Doran, who got such a good start to this race. Should add, of course, Finley, a rookie driver in the mix here. So this will be a remarkable drive for Finley if he can arrive on the Club 100 Cadet scene and put in a race win. I suspect, though, Sam Vout is going to try and bring a challenge to that. Heading through the carousel then. We've got very minimal field spread here, must be said, for our top 10 drivers. We're looking on to the battle for P3 now. Manzi Nwosu leads ahead of Dexter Hazeldine and Joshua Milburn as Amanzi goes. Well, looks like they were about to go around, or were able to collect it, so well held there for Nwosu in the number 49 kart, but does lose a few positions as a result. Joshua Milburn into P3, Dexter Hazeldine in P4, of course. Dexter started on pole in this race, but was a little bit caught out, so to speak, at turn 1, so might be struggling there as a result. Meanwhile, it's Finley Doran who started P3 on the grid. Sam Vout, Joshua Milburn starting a little bit further back as well, and they've made good progress to work their way to P2 and P3. Less 9 minutes to go in this race, and has been a great start for our front runners here. Sam Vout with the fastest lap of this race, closing up then on Finley Doran as we head into the latter half of this race.
Thank you, Reeve, my hero, covering for me while I had to quickly go and pray. Finley Doran then 4/10 clear of Sam Vout. You can't really say 4/10 clear, can you? Because he's right there knocking on the back door.
Yeah, for reference, 4/10 clear is pretty much a kart length and a bit, really, isn't it? There's not much at all that separates those two drivers.
But then they've got a really big gap to everyone behind, and that's all that they really need, because it's your top two that are going to advance into the Trophy B final, the final, and, well, they're working together. That's all they need to do. Meanwhile, Joshua Milburn now behind Dexter Hazeldine, having been overtaken and having to deal with a bit of pressure from Amanzi Nwosu right behind him. What does Hazeldine have in store? Can he catch 3 seconds? It'll be a monster effort and a heart. And a heart? Well, it'll be a heartful effort as well if he can pull off that drive. And well, we'll see whether Joshua Milburn thinks he could work with Hazeldine or say, nope, we're not catching them. It's all about this battle for third.
Yeah, the battle for third is really where it's going to be fought out. Watch out, though, for this battle for the lead, of course, because Sam Vout is putting that pressure on as Dexter Hazeldine starts this lap running in P3. Amanzi Nwosu with that earlier, well, I'm not going to call it an incident, but issue where he nearly ended up an incident. He's able to carry on, but is running in P5 at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at penalties. 2 penalties for
down the inside there. Joshua Milburn sees an opportunity but goes too deep into the corner as a result. And there we go. Dexter Hazeldine able to carry back on. But importantly for these two at the front, it slowed them down. And there we go. There is Amanzi Nwosu on the scene as well. But we look on to our race leaders. And it's Finley Doran ahead of Sam Vout. Sam Vout with that immense pace at the moment, we know, has a little bit more experience, has a bit more pace at the moment as well in terms of the overall time, fastest lap of the race so far, and putting that pressure on all over the rear axle of Finley Doran as we start the next lap.
Yeah, very good, quick, consistent times being set up at the front. Let's not forget as well, Finley Doran, rookie driver this season as well, as is Joshua Milburn, who is in 4th place right behind Dexter Hazeldine. But at the moment, it is looking like it will be Finley Doran who gets that promotion up into the Trophy A final for the Cadet Super Lightweights. As they head down into the carousel once more. There is no battling. They are being sensible. And I really like to see cadets and juniors being sensible like this. I mean, it means it's a little bit boring for us, but we got plenty of action watching that third way battle.
I wouldn't say it's boring at all. I think it's really remarkable to watch these young drivers actually shape themselves into the racing drivers that they will inevitably become. This is really good stuff from our junior drivers so far today, as we see Dexter Hazeldine feeling the pressure from Amanzi Nwosu as we head down the S's, and we pan beautifully to our leaders in this race. Nice work from the Alpha Live crew, our camera ops who stand out all day no matter the conditions to put on a show for us. Nice work from them there to feed on to our race leaders. Sam Vout still putting that pressure on. Is going to be Finley Doran defending the inside. Sam Vout taking a tight line as we head through the mid part of the corner, and we drop down towards the carousel once more. Finley looks over the left-hand shoulder as we see Sam Vout has a brief look at the inside if at all possible, but nicely positioned is Finley Doran's kart. He's making it as wide as possible by not quite just blocking the outside, blocking the inside, but just about moving the car over to the left or the right a little bit to make neither line that secure for Sam Vout behind. Meanwhile, Dexter Hazeldine is ahead of Amanzi Nwosu, and there we see, there it is, that is the number 13 of Freddie Powell working his way through now.
Yeah, Freddie Powell's doing a really good job to come up through the field. So now up into 5th position. We'll see whether he can get past Hazeldine. Melbourne's gone. He's gapped Hazeldine currently. You can see just how big the gap is as well. And we'll see how those gaps evolve over the next 3.5 minutes or so. And that is the gap between your top two. And then Joshua Milburn in 3rd.
Yeah, the top two, that gap has never really been bigger than half a second for a number of laps now, and I'm sure it's going to shrink once more as we head down through the S's. It certainly has shrunk. I can tell you that is not a 4/10 of a second gap, is it? That is, you wouldn't fit a kart in between the gap between those two drivers there, as we look down to the number 52 by the looks of things there, a little bit further down the order. Yeah, there's the number 52, 24 and 61. As we see that 52 is actually a back marker there. Okay. Apologies there. So that was why I was a little bit confused there, but we head through. That is going to be Freddie Powell and Dexter Hazel. Oh, sorry, no, that is going to be Joshua Milburn, in fact. Joshua Milburn working their way through.
Yeah, Joshua Milburn.
Oh, there goes Finley Doran there. If it looked like for a moment Sam Vout was potentially poised to get the overtake done. Certainly got a nose out in front, has Sam, but it's going to be on the outside. Can he secure the position? He can! Into the carousel. That is a nice move there by Sam Vout.
Yeah, and it's a good time to go for a move. You've got just over 2 minutes remaining. That's about 3 laps. It's not enough time for you to lose 6 seconds. Even if you battle hard, you're not going to lose 2 seconds a lap. So Sam Vout going for the move. Let's see whether he can pull a clear of Finley Doran. Either way, both of these drivers are going to advance to the A final. The only way that they don't is if they get a penalty when battling, or, you know, spin each other off, or whatever else the case might be.
A couple of minutes to go in this race then, and it is looking very close indeed. The overtake that has been brewing for a little while has happened, but what can Finley Doran do to respond? He's going to go down the inside. That's what he's going to do. He takes back the lead of this race, but there's contact between the two. Sam Vout says, nope, that is my race lead, and gets the position back. Not quite sure if Finley Doran's going to be quite so pleased with it, but
I think that was a perfect switch back.
That was a nice switch back there from Sam Vout as we head back through into the final sector now, run back down through the S's, and Sam Vout showing with force that, you know what, this is my race win, I'm going to take it. I'm going to be making up my way into the A final with a race victory under my belt as well.
We're going to get 2 more laps.
We are indeed. That is going to be good stuff from our front runners to ensure that we get 2 more laps of action here at GYG, as we see Freddie Powell running in P3 ahead of Dexter Hazeldine. But Dexter Hazeldine has a decent amount of momentum behind him, it must be said, and is going to try and find a way past.
Has to sit behind, and there you can see, is that Finley Doran back ahead of Sam Vout, taking the defensive line into the corner? I think it is. Sam Vout having a little shake of the head, so must have made a mistake somewhere that gave the opportunity for Finley Doran, who did very well to be able to capitalize on that. And they're going to have just over a lap remaining as they head through Spoon into the compressions. Here comes the move from Sam Vout up the inside, slams the door shut on exit. Vout reclaims the lead from Finley Doran. Why would you even watch the Formula 1 when you've got this?
No, this is far better as we start the next lap of the race. That is the final lap of the race as well. Finley Doran having a look around the outside. See supporters in the broadcast chat, so thank you very much for watching along and supporting Finley here. He's being spurred on to try and find a way past as the Sam Vout as we go side by side at the end of the Dragon Straight. Can he hang around the outside? It's going to compromise him as we run into the left-hander. He has to back out if it does, Finley Doran, but we run back down towards the carousel once more.
And we've got a bit of support as well for Finley in the YouTube chat. Will that be enough, though?
Oh.
Well, a bit sketchy from Sam Vout. Finley now on the outside. He's tried the outside before. He goes for the switchback. Can he get on the inside? Bit of contact between them, but it is not enough for Finley to go for the move. Sam Vout is surely got this one in the bag.
We'll have to see. They've looked so close on this lap. It's all going to come down to the final corner. We run onto the start-finish straight, and Sam Vout takes it on the road there. Finley Doran comes home P2. Then we have a very short way to Dexter Hazeltine, who gets back. Oh, no, it's Freddie Powell, sorry. Freddie Powell ahead of Dexter Hazeltine, Joshua Milburn, Aman Nwosu, Nikolai, Leyland McNeish, Sebastian Hill, Jensen Goodall, our top 10 for our first Cadet B final of the afternoon.
Which means that next up is going to be the Junior Super Lightweight B Final. So here we go then, the Junior Super Lightweight North B Final. Our final B Final. Actually, no, it's not the final B final because we've got our lightweights as well. William Harvey on pole, Jack Yates in second. Then it's Leo Anderson and Leo Belimenko. Tyler Nicholbine in fifth, ahead of James McLaughlin in sixth. Then it's Jack Bailey, Paige Martin, Ollie Ward, George Dugoy, and Ruben Gardiner and Ella Rowe in 12th place. Kai Timmins and Gabriel Di Mattia ahead of Chris Yakimov, Oscar Mallet, Caden Graham, and Findlay Hanna in 18th. Then is Andrea Brahari Mustiata, Jacob Rattray, Chris Clark, Harvey Preen, William Taylor, and Noah Morris in 24th. Clara Boyce, Anthony Sarnetsky, and Yolund Wilcoxon will complete our field.
Will indeed. A big grid for our Junior North B final here at GYD for the Super Lightweights.
I think there's too many words. It's just JSL NBF.
JSL NBF, there we go. As we see them heading
Rolls
up
off the tongue.
behind the pace cart. I was just telling you in the brief break there, Yousuf, there's been so much action. My voice is giving up
well,
now.
It is kind of my fault because you solo commentated for 5 minutes
and
I could hear it. It was fantastic.
It's 3 rounds of GYG. It's 3 rounds of GYG action over the past couple of weeks. I think that is doing it in. But the pace car is going to dive away as we head down the tram lines once more for another race start here at GYG. The juniors are underway and we have 11 minutes of racing to go. It's Will Harvey versus Jack Yates into the first quarter.
A good start from that front row of the grid. They are still 1 and 2 as they head up the hill. Oh, never mind. Oh, we got 2 cuts off onto the grass. One of them is the 38, which is Ollie Ward.
Ollie Ward there having a bit of an off as we continue on down through the carousel.
Oh, 2 cuts spun around. Very, very late send up the inside and synchronized spinning. Well, it's not quite the Olympics just yet, Reeve.
It isn't, but we have another junior race start here, which is perhaps less than ideal as we head down through to Sector 3 in just a moment. Through the compressions now, we can really see just how aggressively the drivers are soaring at the wheel to try and get a bit of temperature into these tyres, I think, to get them ready to go racing.
I think you just get so much understeer, and
yes,
I think the
especially
Club
as the day
100
goes
carts,
on. Yeah.
It's hot. The carts are quite understeery in general. That's how they're set up, and it just makes it really hard to get that front end to bite going down the hill. And yeah, I'm now forgetting who started in second, but they were one of the drivers to go off on the grass and drop right down the order. So really, really unfortunate for them. That's it. It was Jack Yates. So, well, a chance for him to get into the Trophy A final is pretty much gone with that.
It is unfortunately at a very premature end to the race for the driver. There's William Harvey there, 0.7 of a second ahead of Leo Anderson. He'll be quite pleased with how this race has started. We have less than 10 minutes to go. A couple of penalties coming in for the likes of Finley Hanna there, also for Kai Timmins. As we start the next lap of the race, fastest lap goes to James McLaughlin as we start the next lap here. All getting a little bit too deep into the first corner perhaps, but well saved.
I got told that apparently I did Anthony's surname very well.
Yes.
And I'm not going to say it again because I'll ruin it.
Yeah, Sarnecki there. Okay, well, I do apologise, I should add, if we do get pronunciation a little bit wrong.
I think I did Sarnetsky.
Yes.
Or I did like
okay.
I did a thing, and I think that the thing might have worked.
Awesome. I do apologise for those who are watching. If we do make a couple of pronunciation errors, we do give it a bit of practicing beforehand on the stream. But there's a lot of names.
Yes,
there's a lot of names, and sometimes do go right. We will try our best, and do correct us if we are wrong, please, by all means, as there's some great action heading through.
That is aggressive from McLaughlin. Oh, sorry, McLaughlin, I should say. It's not an I at the end. I had a former student who had the surname McLaughlin, so all I can think of is McLaughlin right now. But James McLaughlin trying to get through on Leo Anderson again. Those top 2 spots will see drivers advancing into the Trophy A final. It is so important. But they're also trying to work in a way that allows them to stay within touching distance of William Harvey at the front of the field.
It will indeed. Tyler Lickleby with a nice lap there, 51.0. That's pretty standout in the mid-pack there, actually, it must be said. He's got a couple of slightly slower cars up in front, a couple of rookies there as well. But he's on leading pace at the moment. It's just down in P10.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what the fastest laps we saw in the A finals were. Was it like 50.2?
50.0.
50.0.
We saw some 50.0s, definitely, because it was a 50.07, which was just beaten by a 50.03 at the very end of the race.
Speaking of beating, new fastest lap of the race from Leo Anderson of 51.0, which is then beaten by Finley Hanna. So we have got into the 50s, a 50.8 for Finley. There's how carts head up the hill, and is that an overtake being set up? No. Well, it's a little look at an overtake, as whoever was looking at the overtake in the neon yellow suit has now been overtaken into the hairpin, as that is the 89 of Leo Belimenko defending from Jack Bailey right behind him. As getting a little bit feisty on the exit of the carousel. That's 38 of Ollie Ward in the white helmet with the yellow suit. There's a little bit of contact. Speaking of contact, well, you can't overtake like that. You have to be very careful you don't get a penalty there, Jack, because those little pushes can lead to contact warnings. And just like 3 pence makes a pound, 3 contact warnings make a penalty.
They do indeed. A penalty means a position drop at the end of the race as well, so you got to avoid that, drivers. Let's just have some nice clean racing. And to be honest, on the whole, out of our Club 100 seniors, out of our BUKC rounds, the least penalties I've seen so far.
Yes.
Oh, cadets and
There's
juniors.
a lot of warnings there, but no penalties.
There are, so let's not change that. Let's not commentators curse it, but our cadets and juniors have been very well behaved today, so hats off.
Apart from that one race
that yellow
where they
flag.
got...
Apart from that yellow flag as well.
Well, that could be someone spinning. That's not badly behaved.
No.
That's, as JV would say, running out of talent.
Plenty of talent to go around here, though, that is true. Maybe not here in the comment box, but out on the track.
Well, speak for yourself. Right, I'll have you know. Me and Stuart, see, Stuart's rapid on the sim, I'm rapid out on the circuit. Especially when I'm going backwards.
I was meaning Coventry talent.
Oh, right, I see. Anyway,
anyway, some racing.
We've got the same idea. Great minds, great minds.
Yeah.
Here comes a potential overtake, turns into a spin, turns into a glance, turns into another driving off circuit. You had to cast a cursor.
That is one of those moments where you can, it's so brief, yet you can see it coming from a mile away. We see the leader of the pack having the oversteer, corrects it, and unfortunately...
Well, it wasn't oversteer. They tried to go up the inside, the door kind of closed, then... As they brake, they lost the rear end a bit. The door was closing. That closed on their front end, which helped them to go around. And it was just kind of one unfortunate thing on top of another, from battling for what? 4th place to, well...
Tumbling down the order there, unfortunately, because there was a decent pack behind them. As we see, that looks to be Jack Bailey there. Jack Bailey tumbling down the order.
On the positive side, I think Jack self-inflicted that, so there won't be a penalty.
I guess that is a positive.
So penalty-free race.
Yes,
we could still
That's
potentially get that.
Yeah. Final 5 minutes of this race, and James McLaughlin currently with the fastest lap of this race and closing up on William Harvey, our race leader. It must be said that half a second gap at the start of this lap has shrunk down substantially. James McLaughlin, a 50.4 was his best lap, fastest lap of the race, as I say. And we head down through the S's now, and here is William Harvey and James McLaughlin heading through that final corner. This is going to be a battle for the lead. That's what we like to see.
Absolutely, and they're kind of almost matching the pace that we saw from our A finals, getting towards that 49.9, 50.0, and 50.4 from McLaughlin. Well, it's defensive from Harvey. McLaughlin looks to the outside. Is he going to switch over to the inside? No, he's not. And he's not going to go for that sweeping wide line to get the perfect exit. He's just kind of sitting behind, little look over the shoulder. McLaughlin knows that he needs to be in the top 2. Yes, winning would be great, but top 2 is what they're really fighting for. For anyone in the comments thinking, well, it's a race, surely they want to win the race. Well, the idea is your top 2 go to the A final. That's where there are more points on offer. The top 2 is a real reward. But of course, you want to do that by winning the B final.
You do indeed, as we head round the last quarter once more. No change of position, no change of circumstance really between these two drivers. It's just a tenth that separates them as we head onto the Dragon Straight. Maybe a slightly better run for James McLaughlin, but nowhere he can go because there we have a waved yellow flag that both drivers are acknowledging by the looks of things, so no potential overtakes, at least at this part of the lap.
Yeah, and it looks like McLaughlin's just trying to somewhat stay behind. 3 minutes on the clock. Leo Anderson, he's within a second of these two. Well, nearly within half a second of McLaughlin. So, again, just has to somewhat get his head down and really hope that these two battle, maybe get a penalty, whatever it could be.
Yeah, although they're looking rather calm and composed at the front end of the field, it must be said. They're being very respectful to each other. They're not going 2 elbows out, not trying to fight like it is for the lead of the race. They seem to be quite aware and adept that, you know what, we're in a good position here. Even if things do, you know, if James...
Oh, that's a good run for McLaughlin.
That's a very good run for James here. Wise to it, though, is William, and that respect might be waning ever so slightly as William is wanting to ensure that James cannot find a way past. And now then, good under defence, though, is William. James forced out to the inside of the circuit. Nowhere he can go, can't fit a cart through there. And we head down through the carousel once more. Bit of lap traffic to contend with now. How will that affect the dynamic of this battle?
Just like a good curry, a back marker can sometimes be those extra chilies garnished on top. And that right now is Finley Hanna, because they're heading through the carousel, and this could compromise the pair of them, and most importantly, bring Leo Anderson into the mix. The gap was 1.2 seconds between the top 3. I have a feeling that might drop down to nearly 9/10 of a second as they come over the line.
Oh,
and that's exactly what happens. Well, here comes the potential move. Finley Hanna is not being the most compliant of back markers. Will they move out of the way? No, they won't, and is breeding fantastic racing. I told you it was the chili powder, and through goes McLaughlin.
He does indeed. This battle for first really heating up now to continue on with the theme as we see fastest lap held by James McLaughlin. Still, that wasn't on that last lap. These guys are really slowing each other down now with this top end battling as we have some back markers.
And there goes Anderson up the inside. Well, McLaughlin was saying, let's work together. Well, Anderson doesn't care about that. He won second. Harvey tries to hang it around the outside. It's no longer the battle for the win, Reeve. It's the battle for second. The final spot that will advance to the A final.
What a turnaround the past couple of laps have been for William. Harvey then leading with some pressure, but otherwise looking pretty strong. And now here we go, tumbling down to third. Leo Anderson makes his way through. He's going to try and close up to James Anderson. But in terms of the out-and-out best lap, James McLaughlin has half a second advantage. At 50.4 is James McLaughlin's best. That's a reminder of the fastest lap of the race. Leo Anderson at 50.8. So, if
Harvey's messed up. He went sideways going into the carousel. He shook his head. He knows he's messed it up. There won't be any opportunity now. It's Anderson late on. Well, William's parents, if you're listening, definitely don't take him out for a curry later, because he doesn't like that spice.
He certainly doesn't, but James McLaughlin heads round the final corner in celebration, takes victory in the Junior Super Lightweight B final ahead of Leo Anderson and William Harvey. He can't be too disappointed. It's still a podium. That is still a great result for William Harvey. LRO comes home fourth. Leo Belamenko comes home fifth. Tyler Nickelbine, Ollie Ward, Ruben Gardner, George Good, and then we have Gabriel De Mattia, our provisional top 10 for our Junior B final in the Super Light category. We're going to go back to Super Cadet action in just a second.
We are more great racing And, well, coming up next then is our Cadet Lightweight B final.
And here we go then, ready for the Cadet Lightweight B final. Just a note on our schedule there. This is the session 27 of the day. Plenty of running so far here at GYG today, but here's our grid. William Harvey, Jack Yates, Leo Anderson, Leo Belimenko, Tyler Nickelbine, and James McLaughlin. That's for our juniors by the looks of things. So our cadets are currently heading out on track. Just to clear that up, we are going to be heading in for our Cadet Lightweight B final now then.
We're being kept on our toes.
We are indeed. Obviously, the grids change. They're not predetermined grids, so we can't quite give you exactly what we know because it all comes from the pre-B final and earlier on from qualifying as well, from the pre-A final as well.
I don't know if we're going to have time to go through.
I don't think we will, but we'll see them in a second. We'll see them in a second anyway, as we are coming to an end of our formation lap. Our drivers are ready to go. They're heading through the S's now.
I recognise that 24. I forget the name. Very quick. But they got a jump start, didn't they, when they started from second in the previous B final.
Yes, number 24, watching out for this race start now as we head down the formation lines, the tram lines once more, and we are good to go. Racing here it is, Zach Evans versus Luke Collins, who takes pole here, heads through that first corner, and gets a nose out in front by the looks of things. Jack Gibbons, Elvis Hartley, and Harry Woods all making their way through. A very clean start for our cadets once more.
Now, I wonder if Zach Evans is going to get the Luke Collins treatment because he got ahead of Luke Collins at the start line and out of turn 1. So that could be a potential jump start for Zach Evans. Again, wait and see what the stewards have to say. Could be wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong.
It's one of those things. It looks easy from outside. So you just don't jump ahead of the cart next to you.
Yes.
But when you're actually on the formation lap, getting ready to go, and you've got carts behind you, maybe to try and judge that race starter perfectly while still giving yourself a good start is actually very tricky.
I sometimes almost jump the traffic lights on the road. Like when you're waiting for them to go green, and you're like, no, I didn't go, and then you have to stop.
I think, well, you carry on doing that. I won't drive home in front of you or behind you. We're going a different way anyway.
Yeah,
Isn't that great news? Anyway, 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go. Zach Evans leads from Luke Collins. 1/10 separating the two. Elvis Hartley, our lead rookie in this race, in fact. Half a second down.
Looking to get a really nice double switchback heading down the hill. Will it be enough to get the run? Well, he was on the outside and he couldn't quite get back over to the inside. Elvis Hartley looking quick as well, as your top three are just starting to break clear of Harry Woods in 4th position. And then after Harry Woods is a nice, our favourite number, 5-way battle for 4th place.
It is indeed. It's always good to see 5 cars going out and out for some battling here. As you see, Zach Evans going a bit too wide into the left-hander through the compressions. Loses out to Luke Collins, who goes, I see a gap down the inside. Thank you very much. Working my way into the lead of the race. And now we can see, you always get a sense of frustration from Zach Evans in the kart there, as he's feeling the pressure from Elvis Hartley as we start the next lap.
Well, Luke Collins now leads. Can he pull out a gap? Elvis Hartley, well, he's not. Oh, never mind. Evans is on the outside of Collins. Can Hartley go up the inside? Yes, he can. And that's going to end up squeezing Evans really far wide and now into the clutches of Harry Woods.
It will indeed. Harry Woods waiting just in the background there. Had a good drive out past couple of races. Let's see if he can continue on that record. Of course, was embroiled in that mid-pack battle that we were so enthralled by earlier on.
So Collins, Hartley at the front of the field again. Just to remind everyone, the top 2 will advance to the A final, to the trophy final. So it's all about staying in those top 2. For Hartley, he just needs to essentially make sure that Zach Evans and Harry Woods don't close back in, because, well, Zach Evans will definitely be wanting some revenge on Elvis Hartley.
Elvis Hartley with that fastest lap then. A remarkable drive from the rookie. So far, already this race is absolutely flying by. 7 minutes, well, I suppose just under 8 minutes to go, actually. But yeah, these sprint races really do deliver on the whole sprint moniker, don't they? They absolutely fly by.
Yeah, well, after this race, we're going to have 5 more races to go, I think.
We are indeed. Only 5 more sessions. As I was saying in the pre-race, 27 sessions worth of track action undertaken so far today.
Yeah.
A pretty remarkable undertaking so far.
It's almost like the counting down the days towards Christmas. Whether Christmas is the final, Trophy A final, the big one, or going home, I'll leave that at everyone's discretion.
No, I'm certainly looking forward to that final Trophy A final. I'm looking forward to as well seeing our young drivers taking their rightful prizes from round one here today. We've got plenty on offer. We've obviously got your regular overall round, first, second and third, and then we've got a few extras as well, the likes of our top rookie as well. So plenty of prizes to go around for some remarkable driving here today.
Yep, and well, there's some good defending at the moment from Collins. Hartley looking to the outside. They just started to pull away from Zach Evans, who's coming under pressure from Harry Woods, but these two battling will allow the two behind to stick with them. It's a four-way battle for those critical top two spots.
It is indeed. As you say, Harry Woods taking that fastest lap. It seems to be that the fastest lap has just been traded between the rookies at the moment.
It's like a trading cards game.
Top trumps, but it's fastest laps here at GYG as we head round the final corner. God, top trumps is a bit of a throwback, isn't it? As we see Luke Collins leads from Elvis Hartley. There we have Jack Evans losing out to Arnav Dungana there, who heads up into P6 as we head up the Dragon Straight, watching on our front runners in this race. 6 minutes to go, rather.
Well, again, there goes the 12 Elvis Hartley, just trying to get the good run coming out of turn 2, but can't get a good enough run. And Luke Collins is positioning his car very, very well at the moment. And Zach Evans back into the fray. And we remember how Zach Evans got, or how Elvis Hartley got past Zach Evans. It's when Evans was trying to pass Collins, ended up leaving the door open a bit, and Hartley centered up the inside. Could almost be described as a robust move, was completely clean though. And I think Zach Evans might want to give one back to Elvis Hartley, should he be given the opportunity.
Where we see, it looks to be that Zach Evans, as you say, beginning to build that pressure on Elvis Hartley. Elvis perhaps not too focused on Luke Collins out in front. Luke Collins is having a decent drive here, but is not clear and all said and done just yet. Zach Evans putting that pressure on as we head now to towards the end of the Dragon Straight, and we're going to drop down now as actually goes around the outside as Elvis Hartley. Is he trying to get a move done?
Oh,
Luke
there
Collins?
it is.
There
we saw
goes
it coming.
There goes Zach Evans.
And, well, we said Zach Evans would do the exact same thing back, and, well, it was pretty much the exact same thing back.
It was indeed. As we run through the carousel now, it's going to be Zach Evans versus Luke Collins as we drop down through the S's.
And now Luke Collins is going to have to defend from Evans once again, unless he can use his opportunity just to break clear. But the slipstream is so big here at Glan-Y-Gors that it's going to be very hard for him to be able to drop the trio behind him. Harry Woods with the fastest lap of the race. Not last time round, he did that a few laps ago, and he's the highest placed rookie driver in this event. Well, not in the event, but in the B final. I'm not sure if there are some already in the A final. As there goes Woods looking to the outside of Zach Evans. I don't know if he's going to be able to get through, as this is the battle for P6 being led by Harley Whitmore. In the 66 car to head of the 67 of Arnaud Dungana.
We can see the wind beginning to pick up here at GYG just a little bit. You can see the flags being battered around. The sun has gone away. We've avoided any rain so far today. It was possible. I think we are going to completely avoid it, which is great news. But yeah, the wind's certainly picking up here at GYG. The temperature starting to fade away from the circuit.
And here come your leading group. So Collins and Evans pulling away from Woods and Hartley. And I think that's a big enough gap that they can break clear. But Luke Collins is not someone who's going to leave the door open for Zach Evans. He is going to defend, and Evans is going right round the outside.
Oh.
He's almost completely done it. He's going to try to slam the door shut into the hairpin. Will he be ahead going into the carousel? Yes, he is. He's pulled off the move. He had the overspeed on the outside of the kink and was able to slam the door shut into the hairpins. And now Luke Collins is going to have to fight this one back.
He will indeed. It's been a remarkable charge for Zach Evans. Started second on the grid, of course, had a few issues, has managed to work his way back up to second, though. Also want to give mention to Harry Woods, started fifth on the grid. Also, as well, we do have Arnav Dungana, 12th on the grid, up to 7th. So some nice progression through the field for a few of our drivers here in this race.
It looks to me like Luke Collins is going for the push Zach Evans along, but Whether Zach Evans goes for the I'll push and leave the door open approach is yet to be seen. Nope, it's the defensive line from Zach Evans. He's not leaving any of this to chance on how Luke Collins wants to behave. And as we found out when we did rock, paper, scissors during the Paddock show, these cadets cannot be trusted sometimes. For context, one of them said that they were going to do, that they wouldn't believe me, and then they believed me.
So you were just trying to trick them in the grand
No,
scheme
I wasn't.
of things.
I said I was going to do paper, and I did paper.
All that matters is you lost, Yousuf. You
Yes,
lost
I did.
completely rock, paper, scissors throughout the Paddock walk. But
like a great racer, I'm a bad loser, okay?
as we start the next lap, it's Zach Evans against Luke Collins. Luke Collins, here are two deserving winners from today's action. Both have immense pace. Fastest lap actually goes to Oliver Renshaw down in 11th position, 54.235. And there we see Zach Evans on the defence there, takes the title line on the inside. That means Luke Collins carries more speed into the corner, but is going to be completely out of position as we head towards the carousel once more.
Yeah, and the issue with the hairpin at GYG for these cadet carts is, while it's a hairpin, you can actually carry a bit of speed. And it's so wide going into the corner that even if you're on the inside line, as is that a potential move? No, not quite. But even if you're on the inside line, you can still carry so much speed through the corner in a cadet that you can't really get the switchback and you can't get the run out of the corner. And that's the issue that Luke Collins is currently facing. But he can go for it out of the final corner. Nose chopped off into turn one. And he ends up falling back a bit. We are, I think, just about onto the final lap. It'll be nip and tuck with whether we get one more lap.
I think it will be the final lap. I don't think it was quite 10 seconds from where we are now to the start-finish line there. But Zach Evans very much aware that Luke Collins wasn't entitled to the corner there, so he just said, no, I'll just place my cart perfectly here. Nothing wrong with me doing this. You're not getting past quite yet, Luke.
And Collins is going to have to be a bit careful because he's got Elvis Hartley. Probably no relation to Brendan Hartley, but he's got Elvis Hartley directly behind him. And does need to be careful, make sure he makes no mistakes again. This is not bad for Luke. He still makes it into the trophy final. Oh no, he doesn't. Elvis Hartley saw a gap. The gap slammed on him. There might be a penalty for Elvis, which would then mean Harry Woods would head into the final.
There we go, making his way through. Great drive for the rookies, both Elvis Hartley and Harry Woods, rookies on the podium then after all is said and done. Penalty for Yousuf there, by the way, for that commentator's curse. Harley Whitmore, Jack Gibbons, Arnav Dungana, Adam Ashgar, Luke Collins, Harvey Brandrick, Harry Horn are provisional top 10 from that race. Utter disaster, though, for Luke Collins. Your heart has to go out for him for that one.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I don't know what to say.
Sorry?
I'm so sorry, Luke.
That brings an end, though, to our Cadet Lightweight B final. It's back to some more junior action coming up in just a moment. Here we go then, we are good for our Junior North B final. So here is our grid for this race. Larry Tyndall, Harry Power, Dylan Tracy, Noah Hadwin, Ben Cosgrove, Ashley Hainson, Quinton, our first three rows. Moving on, it's going to be Thomas Walker, Marcus Allen, Rudy Gilmore, Kelly, Edward Gorner, Zach Hassan, Arnie Riamaki. Then we move on to Luke Scarborough, Charlie Killick, Rowan Horder, Jack Matthews, Freddie Coleman Evans and Riley Lewis. Then moving on to the final rows, it will be Bradley Rowe, Abdul Kareem Williams, Henry Gorner, Samuel Chilton, Jake Dilworth Parrott, Cordell Hales. And then our final casters will be Charlie Walmsley Ride, Kira Boylan and Zachary Melrose. Our 27 kart grid for the Junior Lightweight B final as they leave the pit lane. Once again, we had a bit more time there.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Why do you do that, Reeve?
It's good to rattle them off anyway, isn't it? Get them all out the way.
Is this the point where I talk about random stuff now and you regret your life?
No, we're going to read the grids again.
Yes. Part of me was expecting production to bring it up once more. So, Harry Power has a lot of support in the chat, I think. I always see a lot of Harry Power fans.
Yep.
Sometimes they're memeing him, sometimes they're genuinely supporting him. I mean, the memes tend to be actual support, though, isn't it? That's just how love works, I think.
Certainly is. We're behind the pace car now. Looks like we're almost ready to getting formed up. Just going to show how efficient we've been at getting these races underway, where I'm not expecting the other fleet to already be... like, I'm surprised when they're not already out on track. It's quite impressive stuff, really, all things considered. But our junior fleet are out on track, and it looks like they're going to be good to go racing in just a moment. Oh,
we're
no.
doing another oh, can I tell a little joke?
I've got a panic now.
Yeah, so right, you know how they're behind the pusher cart?
Yes.
That's actually Fraser Brunton at full pace.
Okay.
Yeah. He's never going to watch this. Oh, that's why we've got another lap.
Yeah, false start has actually been declared for this one.
So there is an issue with the cart. Dante's gone up with another cart. So I'm presuming that cart is going to get given over. Yeah. And then we'll be able to go racing. As Jamie's dad came up to the commentary box to
because his prediction was correct.
His prediction was bang on. Wait, we should have got him to stay to give us another prediction.
Oh, that would have been a good idea. Either way,
he's gone now.
Yeah, our false start.
He left the commentary booth faster than Jamie Tyler Gooden goes around a racetrack.
Interesting. One thing to note is that the timer has, just because it's a false start, the timer has not started. We're not going to have time taking off the 11-minute race.
Yes.
For this one, as we head around the S's.
Right. I was going to say, any predictions for this?
We're going to get going on this lap. That's my prediction. I think that's a good prediction.
You're correct, it's correct. Here we go then, racing for the final B, final of the finals. And away we go, over the line, and we start racing. Good start for Harry Power. He's trying to get up alongside the pole sitter of Larry Tyndall, but has to slot in behind. No, actually Power's dropped back a bit. That's Dylan Tracy who is going for the move. And we already have a penalty for Marcus Allen, which will probably be breaking formation as getting very feisty. And the 43 of Noah Hadwin from 4th up into 1st in one single corner.
Some signs of exasperation perhaps from some of his rivals further back, not quite pleased with how the top end has formed up at the start of this race, but we are going to continue on as we get settled in to our sprint race now. A couple more penalties and contact warnings coming in as we have braking formation there for Samuel Chilton. That's the start procedure issue there. That is pretty cut and dry as we head on into the next lap of the race.
Oh no, it's almost 3 abreast. This could be ending so badly, but thankfully everyone goes through okay. I always just get really nervous. The top 2 of Hadwin and Cosgrove, they are checking out. Look at the gap that they pulled. It's about a second to Dylan Tracy, who at one point was up in 2nd place challenging for the lead.
Looking over the shoulder then, it's the number 16 of Dylan Tracy heading through the carousel. There is Larry Tyndall for company putting that pressure on. As we're starting to see, as you mentioned, that lead battle, it's now splits up. Noah Hadwin, Ben Cosgrove breaking away from our battle of carts here for P3.
Well, just keeping my eyes on Larry Tyndall a little bit wide as he comes through the compression. Harry Power right behind him. You know what I haven't seen yet, and I would like to see? Ascend into the final corner.
Again, as I alluded to in the Paddock show, it's not a post office, no sending, please. Just clean racing.
What if you buy a stamp?
Clean racing, as we see.
Sends are clean.
Fastest lap goes to Ben Cosgrove, 51.8. There we'll see some more representative times tumbling in as the race progresses further. 43, Noah Hadwin feeling the pressure from Ben Cosgrove. Very similar tinted visors there actually for the 2 race-leading drivers.
Well, they both have, I think they're both running Arais. So yeah, it's probably the exact same helmet.
Same helmet, same suit.
Colour. Yeah. Oh, I don't know what that's going on there. That is a proper gaggle of carts.
That is.
As they round the final corner. I'd love to say what's going on, but all I know is Larry Tyndall is at the front of this train of carts. And then it is Harry Power and Marcus Allen. And closing in to the top 2 is Dylan Tracy. So he's got the pace, and he's got the pace by a large amount as well.
He absolutely does. He's got a bit of clean air, is posting those 51s. Should add that Larry Tyndall, rookie in this race, doing a remarkable job of leading that pack then, as we see the number 85 of Harry Power
inside of Tyndall.
Go up the inside of Larry Tyndall.
We're so good with these curses as someone is cross-karting, rejoins the circuit. That is some really good kart control. Well, if F1 doesn't work out, you've always got rallying.
Ashley Haynes-Sinquins in there with a bit of opposite lock to make sure he was able to continue on as we head down the S's. Dylan Tracy, fastest lap of this race, as we alluded to just a moment ago, looking over the shoulder. It is going to be the number 85 of Harry Power ahead of Larry Tyndall this time around as he leads this snake of karts. This line, this train, this whatever insert word here for a big group of karts you want to use.
I'm trying to think of words, but this isn't the right time to think of it.
No, it's absolutely
Kira
not.
Boylan has a penalty, and we've got almost side by side here. The 85 of Harry Power is not happy, and this is allowing Marcus Allen to go up the inside of the 64 of Larry Tyndall. Tyndall will drop down a position, never mind, he keeps his nose in, and it might end up being the 39 who drops down a couple of places. They're still side by side, heading through Spoon Corner. Can the 39 do it here? They're side by side for about half of the circuit, Reeve. The 39, though, does get a good run. Marcus Allen will be right behind heading into the final corner, but all of that has allowed Harry Power to pull clear. Dylan Tracy, though, still has that fast lap of the race and is right behind the top two.
He is indeed. This is now a three-way battle for the race lead. As you can see, Harry Power...
He's going for the move.
Yep. Dylan is going for that move, indeed. Nothing it can do from that far back, though, just yet.
Is that Tracy leading?
What?
Dylan Tracy, well, he went for the move, and he got two positions.
Okay.
That's
right.
anyone's guess how that happened.
That was a lovely move from Dylan Tracy there, I'm sure. But it was very good either way because it happened in the blink of an eye. I was going to add as well, Harry Power there knows just how close he is to this lead battle. Is pushing his rivals on. Come on, let's work together. Let's try and close up to our race leaders.
I'm going to be honest, I don't think they can. Dylan Tracy just looks to be in a different league right now. Larry Tyndall with a bump and pass. And, well, now these two are side by side. Dylan Tracy is checking out, and it's about the two-way battle for second. So the two who were battling for first are now side by side, heading into the hairpin. Ben Cosgrove ahead of Noah Hadwin. We'll see whether he can close in onto Dylan Tracy.
We will see communication between Hadwin and Cosgrove there. Clearly not quite on the same wavelength in terms of how they should go about attacking this race lead. They had it, it's fallen through their fingers. They need to try and grasp it back within the final 5 minutes.
Tell you what, Cosgrove is looking pretty quick at the moment. And he's close back into Tracy, who keeps looking over his shoulder in really awkward places. And clips the curb through the final corner. That's going to compromise him massively. And Ben Cosgrove is going to get a mega tow heading up this straight. Does he push Hadwin or does he go for the overtake? Tracy, stop looking behind you. Sorry.
Contact warning coming in for Larry Tyndall there, but Tracy heads down towards the carousel. Look at the pressure now from Ben Cosgrove. Ben Cosgrove clearly eager to try and get past, as we have a penalty coming in for Larry Tyndall there. So Larry Tyndall, that bump and pass that we saw a few moments ago, confirmed on the timing system.
So, Dylan, if you're watching this back, stop looking behind you all the time. Ben said, work together, let's go. But because Dylan keeps looking back, he keeps making these mistakes. And he's looking back going into corners. You need to get your head down. If you look behind you, do it on a straight. Here comes Cosgrove. He got the run out of the final corner because Dylan Tracy, again, look behind him. Now he's trying to say to Noah Hadwin, let's work together. Tracy has the pace, but he's making these really silly mistakes. And he needs to get his head down. He needs to get into a good place.
Let's see what Dylan Tracy can do. Can he become Ben Cosgrove's best friend in terms of keeping Noah Hadwin behind now and allowing Cosgrove to break away and enjoy a bit of separation from Hadwin that he hasn't quite had at any point in this race so far as we head through the carousel. Dylan Tracy egging his cart on, leaning forward to try and get it to do something like you're driving an old car up a hill. But these have got plenty of pace. There's nothing much more to be had, as there's a bump and pass coming in for Marcus Allen there as well. So clearly that mid-pack battle is getting a bit elbows out elsewhere on track, isn't it?
Also, I just want to say, I mean, I kind of agree with you, midfield battle, but it's a battle for P4.
Yeah.
Let's not forget. Yeah. So, I mean, Dylan Tracy is gone. Now, Cosgrove wanted to work with Dylan Tracy when he's behind. Dylan Tracy doesn't want to work with Cosgrove. So, it's anyone's guess what's going to happen in this battle. Tracy looking to try to take the wide line as Jake Dilworth-Parrott picks up the new fast lap of the race of 50.7 as we head into the carousel. Noah Hadwin just seems to have that slightly less amount of pace compared to Cosgrove and Tracy, but because there's this battling, he keeps coming into the mix, and we've seen it in other B finals where the top two are battling. Something happens and it allows the driver in third place to pick up the pieces.
It does indeed. A few minutes left of this race then. As we mentioned, Parrot there with the fastest lap of this race so far, into the 50s. Haven't quite matched what some of the lower 50s that we saw earlier on, but 2 minutes left to go. Then Ben Cosgrove, 2/10 margin to Dylan Tracy. He has certainly not dropped off Ben Cosgrove. I think what Ben Cosgrove has fallen foul of here is...
Here goes Tracy.
Yep, Tracy having a look at taking it back here, but Ben Cosgrove had the inside line there, able to take back the position from a fairly comfortable part of the circuit.
Did I hear a bit of your Scouse accent coming out there?
Every now and again it does break through.
I think
Apologies.
I heard the Bach thing.
I do apologise.
It was soft, it was soft. Anyway, here they go then, down through Spoon Corner, 2/10. They've pulled away from Noah Hadwin. But will these two battle, or will they try to break free even further? They've got probably about 7/10 of a second. And yeah, Tracy, 7/10 clear of Hadwin. Marcus Allen, new fast lap of the race, but he does have a penalty as he tries to close into Harry Power in 4th position. The drivers will have this lap and one more lap in the race.
They will indeed. Not long to go now. Ben Cosgrove works his way up into the lead of this race, has had some challenges, some chargebacks from Dylan Tracy, but has not been able to match. And in all of this, Noah Hadwin just hasn't been quite on the same level it looks to be in this final phase of the race. Don't get me wrong, he's jolly close, you know, he's only within a second still, but is not quite on the same level of proximity there as we head through the final S's, and Dylan Tracy's putting that pressure back on.
Cosgrove's going defensive. I saw him take the tight line into the start of the compressions, and that is why Noah Hadwin is a little bit closer starting this lap than he was last time round. And Noah Hadwin puts in the fastest lap of the race. Where has this pace come from? From Noah Hadwin, as Marcus Allen then proceeds to go even faster with a 50.6. Is the gap open for Dylan Tracy? No, it's not. Defensive line from Ben Cosgrove. And Hadwin is closing in. He's a car length behind. Look over the shoulder from Cosgrove. He knows that Tracy's not close enough heading into the carousel. And he'll hold on to the position. But just final corners left, final few corners to go.
There are indeed, heading into that final sector of the lap now, where you drop off all the elevation once more, head through the tight twisty stuff. It's a fabulous part of the circuit to go racing on, but it's going to feel even better for Ben Cosgrove as he heads around the final corner. In the lead of this race has Dylan Tracy for company, but it will be Ben who comes across the line to take the Junior B final victory. Dylan Tracy P2, Noah Hadwin P3, Harry Power and Marcus Allen are top 5. Provisional results, of course, for everyone who comes home now, and that brings an end to our B final running. We're going to head into our Cadet Super Lightweight A finals coming up next. 4 more races to go. How time flies.
So our first trophy final of the day. Well, our first trophy A final of the day. Or, as we like to say, our first final.
I'm getting more. The more times we add final to things, this is the final. There we go. Anyway, it is the
first final.
Yeah, it's Cadet Super Lightweight A final. As we see the cadets heading out onto track now. Same business as usual. Oh no, actually, we're just going to wait a moment for them to come out on track, as they are having
we can look at the grids.
We can look at the grids while they are getting ready to go out on track. What luxury we are afforded as we have a look at our grids coming up now then.
Rory Hamilton then starts on pole. What a majestic defensive drive he had in the pre-final. Alex Ratton in second, Zachary Smith and Jacob Underhill in fourth. David Kader in fifth, ahead of Francesco Di Caro in sixth place. William Moore and James Vout are on row 4. James Vout had that penalty in the pre-final, which brought him a little bit further down the order, so watch out for him making his way up through the field. Muhammad Isa Zubidal was up at the front for 1 point, but then slowly dropped down the order. He could be another big driver to watch out for. Freya Lally starts this race in 10th, ahead of Zaya Honor and Ethan Hall Jr. in 12th. Jess Kirby starts in 13th ahead of Sarah Telford, who is just ahead of her brother Adam Telford in 15th. Then is Samardeep Dhaliwal in 16th ahead of Lily Catignon and Lucas Fradgley completing our 9th row of the grid. Sebastian Harris and Daniel Norton complete the top 20 with Sam Vout, our second Vout brother, and Finley Doran completing the 22 kart field for this cadet super lightweight North A final.
And it looks like we're going to have a little bit of an intermission between our sessions for this one. It should only be a couple of minutes as we get everyone prepped and ready to go for our A finals.
So Reeve, usually I'd ask predictions, but I know you hate predictions. So what would you like to talk about for a bit?
Well, I've just had a brief look at the Formula 1, and I'm not going to spoil it for everyone else, but it's looking very interesting indeed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So,
Pierre Gasly.
Yeah.
We won't say anything. I haven't seen it, by the way. So if there is something with Gasly going on, I didn't know, and I didn't spoil it.
No, but good news is we're not going to get any spoilers because we're ready to go for some proper racing here at GYG as our cadets make their way out on to the circuit now. So this is, of course, our super lightweight A finals. Bit of a change up from how our qualifying sessions ran, of course. This time out in the afternoon, we will have our super lightweights, followed immediately by our lightweights for the B group, and then we switch back to the A group, so we have super lightweights and then lightweights once more as we see our drivers heading out on track.
You know how we were talking about different names for a group of karts?
Yes.
So Stuart mentioned a unit of karts,
yeah.
which is good. I was thinking of another one, but I don't know if it's appropriate to say because it's what you say for a group of crows.
No. If you ask that question, I'll just say no.
Okay, good.
As we head out on track, now our cadets are heading on the way. Thank you very much for watching along. And I do just want to give another mention to the Motorsport UK Girls Karting Academy as part of the new karting pathways. Have to be a bit of a quick look on, but these are 10 events that are coming up in very short succession in April, May, and then October as well. It's all part of the Motorsport UK Karting Pathway. As I say, Team Sport are hosting events designed to get young girls involved in, get their foot in the door in some racing action. As part of that, there'll be the Charlotte Tilbury Scholarship as well, where they'll be funding a seat in the BUKC, in the Club 100, not in the BUKC, for the 2026 season. And as well, those in the Girls Karting Pathway will be encouraged to take part in the BIKC. If they win the BIKC, they get a Club 100 seat as well. Some racing!
Perfect timing, Reeve. Rory Hamilton will lead the way. He was complaining a little bit about loading on the roll up, but it's all clean, it's all good through turn number 1. And your reigning champion is leading the way heading into turns number 2 and 3. A little bit sideways almost from Rory Hamilton as they jump onto the brakes into the hairpin. Is looking very merry with how late some drivers were on the brakes, but they've all really spread apart rather nicely on the exit of turn 3 as they head into the carousel. It is Rory Hamilton who leads the way, and it is Zachary Smith from 4th on the grid up to 2nd.
We have a spin on the exit of the carousel. Didn't quite catch the number plate on the kart. You can see the despair in the kart, though, from the drivers. They smash the steering wheel. They will carry on, just not in the position they want to be in. That is right at the back of the order.
Well, that is unfortunate for them. And, well, it's the final A final as well. So there is no race after to redeem themselves sideways from the 22 and 45 of Dhaliwal and Catignon. But no opportunity for William Moore to take advantage of it in the battle for 7th position. Your top 3 separated by 1 second. Now, we saw in the previous race they started battling. That allowed everyone to catch up. Actually, to be fair, I don't really think they battled, but everyone caught up nonetheless. Here we go then, down into the carousel for the 2nd time. No crazy moves, nothing being tried right now. I think these 3 are just trying to get their heads down. Also, have a shout out. Zaya Honor gaining 7 places. Dhaliwal Catignon also gaining 9 places. Daniel Norton from 20th up to 10th.
That's a remarkable start to this sprint race. Puts you in really good stead for a decent points haul, considering where it started on the grid here. As we look on to the final corner, there we see Rory Hamilton feeling the pressure from Zachary Smith and Alex Ratter. And we saw Alex with some immense pace earlier on throughout the day. In fact, we saw a brilliant little battle between everyone involved in this pack here. Let's see if it continues on as we start the next lap.
I think it was Alex Ratton and Rory Hamilton who were also battling in qualifying as well. Nose to tail, working together. There's a reason those two started on the front row of the grid for the pre-A final, which was, it feels like so long ago. But this race and 3 more races to go. We're hitting the big boy time. Even though it's just the cadet, I say just the cadets, it's the 12-year-olds out on circuit at the moment. But with how they race, they are certainly the big boys out on circuit, and they are putting on some absolutely fantastic racing for us, particularly Rory Hamilton, who goes a little bit defensive. It catches out Zachary Smith, who just bumps into the rear of him, and then Alex Ratton in turn bumps into the back of Zachary Smith.
Yeah, as you say, the cadets really shown us how it is done, particularly on the race starts. They have been pretty much second to none, realistically, haven't they, in terms of race starts? A couple of little offs here or there, but good racing from our cadets today.
And we've got our first penalty as well. Francesco Di Caro, who is in 5th. He just put in the fastest lap of the race, but picked up a bump and pass in the process. Zachary Smith is looking a little bit racy, and Rory Hamilton is looking defensive. As Alex Ratton just tries to stick with these two who have started to just streak clear. A couple of kart lengths ahead of Alex Ratton are your leading duo.
Heading down the snaking S's then, our leading trio, I'm going to call it now. I think it's very much a leading trio in this battle as we head around the final corner. We can see Alex looking poised to try and set his car up nicely here, but Zachary Smith is pretty much blocking any chance that Alex might have, because Zachary is going to echo every single move that Rory does down these straights. Look at them all in succession, turning their helmets around, looking back at each other. You weren't able to... No one's looking forward. As we see, there goes Alex Ratton trying to hang it around the outside. Had to think better of it, though. Backs out as we drop down towards the carousel now. It's going to go for the outside into the carousels a bit further back. And it's Rory Hamilton against Zachary Smith. As Zachary Smith has a look towards the outside over the left-hander coming up, sorry, the right-hander coming up next. And we have a penalty coming in for Finley Doran. Finley, of course, from our B final, had a remarkable drive. You start further down, of course, when you get promoted up to the A final, and perhaps with that pace, it can often breed a situation where you end up having a bit of contact, a little bit of pushing around, as we saw with a couple of drivers throughout the day so far. Yeah,
he's currently in P18, so he's gained a few places. Also, just want to point out, Daniel Keida and Francesco Di Caro are putting in good lap times. They've been gaining on these guys up ahead by about 4/10 a lap, so they're less than a second behind Alex Ratton at the moment. Ratton is trying to look for that wider line into the hairpin, but as we mentioned, with these cadet karts, they don't have that much power, and the track is so wide that you can't really find the switchback coming out of the hairpin, so taking the defensive line is perfectly fine. And Rory Hamilton, I mean, I've not had the pleasure of watching Rory race a lot, but one of the things that you can just really tell is he's got a lot, and I mean a lot of confidence in what he's doing. And it's not in terms of how well he can drive, putting in the fast laps. It's he knows you can be behind me every single lap for an entire hour. You are not going to get past me.
Yeah, he just doesn't look like he even cares that much about the two cars behind him. He obviously does. We've seen him look over every now and again. He's aware of their presence, but doesn't seem to faze him all that much. This is a fairly familiar position for Rory Hamilton at this point. Obviously experienced Club 100 Cadet driver with us now. And yeah, he has the pace to control the race. As we see side by side, Alex Ratton and Zachary Smith are now going to enjoy their own little battle. As around the outside goes Alex Ratton. He has to back out a bit though, because it's very brave. We have seen it done around the outside of the carousel, but you have to really be set up well for it.
Well, Ratton is searching for those opportunities. Kada and Di Caro are closing in. Those two have been working together. They know what they need to do to catch up to this front trio. There was a penalty as well for Mohamed Issa, so that's going to drop him further down the order. I'm not sure where he is at the moment. I can't see him on the standings currently.
Fastest lap currently goes to Francesco Di Caro there, as we have a Carter unfortunately off there, stuck in the grass.
That Samardeep Dalival, who has had that incident, he was running in about 15th place, I think, as Hamilton continues to go defensive. And again, I don't want to just focus on Rory, but he's so... I can't stress just how clinical this is, and there's a lot of drivers, cadet, juniors, seniors, that can all learn from just how well and meticulously Rory is driving. It's actually kind of reminding me a little bit of when I've had races behind Jack O'Neill where there's just not a foot being put wrong, and you've got to do everything you can just to stay within touching distance, and all you're doing is you're really hoping that Mr. Perfect doesn't make a mistake.
Well, certainly what this train has done is allowed a couple of other cars to get involved now as well. Obviously, Francesco De Caro with that immense fastest lap there. That was a 53 flat, by the way, for Francesco there. Sees him get involved in the mix. David Kadar as well, also here on the scene, just a little bit further back. So Rory's not got the ultimate pace, I wouldn't say, at the moment. There's a couple of drivers behind who are able to close up and catch up. But in terms of just race pace, controlling things very well and keeping a level head, he's doing a stellar job out there, really, isn't he?
I think the thing is, we'll never see who has the best pace.
No.
Because you've got so much slipstream, you cannot break clear.
Yep.
Unless you're, like 1.5 seconds ahead or something like that. So for Rory, this is what he has to do. He knows that's what he has to do. There's no point trying to get his head down to break away. It's just make sure he doesn't make mistakes. And I think Rory's also the kind of driver that if he does drop down, I mean, maybe we'll see whether this happens, he'll know how to get back through to the front of the train.
Absolutely. Then as our unit of 5 carts, I'll deploy the unit word, heads through towards the carousel in just a moment. A couple of contact warnings coming in, but once again, overall a very clean race. A couple of penalties as well from this one, in fact, but nothing major at all. Certainly not what I've been used to be seeing over the past, particularly the past week, shall we say. Where, of course, if you follow along your GYG Club 100 lore, you enjoyed 2 days worth of racing with the Club 100s, one of the Club 100 series, the BUKC, which is British University's Karting Championship. That was great fun, but also a wide range of championships on offer here at the Club 100, because the cadets and juniors putting on a good show for us as well. It's
going to be fun for you as well when some of the juniors and cadets end up going to university and they're in the BUKC.
Yeah.
I'll actually be quite interested to see that, because they'll have so much experience.
Imagine what my hair loss will look like on camera then, as we could see it before.
Well, you're not on camera for that, are you? It's Piers
the Paddock
who does
show.
the track.
The Paddock show.
Yeah, but Piers does that.
Yeah, but by that time, I mean.
Oh, okay,
Just
right.
In the future, by that time, yeah. As we head around the carousel, still our top 3 actually splitting off a little bit, as we have Francesco and David Kadar enjoying their own little battle once more. That has to settle down for a moment, as we have a yellow flag section of the track.
And David Kadar has been able to get through on Francesco De Caro, so he's up into 4th place. We'll see whether he can make any more work up through the field. I don't want to pick sides, but I think that's a little bit more exciting for us in the race, just because De Caro has that penalty. So even if De Caro got to the front, we can't get super excited about him winning. So let's see what Kadar can do. Obviously, for De Caro, important that he can gain as many positions as he can to offset that penalty. And he has been driving really well today and showing as well what he can be doing for the rest of the season. As round goes, Kadar just got on the brakes a little bit too late. And, well, he was already a bit sideways as he tried to go up the inside, went fully sideways as he locked the rear, couldn't catch it, and will drop down the order. I think he might still be in 5th position, but he is going to be a long way away from our leading now quartet.
Terrible shame there for Kadar. As we were saying, he was on a bit of a charge, was working his way up and was getting into the mix of things here, but it all comes to a bit of a premature end here for our Cadet Super Lightweight A final here this afternoon.
And it's the last lap of the race as well, Reeve. So what does Zachary Smith have in store for us? Has he been watching Rory? Has he found a potential opportunity that he can take advantage of on this last lap? Nothing into the hairpin. Only a few more overtaking spots to go. Check over the shoulder from Hamilton. And he sees that, well, Zachary Smith is right there, so he has to take the defensive line into the carousel. Again, checking behind, making sure there's no way through for Zachary Smith. But there's only about 5 more corners to go now, Reeve.
There are indeed, as we see Rory still leading. This is a lead that he's held with all of his might for so long. But Zachary Smith doing everything to try and find a way past. But Rory just looks so composed throughout the entirety of this race. Heads around that final corner then, might lose out a bit of pace, but comes across the line. Rory Hamilton wins the super lightweight A final for the cadets. Zachary Smith celebrating a well-deserved P2 as well. Alex Raton comes home P3 ahead of Francesco with a penalty to serve. David Kadar, Zyla Ono, and then we have Jess Kirby, Jacob Underhill. Jacob Underhill gets ahead of Liddy Catagnon and Jess Kirby there to bring an end to our first A final for the super lightweights.
Wow, really, really fun racing, but what a drive from Rory Hamilton to hold on to the win. He starts off 2025, well, the Northern Championship with 2 back-to-back wins in the pre-final and in the trophy final. But with that, it's time to move on to our next race, which will be the Junior Super Lightweight North A final.
And here we go, our juniors are heading out on track to make a mark with the super lightweight A final. Let's have a look at the grids then for this field. It will be Benjamin Hamilton, Sam Morse, Lewis Tracy, Matteo Erfoyter, Jack Brommer and Thomas Welsford. Moving on to row 4, it will be Jamie Crampton, Jacob Brown, Logan McAllister, Caden Ward, Elsa McKenzie and Miles Harrison. Row 7 will be Jensen Barnard, Sam Bernal, Dan Griffin, Tom Justice, Jamie Richards and Lucas Kelly. Row 10 will be Dana Rowan, Josh Whittaker, Connor Kenny, Callum Wood, James Wall and Lewis Prendergast. Row 13 then will be James McLaughlin and Leo Anderson, our 26 cars for the Junior Super Lightweight A final.
I think it's time for one of my predictions, Reeve.
Okay.
Logan McAllister from 9th. I think he'll have a little bit of that red mist from the previous race.
Making
where he got
amends,
spun around.
perhaps, yeah.
I mean, Benji Hamilton is quick, but he wasn't quick enough to really break from the train, and it's kind of come to, you know, the Tylee Gooden prediction of can the leader break clear of the rest of the field. I mean, I think Benji Hamilton is your smart money, but I think Logan McAllister is looked a bit sketchy today, not necessarily through any fault of his own, but we know how quick he is as a driver in general.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to be surprised to see him charging up through the field.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't either. Let's hope he can make amends for earlier races, we say, and finish GYG's racing action today on a high note for him.
Yeah.
That would be nice to see.
I think he had 2 seconds as well here last year. It was a really good battle between Jamie Tylee Gooden and... was I commentating that with you, actually? Where it was Tylee Gooden and McAllister. Who
Don't believe so. It's been a little while since we've been back at GYG.
Because I think that was one where Tylee Gooden sent it on the final corner on McAllister. Thought it was a bit sketchy, so backed off and allowed McAllister to take the win.
Right. Okay.
So they had a first and a second each, and that was how the season started, and started off the battle between the pair of them. But now Tylee Gooden in the lightweights, whereas Logan McAllister still in the super lightweights. So
here we are then, our drivers begin to form up. Looks like we're going to have to wait a moment or two, maybe at least another lap before we get this field separated. That is the sound of a twin-engine pace car, though.
Don't forget, it's with the juniors, they get a few laps of warm-up.
Of course, yes, for our A finals, yes. Completely forgetting that, so this is our practice for the final racing this afternoon, as we nearly have an instant in the formation laps. A big lock-up there as we get collected by the pace cars.
One way to heat up the tyres, isn't it?
Absolutely. They'll be feeling a bit like a half-used rubber now, like a pencil eraser, as they, you know, are a bit flat at the bottom potentially. Might be a little bit less than comfortable.
I saw one of those reels. There was, you know, things kids used to do in the past with rubbers. You know, poking a hole through it, making a spinning top, colouring it in. I always used to do one where I was a bit OCD over it, so I'd get my rubber with, you know how you'd have like the markings on the rubber, and I'd rub that on clean paper to make it clean again.
I used to lose my pencil case a lot. Yin and yang.
Yin and yang.
As we head through the S's. Now behind the pace car, a little bit less pace than perhaps we've been used to for the past 11 minutes of racing action. But I think we're getting the confirmation there that we are good to go racing for another junior race start here.
Benji Hamilton starts this race on the front row of the grid. Keep your eyes out as well for Matteo Ehrenfeuchter starting from 4th, who actually gets a really good start. It's a really bad start for 2nd on the grid. Sam Morse, who drops right down the order. In fact, Logan McAllister might be getting through as well. So Sam Morse, who started this in 2nd, we got 2 karts on the grass. One of them, I think, is Sam Morse, or is that Lewis Tracy? So Lewis Tracy has dropped a huge bunch of positions. He was one of the favourites to win in the pre-final, but at the front of the field, it is Benji Hamilton.
It is indeed. 10 minutes of sprint racing action to go then. Sam Morse, obviously, with plenty of support we saw in the chat earlier on. Great start for the afternoon racing for him.
Just to correct myself, Lewis Tracy is in 2nd, so it wasn't Lewis Tracy who went grass karting, but going grass karting is Logan McAllister. Was he squeezed going through the complex because he's dropped down the order? Well, he cut the course, so he's still in 4th, but he might get a 1-lap penalty for that because he did gain, or, well, he didn't lose any time, and it'll be interesting to see what the stewards say about that, because that is kind of one of those incidents that's on the fence and really hard for a steward to call.
Yeah, there we see yellow flag being waved for this sector, of course. Kart off and towards the infield, so no overtaking action to be had until they see a green flag once more. I don't think we are going to have that towards the end of the lap.
So Ehrenfeuchter is ahead of McAllister. He started the lap behind. I don't know whether McAllister pointed him through because of that cut or whether Ehrenfeuchter overtook him on his own accord. But either way, these two are trying to close in onto Tracy and Bromham. And then next up is Benji Hamilton, who's 1.4 seconds clear, and I guess will be checking out at the front of the field.
Fancy coming overtaking on the yellow for Miles Harrison. That's a fairly brutal one, but it is cut and dry, isn't it? You just can't do it in the yellow flag sectors.
And there goes McAllister up the inside of Ehrenfeuchter into the hairpin. So McAllister quickly making his way up through the field. He started this race down in 9th. He's now up into 5th, and there is no penalty that has been given to McAllister for that off-track excursion on the opening lap of the race.
So let's see what he can do then to make amends for the previous couple of races, previous bits of track action. As we head down through the S's once more, we are on board with the number 15 of Lewis Tracy being not pushed along, but being pressured by Jack Bromham, shall we say, as we start the next lap. There is Logan McAllister hot on the heels as well. Fastest lap of the race so far, 49.891 at the very start of the running. That is impressive pace from Logan McAllister.
Yep, and he's going for that super wide line behind Jack Bromham. He's going to push him along, and he's already looking to the inside. Probably will send it regardless. He's going for the move, and Bromham leaves in space. Fair play to Bromham. He probably could have turned across McAllister, and that would have got McAllister a penalty, but it probably would have had Bromham spinning around. And, well, I did say McAllister might have a case of a bit of red mist. I think we saw that with the cut through the grass, saying, right, I'm not going to lose any places. I'm going to make sure I stay in this position. And there with that move, wasting no time whatsoever. He knows who he wants to hunt down. It's Benji Hamilton, and that gap is 2.1 seconds.
Here, Ehrenfeuchter down the inside on Ellis McKenzie. Nice move. Apologies, no, that was Jack Bromham actually got that move done on, so apologies there. But yeah, that was set up for about halfway down that start finish straight there. Ehrenfeuchter had the momentum. Inside opened up ever so slightly, and then he goes for it. But here we go, looking back then at Logan McAllister, as you say, Yousuf.
Does he go
Lewis
for it
Tracy,
again?
Potentially an inside. No, nothing to do there. Lewis Tracy hot on the defence there.
Also,
eager to keep him
the funny thing that I noticed, Jack Bromham had his hand raised. He was complaining about the incident, but then he got a contact warning for what he did. So the stewards clearly feel that Jack Bromham was at fault for any contact between himself and Ehrenfeuchter, who is now up into 4th position. Here's McAllister. He's surely going to get a good run through turn 1, and then it's going to be all about trying to hunt down that gap to Benji Hamilton. But, well, the gap is over 2 seconds. It's going to be near impossible for Logan McAllister.
It will indeed. But very close margins between McAllister and Tracy otherwise, and also close margins between Ehrenfeuchter and Bromham as we head down towards the carousel once more. Looking back, though, to Tracy, Logan McAllister with that fastest lap, of course. Will hold that for some time in this race, I suspect. there as we push on through to Sector 3 in just a moment. Plenty of contact warnings coming through in this race, it must be said. Drivers very much aware this is their last chance to have a bit of a glory moment out on track, I suspect, today.
Through the compressions they go. Well, McAllister is pretty much glued to the rear end of Lewis Tracy, but he needs to get a very good run through turn 1. He tries to do it, but he moves to the inside. The inside's going to get slammed shut, and McAllister ends up getting squeezed onto the grass. Well, McAllister, you can raise your hand, but that's your own fault, Logan. You know that he's going to turn across you to take the racing line, and it's just the nature of GYG. If you're not fully alongside when you get to that kink, your front nose is going to get chopped off. You're going to go onto the grass, and I'm sorry, but Lewis Tracy was well within his right to move across and take that shortest distance going up the hill.
Looking further back then to Ehrenfeuchter and Brom as they head down through the compressions now. Bit of traffic to negotiate by the looks of things. Oh no, sorry, it's not traffic at all. We're back right with our front-running drivers here as we head on to the next lap. There's Tracy, followed by McAllister, followed by Ehrenfeuchter. All looking rather close now as this is going to brew into a four-kart battle for second position here.
I'm going to say no, because I think Logan's going to be really, really annoyed, and he's going to go for a send and a bit. You can just kind of tell from the driving that he's annoyed from what happened before. Well, he's got the run. He doesn't need to do anything crazy because it'll be a textbook beautiful overtake up the inside into the carousel. And, well, just like a Terry's Orange, will he be able to crack Lewis Tracy and break him and pull away? I think that's what you do with Terry's Oranges. Don't crack it, whack it. Don't tap it, whack it. There we go.
As we head down through the final corner,
you're impressed, Reeve.
I'm distracted by chocolate. Logan
4
McAllister
minutes left.
Heads on to the next lap of this race with Lewis Tracy for company. Logan gets ahead of Lewis Tracy as we saw heading through the carousel, and Ehrenfeuchter behind Tracy. And now then, but this I think is just going to be a battle that goes on to the very end. It's going to be another one of those battles in this races.
I was thinking of an Easter egg, Reeve. Because you crack the Easter egg, don't you? Anyway, Logan McAllister has cracked the Easter egg. He is breaking from Lewis Tracy, but there's only about 4 laps remaining. He'd have to take over half a second a lap out of Benji Hamilton. And, well, while McAllister's quick, I don't know if he's that quick. McLaughlin has a penalty for a bump and pass.
He does indeed. Less than ideal, of course. McLaughlin making up a decent number of positions, all things said and done. He started further back, of course, promoted up. 25th on the grid in the end. At the start of the race, up into 22nd at the moment. Logan McAllister, though, with 7 positions gained, as you can see with the graphics on the left-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. A remarkable drive so far for Logan McAllister when all is said and done. Benjamin Hamilton, though, must be pretty pleased and pretty happy out in front.
Well, he's going to see that tractor limit warning next time he comes round and probably just decide, right, okay, let's not do a Marc Marquez here. And, well...
Good reference.
I know, thank you.
Yeah.
Do love my MotoGP. But Logan McAllister, again, he's just going to get his head down, keep on putting in these laps. He's just looked really, really quick in this. It's just such a shame that, you know, the pre-final went the way that it did.
Absolutely, yeah. He's demonstrated he did have the pace to be so competitive and up at the front end there, but that's just the way of racing sometimes, isn't it? It can be a cruel and unfair mistress, can the world of racing, so hopefully Logan will feel vindicated by the performance in the A final today.
I guarantee you he'll be upset with finishing second and that he couldn't challenge Benji for the win, but he should be proud of this drive. He's done literally everything that he could. I think beating Benji would have required a miracle, as there goes Ehrenfeuchter up the inside. He found a gap, he sent it, and following him through is Jack Bromham, but Bromham's now on the outside. We have another penalty, this time for Lewis Prendergast, but that is nothing to do with this battle that we have going on for P3.
Heading on to the next lap then, and it is really hotting up in this battle for P3. Bromham's back on the scene. They are in formation karting as we head down towards the end of the Dragon Straight.
Ehrenfeuchter goes defensive, Tracy behind him, Benji Hamilton, McAllister both setting fastest laps, but the fastest lap of the race goes to Logan McAllister as they both dip back into the 49.7s.
Yeah, really strong lap from McAllister. They set that quite early on as well, so he's just maintaining a nice strong lead, but he improves upon it. You're right there, he improves upon it to go 49.7, improving it just that little bit more.
Just really good consistent pace from McAllister. I think we're going to have a really good championship battle between the pair of them, and it'll be interesting to see whether the likes of Efren Voigt, Tracy, Bromham can get involved in that championship battle, really.
Yeah, absolutely, as Logan McAllister must be feeling pretty happy out at the moment. He's not got any pressure really from Aaron Voigt. Aaron Voigt is too focused on what's going on behind, and he's got a bit of an air gap to Hamilton.
I think you underestimate McAllister. He is not happy.
Okay.
He is fuming.
But here we see that was Bromham having a potential look around the outside because Aaron Voigt was very much focused on what Lewis Tracy was doing behind. Still wasn't able to make a move from that far back. Aaron Voigt continues on the lead then of this trio as we head down the S's. 12 seconds left on the clock. That means we will get one last lap of this race to go as Benjamin Hamilton has just crossed the line to start a new lap. But here comes Aaron Voigt ahead of Tracy, ahead of Bromham as we run up towards the second corner on the lap.
One lap remaining then, and we still have this three-way battle for Efren Voigt. Let's not forget as well, him and Tracy, both former cadet drivers. As the season goes on, they're going to get more and more used to these junior, and I should say senior carts, because it is the same as the senior Club 100 carts.
Yeah.
Tracy, though, going for the move up the inside. Efren Voigt left the inside open, and he's not going to be able to hang around the outside. Fantastic move from Lewis Tracy. Is there any way back through for Efren Voigt? Tracy just needs to keep it defensive here into this corner, and he does precisely that. But rounding the final corner is going to be Benji Hamilton. He makes it a double ahead of McAllister.
He does, but there goes wide Lewis Tracy. He loses out to Aaron Voigt who crosses the line. He gets on track just in time to take P4, but it's Aaron Voigt in P3, Tracy P4, Bromham P5, and then we have Ellis McKenzie P6 on the scene there as well. What a finish for those drivers there.
Well, that's just reminding me of the Club 100 seniors now. And I don't know if you saw further behind those squeezing between Jacob Brown and Miles Harrison. I don't know if we can get a replay of that production, because we should have a little bit of time before our cadet lightweight A final. So if we can, great. If not, next up is our cadet lightweight A final.
So here we go then, our cadets making their way out on track for the cadet lightweight A final, the final cadet race of the day and the penultimate race of the day overall. Let's have a look at the grid then. It will be on the first row: Felix Sheldon Hayward, Erton Lima Evans, Layla Fitzgerald, Harry Berry Whiting, Oscar Ledgich, and then Kai Jackson, sorry, it's Lesnitz. Oh, I've messed it up now, I'm really sorry. Charlie France, Ethan Guest, Ledger Demetrio, George Glossop, Omar Ulla, and Daniel Maruchiak. And then moving on to row 7, it is Milo Smith, Max Davis, Harry Myatt Waldron, Adit Roy Chowdhury, Oliver Sanderson, and Ethan Biddle. Row 10 will be Bobby Peters, Hashim Anwar, Harry Woods, and Harley Whitmore.
We need to have like a dish at the end, like whenever we transition out.
Yes, it's Oscar Deletnitz.
I'll let you say the name.
It
Oscar's
finishes
name.
with a TS.
Ah.
It's sound.
I was going to do like a, but I can't do it properly.
Anyway,
so.
we've
got another lap.
We do have another lap indeed. I thought we were
you.
about ready to go racing for our cadets, but we are going to have another go around. Again, do let us know. Please feel free. Massive help to us if you let us know if we are messing up pronunciations. If a word I messed that one up, but do let us know. We'll learn them as the season goes on. So do drop any pronunciation amendments that might need to be made into us.
Absolutely. Well,
penultimate race of the day.
It is. It's been a really good day of racing, and the sun's come back out. You can really see it as well on the camera.
Yeah. I think it should stay out for the rest of the racing as well, because it's looking like pretty clear blue skies.
We can't see directly above us is the issue, and that might be the way that the wind's blowing.
It's looking okay.
Why? Okay, so for those of you not in the commentary box,
upside down.
Reeve is looking upwards from the commentary box, but we have a ceiling, Reeve.
No, but I could see more out the window, honestly. because I got closer to the window. So
yeah, but you can't see directly above you, even if you go right up to the window.
It was clear, but it's also clear for us to go racing as we are away for the final cadet race of the day there, and that is going to be a false start.
I think Felix Sheldon Haywood maybe went a little bit too early for everyone's liking, and Ayrton wasn't too happy about it. He's telling Felix, slow down.
Good. I like the mental aptitude, though, of our cadets drivers. So immediately clock on when there's going to be a false start for these young drivers. Instant there before we head into the first corner. They knew. Impressive stuff from our cadets here as we are going to go around for another race start. So a reminder, clock hasn't started. This is a false start. We're going to have 11 minutes to go again.
No. The timer will drop, I think. Usually if there's a false start like that, it'll drop down to 9 minutes or something.
We'll ignore that for now.
Yeah. At some point it should drop. If not, then I shall concede being incorrect. But that's how it works with sprints anyway.
And it is a lovely new timing system, which is results.alphatiming.co.uk/club100 if you want to follow along with the lovely new timing website. It's very good to go once again.
Here we go then. Away we go, Felix Sheldon Haywood, and off we go. 11 minutes of racing, you were correct, Reeve. And Sheldon Haywood leads the field, little bit of side-to-side barging going up the straight as well. Layla Fitzgerald has a good run and is able to get ahead of Aiton Lima Evans, and that's kind of what you'd expect from the driver starting in third place. Really tricky here at GYG when you start on the outside of the grid as they head down into the carousel. Felix Sheldon Haywood, though, just needs to get his head down, try to pull out as big of a gap as he possibly can.
Yep, nice clean start. Once again, it has been the story of the cadets, really, hasn't it? They've just been really good at getting underway and enjoying some good racing. Seeing plenty of support from some of the drivers in our cadets race here from the broadcast comments. So thank you, everyone, for watching along throughout today's actions. We have a spin heading through the S's. A few spinners, actually.
I think 2 separate incidents were going on there.
Yeah, I assume so, as we are still a green flag. I imagine it'll be a yellow for that part of the track at least, but we will be good to continue on.
Yeah, nothing too...
No, not at all. Everyone's still in the carts. Everyone's still good to get going again.
But the top 4 in their own, say, little world, in their own group, in their own flock. And Ethan Guest.
Flock, there we go, another one. Yeah.
I really like the bird ones.
Oh, a little bit of contact there as we head through the carousel.
I like that. That was an opportunistic move from Lima Evans. Saw the gap, took it on Layla Fitzgerald, who's trying to open up the corner a little bit more. And through goes Ayrton. And now trying to hunt down Felix Sheldon Haywood, who has a contact warning.
He does indeed as we start the next lap of the race. Ayrton Lima Evans, though, hot on his heels and putting the pressure on now, then occupying his rear view if he were to look over his shoulder. Is Ayrton Lima Evans' fastest lap of the race so far. Meanwhile, Layla Fitzgerald and Ethan having their own battle a little bit further behind, but not much at all as we head through the right hand. Oh, contact a little bit wide there for Felix Sheldon Haywood there.
Well,
losing out big time as well as we run down towards the carousel.
I'm interested to see what the stewards say, because what happened there was Felix made a mistake all on his own. Ayrton then had the pace, came through, and then made side-to-side contact with him. The question is, how side-to-side was it? Because if Ayrton was ahead, then Felix should have backed out. If it was full-on side-to-side, or Ayrton was a bit back, he's forced to drive wide, and he's gained a lasting advantage from it.
We'll see what the stewards make of that then in due course, if there is anything to make of. But here's Ayrton Lima Evans into the lead of this race, ahead of Ethan Guest, who gets ahead of Layla Fitzgerald as well. Now it's time for Felix to kind of just recollect his thoughts, get his head down and try to make amends for that last lap and try to catch a couple of positions back.
Yeah, he's in a perfectly fine situation right now. He's at the back of this train that goes up to Ayrton. No warning, no penalty. I think the stewards have determined that what Ayrton did was perfectly fine to take advantage of Felix's mistake like that.
Contact warning for Oscar Delinettes coming in, as all looking relatively clean elsewhere throughout the field. Just over 7 minutes to go in this race, and Ayrton Lima Evans leads there with a 5/10 margin rather, as we head down through the S's. I think that's been closed up upon just a little bit. No, it hasn't, in fact, as we see them heading on to the start-finish straight now. It's pretty much equal.
Less than a second separating the top 4, and it is 3 abreast nearly going into turn 1. Further down the order. Not sure who that is. There's some pointing. Let's work together, get ahead. I swear sometimes the cadets, they do that, but I don't think they know what it means. It was a hypocritical point ahead sometimes.
Here we see a fleet of carts heading through down towards the carousel in just a moment now, but we're still looking on slightly further up to, actually no, slightly further back. Daniel Maruchiak feeling the pressure from Kai Jackson then as we head through the carousel. Meanwhile, Omar Ullah, a bit of pressure from Adit Roy Chowdhury and Harry Myatt Waldron as well.
Oh, Waldron's going to try to go up. Sorry, no, that's Dolinietz who
Dolinietz,
tries
yes,
to go up the inside and then ends up losing a bunch of time. He's now on the outside into the final corner. This could go badly.
Oh,
and well,
Oscar there.
That could have gone very badly, and it only went a little bit badly.
Yeah, well recovered. He's lost some position, but all in all, hasn't lost that much in terms of time, actually. Yeah. So, could have been much worse for Dolinietz there. He gets back on track and is able to continue on.
I was getting, you know, old Wilton final corner vibes for a second. But thankfully, nothing happened, and Oscar was able to stay out of the tyre barriers. But it is Daniel Maruchiak holding on to 5th position ahead of the 15 of Charlie France, and then it's Omar Ullah in 7th place.
Ayrton then slowly trying to build up that race, a lead out in front, 7/10, but we look a little bit further back to the number 25 of Daniel Maruchiak.
Sheldon Hayward's up to 3rd, so he's got past Fitzgerald and has set the fast lap of the race right behind Ethan Guest now, although Max Davis has put in the fast lap of the race from 9th.
53.6 there, so nice lap from 9th. We've got one rookie in this session, that is Harry Woods. Just over 5 minutes to go then. Another race that's absolutely flown by, our final cadet race of the day. And there we go, yeah, Charlie France is that down the inside on Daniel Maruchiak as we head into the carousel in just a moment. But there is on the scene the 68 of Omar Ullah, who's going to have a thing to say about Charlie France trying to get past because he feels like that's his job.
Yeah, through goes Ullah up into 6th position, taking advantage of the really nice move that we saw from Charlie France, and unfortunately Daniel Maruchiak has dropped down. Charlie France took the position. And Felix Sheldon Hayward, new fastest lap of the race, a 10th quicker than Ethan Guest, who is in turn a 10th quicker than Ayrton Lima Evans. So the top 3 starting to get closer. Ethan Guest started this race down in 8th and is battling now for the race win. That's really, really impressive stuff. Is this going to be another potential overtake? No, it's all nose to tail in this battle for 5th position.
And there we see Ullah still having a look down the inside here. Could it stick as we head into the carousel once more? No, too far back. I think the point of view just let me down a little bit.
Yeah. Well, the 41 of Kai Jackson was able to take advantage of it. He went for a bit of a send, managed to gain a few positions, and is now behind the 15 of Charlie France and up into 8th position. As I say that, there goes the 55 of Max Davis trying to go for an overtake. Remember, Max Davis had the fastest lap a couple of laps to go. That has now changed. As that time round, Ethan Guest, I think, starting to defend from Sheldon Hayward, which is allowing Lima Evans to pull clear.
It is indeed. Still only 7/10 at the moment. We've seen some strong pace from Ayrton so far. We might see that gap expand in the final moments of this race. But here's where all the action is. It's this run down from Daniel Maruchiak back. So this is effectively the battle for P5. And it evolves all the way down to P13 pretty much. This is a mighty battle there as we run through to Sector 3 in just a moment. A few more contact warnings coming in, but no penalties so far in this race. Everyone keeping the nose clean, as there we see Charlie France there down the inside on Omar Ullah. Omar's a little bit out of shape as a result of that. It is now under threat from a few drivers behind there. A little bit wide as well for Oscar Dolinietz there, as he is able to get back onto the circuit, but is a little bit further back.
Yeah, really good, feisty racing in this battle for P5. You have to be so careful with where you position your car when you're defending or being overtaken, because if you end up on the outside, as there's a penalty for Max Davis, presumably for one of the contacts that occurred on that previous lap. as here comes the overtake. Daniel Marutiak, well actually Daniel Marutiak on the outside, as Charlie France goes defensive, holds on to the position, and Umarullah directly behind, followed by Kai Jackson. And then I think it's Max Davis just behind the pair of them. But down the hill through the compressions, a few of them going a little bit wide, which might open themselves up for a potential overtake. Less than 2 minutes to go, which means we're going to have 3 laps remaining.
We will indeed. Felix still with that strong early fastest lap. In a pretty comfortable position at the moment. Ayrton then building up a 1 second gap. Penalty coming in for Max Davis and a contact warning as well. So not a great couple of laps there for Max Davis. And either that is a repeat penalty or that is a second penalty. I think that might be a repeat contact penalty coming in for Max Davis. Actually, that is not ideal for his race standings. Currently 9th on the road, but will drop further back once post-race penalties are applied. And
another penalty.
Yeah. So a couple have just come in there. But we head around the final section of the circuit. Charlie France leads from Omar Ola in this pack battle as we round the final corner once more. Ethan Guess and Felix Sheldon Haywood have pretty much checked out at this point. They've separated out, have settled down a little bit as we start what will be the penultimate lap of this race.
We're almost about to start the final lap of the final cadet final.
More finals.
Just wait 15 minutes until we get to that junior final lap. We'll be living it.
I'll let you take that one then in that case.
I'll just say final about 10 times and hope no one notices, but...
Scream final at every corner. No
Ayrton Lima Evans, though, has pulled over a second lead. I feel like this is what we expected in the pre-final, considering the pace that we saw from Ayrton in qualifying. So really, really impressive driving from Ayrton. And he is going to be one to watch out for. Also, in terms of your quickest rookie in this race, he is going to be Harry Woods. Yep. So he's going to get the trophy because he's the only rookie in this race.
Yep, so mighty effort from Harry Woods there. As I've alluded to a few times in the stream so far, plenty of newcomers to the Club 100 this year. Really going from strength to strength, so great to have so many of you rookies here this afternoon. We hope GYG was a great start to this season, a great start to the action. You're looking forward to some more coming up.
Just a few corners remaining then. Ayrton Lima Evans, what a fantastic drive. Ethan Guest as well, starting from 8th position, working his way up. He's going to cover off the inside from Felix Sheldon Haywood, who's looked really, really quick in the final couple of laps. But rounding the final corner, Ayrton Lima Evans takes the checkered flag, dabs over the line as well. Ethan Guest takes second ahead of Felix Sheldon Haywood, Layla Fitzgerald in 4th, and then it is a whopping 7-second gap to Charlie France in 5th, Umar Ullah in 6th, then it's Kai Jackson, Max Davis, and then in 9th position is Harry Myatt Waldron, with Daniel Marutiak completing the top 10.
Was not prepared for the dab there, haven't seen that for a few years.
Matches my kind of pun energy, doesn't it?
You're not wrong there, but that brings an end to our cadet running for the day. I also want to give a quick shout out to all the cadets overall. Thought it was some tremendous racing from everyone really in our B groups and our A groups, lightweight and super lightweight. Great stuff from our cadets. But we got some junior action coming up next, our final race of the day. Here we go then, our junior lightweight A finalists making their way out onto the circuit for one final time. Here's our grid then as it stands. It's Jamie Tylergood and Dominic Balasaitis, Jacob Equal, Harry Clark, Anthony Roberts and Oliver Wilde. Moving on to row 4 then it will be Max Sheldon Haywood, Jacob Lammers, Thomas Hughes, Jack Whitehouse, Ethan Saunders, Wilkes and John Bulter. Moving on to row 7, Dan Treadwell, Tyler Gibson, John Wall, Bob McGear, Toby Clark and Alfie Slater. Moving on to row 10, Dimitri Borowski, Harry Price, Ethan Pitts, Callum Boot, Lily Charlton and Jaden Giles. Moving on to row 13 then, it's Ben Cosgrove and Dylan Tracy for one last time, rounding out our 26-car field for this afternoon's racing as we are getting underway for some practice laps.
Absolutely, and Reeve, you know as well as probably all of the people in the chat who know me as Milky Cereal, maybe other people who have heard my commentary, whether here, Buckmore 24 Hours, you know I like to meme. But Meme Cereal is gone for this one. Full focus, the final race of the day. I'm going to throw in some predictions. I know you don't like to do predictions. Whether you want to join me, Reeve, is entirely up to you.
I think based off his previous performance, Jamie Tyler Gooden. Jamie Tyler Gooden is going to be one to watch out for.
Yes.
Just so strong in the previous.
I feel like Jamie and Dom have... I don't want to sound biased here, but they've always been very quick. And I think this is the season where Dom's been looking good. Jamie's just peeled into the pit, so he's going for a kart swap here. But Dom hasn't had a win in Club 100. I think this might be it. I'm going to double check this. I'm going to fact check.
Yeah,
because
definitely fact check that.
If he wins, I'm going to get very excited when he crosses the line for his first win.
Well, if that is his first win, then we certainly look forward to seeing if that is possible at all. But it's going to be a tough battle because Jamie Tyler Gooden's out in the front there as well. I think we're going to be on for a bit of a brilliant crescendo. I'll try that again. To today's racing action. Should be a good one to round things out as we are getting caught up to temperature at the moment, getting those last sighting laps in. That final bit of familiarity with kart, track and driver as we get to go racing for one last time here at GYG for a little while for the Club 100 as well. It's been a month of GYG. I've very much enjoyed it, but we're going to bring it to hopefully what will be a brilliant end.
So I've just checked Dom Balasaitis last year.
Yep.
His best result was a double second.
Oh.
And guess who he finished behind?
Was it Jamie Tyler Gooden?
No, it's Logan McAllister.
Oh, right, okay.
But I thought you'd assume that. Anyway, this should be good. So I'm going to go Dom from, you know what? I think they're going to be battling hard. I think they're going to be battling really hard. And I think Mr. Equal is going to sneak his way up into second with Tyler Gooden in third.
Yep.
That's my prediction. You know, a bit sensible, but also, you know, a little bit funky in there. I'll wait and see if Jamie's dad puts any predictions in the chat. Obviously.
Do you remember the World Cup years back where they had the octopus that made the predictions about how the match was going?
Oh, yes.
2010, I think it was. That's effectively what we've got here for Club 100. Let's see it as we are behind the pace kart. Will the pace kart? No, it won't get out of the way.
Actually, can I change my prediction?
Go ahead. We've got another lap for you to do.
This is my second prediction. Balasaitis to win. Tyler Gooden second. Bobby McGeer third.
Okay, you see another Bobby McGeer.
He started dead last before. He's starting 11th now.
Yeah, let's see what Bobby can do, of course. Had a mighty run through the field earlier on. Maybe he can repeat that feat in this, our final race of the day. Let's get ready for some action. There we see Oliver Potter in the broadcast comments and say, come on, Bobby McGeer. So we've already got some support for that movement there, if we can do that.
Another driver to watch out for is Mr. Slater himself. Remember, he started second, or I think he was second, but he had the jump start penalty. But we know he's got pace.
He does indeed.
I can't remember where he's starting. I think he's somewhere around the top 10. He had that incident on the last lap where he spun or went grass karting or something happened. I can't remember exactly what, but I'm pretty sure it was him.
Plenty of racing action today. Sometimes it all just merges into one by the end of the day, doesn't it? When there's 32 sessions out on track. Either way, our pace car seems to be bunching everyone up now. Didn't quite catch any confirmations.
Oh, it's Dom. Dom's changed his kart really late, so both of our drivers on the front row went for a kart swap. Dom, though,
have to wait for
did it much later.
Yes, that means we have to wait for Dom to work his way. He has worked his way up, actually. There he is. But formation probably a bit broken from that, so I assume one more go around and we're going to be good to go. But that is, as a driver, and if you're fighting for a win, how do you feel at this point? Because you've got into a kart, you're not quite happy with how it's performing. Have you now got into a different kart and you're thinking, this is better, feel more confident now, or are you a bit shaken?
When you come out of the pits, it depends where you come out, and sometimes it takes a bit of time for the car to heat up. Sometimes you can instantly realise. Other times, you come out right at the back of this train and you don't actually know, and it can play in your head. I mean, most of, like 99% of the cars are super similar in Club 100.
Yep.
And when you see drivers changing their karts, it's not because it's half a second off. They think it's like a tenth a lap off. That's the kind of difference that they're looking for. So let's see. We know how quick so many of these drivers are. You've got Bobby McGear working his way up through the order. You've got the former super lightweight champion of Jamie Tyler Gooden, or the current super lightweight champion of Jamie Tyler Gooden, on the front row of the grid. But let's go racing, Reeve.
Here we go. It's Balasaitis versus Tyler Gooden for one last time here today as we head through that first corner. Wide for Balasaitis, but up through from third. It's Harry Clark with a very nice run. And it goes wrong there through the mid-pack. We do continue on. Everyone's still pointing the right direction. A clumsy start for this, the final race of the day. That is the number 50 there.
That's Harry Clark.
Yep. Harry
wow.
Clark.
Oh, it's getting really feisty. And, well, they don't call it a junior lightweight trophy final for nothing. I'm not sure who's leading. I know it's Tyler Gooden in second with Balasaitis.
False
and yes,
start.
Rightly so.
Hardly
rightly
surprising.
so.
Yeah.
Time is definitely going to get cut off from this one, I think.
We'll see. We are a bit ahead of schedule on track at the moment, so we do have
Give us more racing.
We've got the opportunity to have a full 11 minutes more racing if we so please, and I certainly do hope that is the case as we head back around once again. We'd have to get refunded.
There was definitely...
Oh, they're cutting time off. It's going down to 9 minutes now is this race. So shrinking the race that we're going to have. This sprint racing is just going to heat up all that more because you have less opportunity now.
You know who that's bad news for?
Bobby McGear.
Bobby McGear.
Yeah.
It's just really not going his way today, is it?
Absolutely not. Unfortunate for Bobby there, but that was the right call. That start was getting a little bit out of hand there. Not the way that we want to end what has been an otherwise strong day of racing on average.
Well, less time for them to get penalties in the race.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it.
Okay, so if I was Jamie Tyler Gooden right now, I think, right, I got pushed wide. What am I going to do this time into turn one? I'm going to lift. Maybe a dab on the brakes. That way, when everyone hits me, my kart's going to be nice and settled. I can get the run, maybe give Dom a little squeeze, but I'm not going to get forced out wide. That's the key thing. It's the same as Buckmore Park. You need to make sure. And it's a single file race start.
Ah, so trying
is
to...
it?
Not quite sure. Oh, I think we're just pointing out a couple of penalties to some drivers, perhaps.
No, I think they're pointing at how much time's going to be left in this race.
Yes, yeah.
Well, I think this is when you know that JV is a little bit, you know, bad juniors. Single file race start for you guys.
We'll see as they do head round again. That'll be interesting to see if that does happen. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
We normally have it after a full course yellow.
Yeah.
And I think maybe because a full start was declared so late. I mean, it was after...
It was half the lap, wasn't it? Yeah.
Almost, yeah. So that might be the reason why, rather than just, you know, standard full start after incident into turn two. It was just maybe a little bit too chaotic from everyone. Everyone a little bit too feisty. And as a result, single file, which is very good news for all of the people who would have been on the outside, such as Dom and Harry Clark. Because Harry Clark, well, he had an awful first start.
He did. He did indeed. Not what he wanted. As we are going to head round here, the pace car has dived away, so it's Tyler Gooden leading Balasaitis here. Leads Jacob Equior now as we head through that first corner. And cleaner getaway this time, which is what we want to see. 8 minutes 50 left on the clock.
Here they go then, up into turn two. Balasaitis already starting to look Tyler Gooden a little bit wide, but he's pulled it up on the gap. 2 cars go completely off. There won't be another full start. Down the hill they go, and it's Tyler Gooden and Balasaitis who are starting to pull a little bit clear of Jacob Equal. And well, that's unfortunate for Thomas Hughes. And well, he's going to be so far back off the train once he rejoins. On the plus side, he was still driving, so he could have rejoined without having to push his kart back onto the circuit.
Absolutely, as we head down now towards the end of the lap. Jamie Tyler Gooden has all the added pressure once more to get it going once again. Feeling that pressure of getting another race start underway as we head now through the final corner. A little bit of side-by-side here between 25 and 61. That is between Dmitry Borowski and Ethan Pitt there as they head into that first corner. But there goes Balasaitis having a look to see if he can size up his opponent from the outside. No overtaking to be had from the outside of that part of the track, though. Maybe here, though, as we head through the carousel. Down the inside, Balasaitis Very brave indeed.
He's pushing, he's pointing him back through.
Yeah.
And Jamie's saying, "You absolute blithering idiot, Dom. What are you doing? We're friends."
As we head through there. But Tyler Gooden makes his way back through. At least Balasitis had the foresight to allow him back through. That is what we like to see. They're just recognising, you know what, a bit too on the nose from me there as we head through. And there goes Jacob Equiall as well. And we run up through the first part of the lap once more.
Yeah, and I wonder what this is going to do to Dominic's mindset, because this can happen, whether this happens with any driver, but I think more so when it happens with someone who is your friend out on circuit. Now you're going to be, do you treat this race exactly the same as what it was before, or think, you know what, I did a wrong by this guy, I'm going to be a little bit nicer to start this battle off? You can see the pace of Balasitis, he's got the drivers behind him. If he works with Jamie, so here they go then up the inside. That's Oliver Wilde going for, no, Jacob Equiall going up the inside of Harry Clark, I think.
It was indeed, trying to take the position back from Harry Clark here, but don't count out Oliver Wilde as well. Eventually I'll get my words out as we run through that final corner. Here goes Oliver Wilde going wide. Harry Clark loses plenty of position through the final corner there. Also Anthony Roberts in the mix as well. He looked like he lost a couple of positions running through that first corner. It's Balasitis with the fastest lap of the race so far. This is shaping up to be a magnificent final race of the day as we see Anthony Roberts then takes the inside line through down towards the carousel in a moment.
That's a real inside line there, Reeve.
That was, yep. That certainly was. John Wall then with a bit of pressure from the number 19 car, no, 99 rather, of Jack Whitehouse down the inside heading through the carousel. This is getting very racy indeed.
It's Oliver Wilde and they're going wild out on circuit right now. John's probably got his head in his hands thinking, please don't break my cards. It's so much fun to watch, but it is absolute mayhem from a couple of from a lot of them out on circuit because they know the race has been shortened. They're desperate to take advantage of every single overtake. And look who's into the top 10, Bobby McGurr.
Yep, pushing onwards. He's only got 5 minutes to try and make inroads now as we see that is the number 12 of Tyler Gooden leading this race. Balasitis is putting the pressure on, but nowhere he can go just yet. He's going to have a look around the outside. Yeah, he's got plenty of speed, but can he get it done around the outside? Unlikely, and there we go. We head through the carousel, and he drops back into P2. ABC takeout there for, that looked to be Jack Whitehouse, I think it was. The number 99, perhaps not completely unexpected as we run through there. Oh, forcing a driver wide, actually, for Whitehouse as well.
So there is Oliver Wilde in the white, blue and red suit. And there are your two race leaders who are checking out with Jacob Equiall running in third position. The top three are over a second clear of Anthony Roberts in fourth position. Things have started to chill out a little bit, but here comes Dom. Is he looking for the inside? Jamie's going to cover it off. Dom again looks to that wide line, and just as we suspected, closing in is Jacob Equiall to turn this into a 3-horse battle for the win.
It will be indeed. Alfie Slater, we saw him getting involved in some action earlier on during the day, gets a bump and pass penalty as well. Whitehouse with the fastest lap of this race. He's got a few penalties, but has certainly got the pace. Shame the race shaping up the way that it is for him. But here we go. Tyler Gooden leads Balasitis, leads Jacob Equiall there as we head through the final part of the lap once more. Separated by just 1 second. 3 minutes, 50 seconds to go as we start the next lap.
Bobby McGurr up into 8th position now, and he's got a bit of clear air. He's got over a second to catch up to the back of this train that goes to 4th. If Bobby McGurr can make it up into 4th place, what a drive that would have been, considering he started the pre-A final. He didn't start in the pre-A final. He was in the pre-B final. Yeah. Would definitely be my driver of the day if he can get up into those top 5 spots, because that would be a phenomenal effort from him.
It would indeed. Up into P8. Again, it comes back to a couple more minutes. What more could he have done potentially?
Yeah.
But it just goes to show that why this whole pre-B leading into the A form is so good, because it allows those drivers who might not have had the best qualifying to shine on through and come back up and still score some really strong points.
Yeah. 1 second now between the top 4. Well, you never know. If Dom and Jamie battle a bit more, maybe we could end up with our magical number 5-way battle for the race win, which we've seen so often today. It does seem that Jamie's maybe stepped up the pace, so Dom's lost a tiny bit of pace. What was the lap last time round from Bobby McGurr? He managed to put in a 50.5, 3/10 quicker than your race leaders. So he's got the pace and he's closing into Oliver Wilde by over half a second on that lap, but he needs to get ideally into the low 50s and pump in some 50.2s, 50.3s.
Yeah, that would be some strong pace. We have got a 50.3 from Anthony Roberts here, fastest lap of the race so far, and just 2 minutes to go in this race. I think we'd have about 3 more laps as we have our leaders crossing the line now. But under pressure is Tyler Good, and that was a great run by Balasaitis. Balasaitis putting a hand up almost in frustration because he said, I can't find a way past him. He had the run, but good defence here from Tyler Gooden.
It's so difficult to overtake here at Glan-Y-Gors. And Dom is finding that out firsthand. Jamie's going defensive everywhere, and Dom has to look behind him to see, can I take that wider line, or am I going to have Jacob sending me up the inside? Which is what makes it so tricky for Dom, and that little bit easier for Jamie. You've got to go for the overtake where he's not expecting, the final corner.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a favourite surprise overtaking spot here at GYG over the past couple of weeks of Club 100 action. That final corner run, if you really balance it well, you can find your way through cleanly. But as we see, Balasaitis not able to find a way past Tyler Gooden just yet. We knew he was formidable in his last race, was Jamie Tyler Gooden, and he is showing that again once more. But Anthony Roberts is on the scene now alongside Jacob. This is brewing up to be a 4-car battle for the lead here in the A final. Are we going to have a repeat of Rory Hamilton here?
Oh, we might very well. Bobby McGurr as well, just checking in on him. He's up into 7th place, and well, you can see the panic for Dom. He looks in front, he looks behind. Jacob Equal trying to defend from Anthony Roberts. He's on the outside through the carousel. Will make the move work. Roberts up into 3rd position as Tyler Gooden still leads. He has led every single lap today.
Yep, not phased at all by the pressure from Dominic Balasaitis, not phased by the false start, not phased by the karts coming up behind him, as this is now the final lap of this race. Can Dominic Balasaitis pull off anything in this, the final racing lap here today at GYG?
There are a few opportunities to come. Tyler Gooden goes defensive into the kink up the hill. Balasaitis goes super wide. He needs to maximise his exit. Coming out of the hairpin through the kink of turn 3. Tyler Gooden has the inside covered. Anthony Roberts looking to the outside. Can Balasaitis hold on to 2nd? He indeed can. And your top 3, nay, your top 4, your top 5 are still as they were, with just a couple of corners remaining. It's all about that final corner send, Reeve.
It is indeed. That 1 second covers our top 5. Anthony Roberts pushing on to try and get past Dominic Balasaitis. Dominic was wiser to it though, and Tyler Gooden has had a very wise drive indeed. He heads around the final corner to take the A final race victory ahead of Dominic Balasaitis, Anthony Roberts, Jacob Equial and Harry Clark. Our top 5 then for our junior lightweight A final. What a drive from our front runners there.
What a race. And I know as well exactly what Dom's thinking of. That one opportunity he had to go for the move that he wasn't able to do cleanly. But fair play to Jamie, and Bobby McGurr up into 6th place
remarkable
as well.
Effort from him. I think with that couple of extra minutes he might have been able to close up on this pack battle, but then would have been caught in the amazing action that we had at the end of that race there. And not just amazing action that we had at the end of that race, it's been amazing action all day really, hasn't it?
Yes, it has been some really, really fun racing that we've had today. And it's a shame that it's finished now, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. But it has been remarkable stuff from our cadets and juniors. I've certainly enjoyed being here at GYG. It always delivers some fantastic action. So a big thank you to all of the production crew behind the scenes for making the show go on. A big thank you to our marshals, our Club 100 crew for putting the race on. A big thank you to our cadets and juniors for some remarkable, clean racing there overall.
It's just been so good, and it's one of those things where you kind of wish it was almost like a little bit like Formula 1, where you've got lots of time to break down the racing, talk about all of the battles, but unfortunately we don't really have that luxury available to us, do we?
No, not quite that way here, as just before we round things out, we're going to have a quick look at some future events coming up for us. We have, of course, got Clay Pigeon on the 25th of BUKC. It's our next Club 100 event. And then our next Cadet and Junior event will be on June the 21st. That's at Rissington. And then the Seniors Weekend will be at Wilton Mill on the 17th of May. So a bit of a wait for the next Cadet event, but there's still plenty of Club 100 action, just in case this hasn't quite satisfied you, although I've thoroughly enjoyed being here today. Hope you've enjoyed watching along as well. Yousuf, it's been a pleasure to join you in the commentary box.
I think, as we like to say, or as I like to say, I've had enough, but by tomorrow I wouldn't have.
No, absolutely not. So we hope you've enjoyed watching today. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. And goodbye.
And goodbye.